Come on, here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Come on, right here, break it down now. Come on. Make it funky. Yeah. Come on, here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Right here, break it down now. Come on. Make it funky.
freaks and hotties. Everybody gotta get down. Hey!
To make a clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen. Popping their head up. Whoa, look at that, the double. Can we get another one? Something!
Here they go. They're going to send in one of their McLarens right on over with the run. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League North America Spring 2022 Finals. It's day 2, and I'm your host, Hot Jukes. Welcome on in. Of course, I could not do this without my amazing analysts here. Glitter Explosion and the 7 Worlds Gaming. How are y'all feeling after yesterday? I'm going to start with you, 7.
Feeling great, man. We had some amazing performances. We had some big question marks, too, in regards to some teams that I picked. And I am super excited, Glitter, to see if those question marks are going to be answered today.
You know, I think that it's probably going to be a complete toss-up as to whether or not they get answered, or we continue seeing some of the insanity that we saw yesterday. And I'm here for that. Okay, it's finals. Some of these teams are putting up the best performances that we have seen for them all season, Jukes, and now's the time.
I vote insanity 100% of the way. That's what I want to see from start to finish. Of course, let's go ahead and make sure that you guys are following all the socials. That's right, the PUBG Mobile Esports NA Twitter. Join the Discord, subscribe, click all the buttons. You guys know what to do already. And by the way, whenever, of course, you're talking, make sure you use that hashtag PMPL so we can keep up to date and see what y'all are chatting about, because there is a lot, and I mean a lot, to talk about. As a matter of fact, yesterday, we saw on Xenox's Twitter that 1v4, almost 1v4 with Nova. That was just so beautiful, Glitter.
It was spicy, okay? And we had it, 7, for illustration, so we could break it down for you guys, but there was just too much there was too many good games at the time. We couldn't do it. So if you haven't seen it, make sure you check out his Twitter because it really was an incredible play.
Don't forget the hashtag.
We still have it, by the way.
Oh,
might be able to use it. You know, who knows?
True.
We'll
We'll
see.
Let's see. I'm hoping I'm ready for that. That's for sure. But I'll tell you what these players are ready for. That prize pool. So let me just go ahead and show you guys what is at stake here. And remember, first place going to get you a good $15,000 into your bank account. Second, $9,000. Third, $6,000. And of course, MVP, $1,000. Total prize pool of $150,000. That's some, that can buy you some pretty good things, Evan. Don't you think?
100%. That can get me some Lamborghinis in PUBG Mobile. Get a bunch of EC, maybe do some giveaways. Make sure you guys follow us on social media too.
That's right. That's right. That's what I'm talking about. For those of you guys that missed yesterday, let's go ahead and jump right into the overall leaderboard so you can see, of course, which teams are playing again and where everybody stands. And man, did XSET have one heck of a day yesterday, Glitter.
So freaking consistent for XSET. I mean, 2 chicken dinners you can see there for a total, after the whole day was said and done, of 98 points. And you can see that while WallStreetBets also did get that 2 chicken dinner status, they were nowhere near XSET in those points. So it should be interesting to see if WallStreetBets is able to pick up their performance specifically on Erangel. It seemed to be where they struggled yesterday and then somehow excelled on Sanhok, which we all know is the craziest one. But then, of course, moving on down the list, the Knights had a very slow start to the day, and they shut up the leaderboard, ending up in 3rd place by the end of it all. Lazarus did well. Nova, not what we expected maybe out of Nova, but still keeping themselves in a top 5 spot moving into day 2. So at least they're positioned well to have some insane performances. And then HQA, strong start, weaker second half, and then Chosen, Polar 8s rounding out the top 8. Now those are the squads that are going to be fighting to break into that top 5, because don't forget, guys, top 5, that's where everybody wants to be. Those are the spots that qualify through to America's 7.
100%. And then we got Boring Protocol. It had a horrible start of the day. I think they were at 1 point in 14th place, and they finished off great with a strong finish, of 4th place finish and 6 elims, 33 points for them. We do also see Mezexis Esports NA with 31 points, Dope Esports, 4 Bros, BTOWN, and then some surprises, bigger surprises, I would say, the Panthers and 19 Esports. And the reason why I say that is because these 2 teams had some amazing super weekends. They also have some amazing league plays, and right now we're not seeing any of that. So some of the teams might have to worry a little bit because they could have pop-up performances and propel themselves. And by the way, these are the teams that have already made it. They have already qualified to PMPL America's Championship. And as you can see there, those 5 spots at the top that Glitter was mentioning, that's what these teams are currently fighting for. And I am super excited to see who's actually going to be taking it, because the competition right now is strong.
Oh, yes, indeed. I mean, these are going to be the teams that are going to be representing us, North America, not just in the Americas coming up, but possibly on the global stage. So these 5 slots are extremely important. I know that prize pool's big, but I guarantee you that these players have their eyes on top 5 more than anything, without a doubt. And also, when it comes to 19 Esports, yeah, they had a bad performance. Remember, this is a new roster. The previous 19 Esports roster is now Boring Protocol. So you know they got something to prove. Hopefully we can see them have a strong start here today. But you know what? Speaking of strong starts, why don't we go ahead and talk about the teams that performed like crazy yesterday as we pull up the map performance so you can see which squads performed the best. And almost a clean sweep there by XSET, but WallStreetBets had to get it done there in Sanhok, Glitter.
Yeah, WallStreetBets was literally unstoppable at Sanhok, like I was saying when we were looking at the overall. And I don't know how they did it so consistently, but you can see that their numbers are very, very strong on a map that's typically quite chaotic. And then XSET, I mean, they just could not be stopped. And you can see that reflected in the fact that they're first place. They now are the best performers on 2 out of the 3 maps that they're going to be playing. And the numbers that they have for Miramar and Erangel are very strong as well. I mean, they're almost at the 4K damage mark for Erangel, and they're not that much farther behind on Miramar. That's insane, Seven, especially when we take into consideration the fact that they were kind of up and down, a little bit of a middle-of-the-road team for a good chunk of this season, and then at the end, they just completely turned it on.
As our boy Hot Jukes likes to say, tactical throwing. That's what XSET seems like they were doing because, boy, I mean, it's showing. But then WallStreetBets doesn't fall short. I mean, they had some amazing performances in Sanhok. This was a team that we're kind of painting them as the, yo, if you guys might get a big surprise with this team. We have talked about plenty of times how we got a chance to interview Steve, what he was able to say, how he felt like his team would be able to be Knights, will be able to get this first place. Well, guess what, WallStreetBets, you guys are currently doing that, and why not? Let's just compare the two. We're talking so much about these two teams. Let me see what XSET and WallStreetBet looks like, and oh my goodness. In regards to damage, it's not even close, but still, the damage that WallStreetBets is being able to put up, those are great numbers. Those are numbers that are actually going to put you in contention for that #1 place and becoming a champion. When we go to the average elims, that's when we're actually be seeing some of the biggest difference for these two teams, as XSET was able to outfrag WallStreetBets by 17 elims, and that equals 17 points. And we know what can happen with just 1 point difference. The average placement, though, I do have to agree with this graphic right here. WallStreetBets was just a lot more consistent. XSET did have a little bit of a 12th place finish and a 15th place finish yesterday. But then again, WallStreetBets had a 12th place finish and 2 elims on the end of the day. Overall, it's going to be interesting. I'm hoping that these two teams definitely keep on this kind of stats. And the question that I was posing yesterday, XSET, I'm looking to see if you guys can perform the way you guys did yesterday, because everybody, honestly, everybody popped off for that team.
Absolutely right there. Not to mention, when you talk about WallStreetBets, I mean, that performance was in fact insane. I doubt we're going to see something like that in Sanhok ever again. I mean, it's crazy to see them just absolutely own that map. Well, you know, when we talk about owning, let's talk about the top 5 players that we saw, especially yesterday. And I already know who the top is going to be. It's going to be none other than Killswitch. I mean, look at those numbers right there. Lazarus making some big spots here as well, 7.
Killswitch, the golden child before Coops came and just absolutely took that shine away from him. Guess what? That man's currently putting up some numbers. 18 elims of damage, over 3K, the only player to be able to get over 3K. 19 minutes of average survival time. But then when we go down, we see Joey from Lazarus. Lazarus currently in 4th place. This is great performance, not just from Joey, but also Kiseki. Some interesting names. Usually we're used to seeing Knights players. We're used to seeing Nova players. So this is a great mix-up, and I was talking about some players from XSET also being able to turn it up. Well, Jayway was definitely able to do that with those 13 elims, 2,700 damage. And then last but not least, we saw some of the amazing performances from 24K too. Look at that. He's not only getting those elims, he's also being able to steal those elims, as he is only being able to knock 9, but he does have 13 eliminations. I am intrigued though. We didn't see a name there that we've been used to seeing quite a lot, and that is Coops, ladies and gentlemen. And if I know anything about Coops, if we actually know anything about Coops, is that once he doesn't see himself in this kind of leaderboards, he's going to bring it. So be ready, everybody.
You know that fire is started in Coops, and I am so stoked to see how the Knights are going to do today. Okay, so you know what? Let's go ahead and talk about a little bit of a fun graphic that we had. So the other day, yesterday in the green room, you know, Glitter, 7, and I were talking to each other and being like, okay, what would our dream teams be, right? And I want you guys to put in the chat as well. If you could pick any players that are in the PMPL, which 4 would you pick? And I'm going to start off with myself, and I chose none other than Coops, Xanox, Spec, and Killswitch. You know, Killswitch is a great player. They're from XSET, but I ain't gonna lie. If it was really something that I really wanted to choose, I maybe would have swapped one player or two, you know? And that's right, I'm swapping Killswitch for myself. That's right. Because in my dream, 7 and Glitter, I'm playing. You know, I'm in it. I would love to be carried by these guys. What do you think, 7?
I'm getting flashbacks. 2018 best NA sniper out there. Don't pop your head out or Hot Jukes is gonna get you, baby. What I'm getting right now. Hey, that's a solid team. Not gonna lie. But with me, you know what? We're actually gonna be agreeing on some, but I am gonna be mixing it up because my picks are, ladies and gentlemen, none other than, I mean, you just heard me talking about him. It is gonna be Coops. It is gonna be
Come on.
the fanboy that I've been for now 2 years. Killswitch. It would be a disgrace for me if I didn't put him there. In one of the most outstanding performances for a first PMPL NA, QZ. I have to put him there, even though we haven't really gotten a chance to see him for the past 2 weeks. But maybe today, Glitter, that will disappear. We'll actually get a chance to see him. That is my dream team. What is your dream team, Glitter?
Okay, I respect that, all right? I respect both of these choices so far. I'm a little bit different, though, all right? I ended up going with Coops, Spec, QZ, and Koi, and there was a method to the madness here, okay? First of all, I was focusing on 1vx potential, right? How many times have we seen Coops or Spec or any of these players really spoil multiple players at once without even trying? Snaking, getting insane amounts of points for their squad. It's happened with everybody, but then I also made sure I snuck a duo in there, and the one thing you both missed out on, infinite heal strats in Koi.
I knew it! I knew it!
You acted like that wouldn't be my job if I was on this roster, you know? Right? That is what I'm talking about. Nobody can press the heal button, though, like Koi. That man has proven to be able to get it done in every Sanhok match that we have seen so far. So that was a fun graphic. Of course, make sure you guys go ahead and throw your dream team would be. And, tweet us as well. Use that hashtag PMPL. I'd love to see what y'all come up with. Now, last but not least, let's go ahead and, of course, take a look at our teams to watch. So these are the squads that all of us here on the desk decided to choose and keep a close eye on. And I am going to keep an eye on Boring Protocol. I mean, of course, my eyes are on the Knights, right? That's a matter of fact. But Boring Protocol, they have to have a really good performance. This is the finals, right? You do not have enough games to make mistakes. So yesterday, I think, was their off day. That's the only day they're allowed. They have to perform here well today if they want to make it into the top 5. That's my opinion, Seven. And I see you picked XSET. Joe, you talked to me about joining the train, huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yo, I'm proud of us. I'm proud of us, Hot Jukes. We switched up our picks. I like it, and I pick XSET because, I was such a doubter yesterday when they're having such an amazing performance. Today, I felt like it would be a dishonor for me to not pick them. I want to see if they can continue on that train of having a great performance. That's the biggest question mark, right? They can have a pop-off day, but can they do that on day number 2? And Glitter, I saw you with the Nova pick. Consistency, I like it.
Listen, you're saying that I didn't change, but Nova didn't have that consistency yesterday, okay? They didn't play up to snuff when it comes to what we expect out of that squad, so I had to stick with them to see if they can do better today.
Okay. Give us some of that glitter power, right? I mean, we've seen it work before, so hopefully Glitter can be on point with this one, and Nova, we can see them pop off. Let's take a look at the schedule here that we're going to have today, so you can see exactly what you guys got going on here. Double Sanhok, double Miramar, and double Erangel. Man, I just wish we could just see double Sanhok in every tournament that we play. It's just so beautiful.
You mean Sanhok six times? What?
Yeah.
All Sanhok?
Oh, my goodness. WallStreetBets would be like rubbing their hands together with an evil smile on their face. But man, this is a great way to start things off, and I am so stoked. So any final thoughts, any predictions that we have going into this first match today? Glitter, I'll start with you.
I mean, it is Sanhok, and WallStreetBets did dominate yesterday, and I think we all had the question mark of, well, what if they don't get one of the zones in their favor, etc. So I think for this first match, I'm going to see what WallStreetBets can do today.
All right, Seven?
Nova, are they going to do the heal strat again? And is Koi going to be able to actually do the heal strat? Or is he going to miss that heal?
Heal strat.
And I'm going to go with every other squad. I mean, heal strat, come on. It worked for him, right? Got to work for you guys, too, right? Look at that. Heals, baby. 4,000. 4,000. Heals, dude, an absolute healing legend. I'd love to see it. Love to see it. Thank you so much, Seven. Thank you so much, Glitter, for that wonderful breakdown here at the start. We're going to get this match number 1 started. That's right. It's the finals. Get hyped up. Get ready. Let's bring in our casters in here for game number 1. Y'all have some fun in the jungle. It's Span Cargo and Necro.
Thank you guys once again. I'm really excited getting into our first game here of the second day, I should say. And I stuck with XSET. I feel like that was an obvious choice for me. Kept choosing them throughout this entire time. The only thing I am worried about is whether or not that they're going to decrease in performance as they did over the regular games of the event. So let's hope not. I'm hoping not today. That's why I chose them again. How about you, Necro?
I went with Knights. Yesterday sort of an off day, so hopefully today Knights they're going to be able to get the pace back, because this is not what we expect from these side of Knights. I want to see them over there. I want to see them on the top, man. I want to see them in the first spot, take down XSET Knight today. It's your chance. It's your time, and I know they've got it in them, and I think so. Day 2 has to be their day, and I'm also if you ask me for my predictions, I think so Knights, they're going to kick things off pretty well on Sanhok. This might be their chicken dinner.
Okay, well, it looks like we got the Knights on the table, WallStreetBets potentially as well. I mean, the only thing that I feel like I can make a guess on is, will Koi get that second place position for Nova? I feel like the potential is strong. So that's the only thing that I'm considering as a for sure thing on my side when it comes to predictions.
I mean, then there's, again, Nova. If you talk about Four Bros is there too. Now, yesterday we saw that little bit of, you know, like, on-the-fly adjustment from the side of Four Bros. They decided to drop in Camp Alpha. I do want to find out, though, again, are Four Bros going to drop in Sami and take a fight against Nova? If they do, that might just be one of the most interesting encounters in this entire Sanhok game, because, again, if Four Bros do decide to drop on top of the players Nova, they probably have done some sort of homework. So they do know how to just counter the players of Nova, probably. But, again, we never know if that's going to be happening or not.
I feel like they lost it over the past entirety of the event. Every single time they dropped there, I mean, for sure, it was Four Bros that got the short end of the stick, right? So I kind of questioned, like, okay, well, now going into finals, like, surely Four Bros is going to end up moving, and they did. So you can see them going up back to the northern side again, back towards Camp Alpha. They don't want to go and commit to Sami anymore, because I think it was hurting them a lot, right? I mean, especially, like, they did have the opportunity to do that in league play in the Super Weekends, right? Because that was when they just needed to get the top 16 overall, and that's what they were really fighting for, those positions, you know, trying to be the top dogs there, but they didn't get it. And when that usually happens, the loser usually moves off.
Oh, look at this. Now, BTOWN likes to drop near Camp Alpha too. Yesterday, there was a huge encounter between the players of Four Bros and BTOWN, but just because BTOWN, they lost that fight yesterday, they do not want to go up against the players of Four Bros, so now they're dropping all the way in Kampong. So again, a great adjustment from the side of BTOWN. I do want to see how this one's going to work out, because so far, the circle is quite close to them, so they shouldn't really have that much amount of problem to make it in the first initial zone, but again, do want to find out how the adjustment's going to be looking like after that, because if you're going to be dropping on a new drop spot, you're always going to have a lot of questions to how to rotate out of that spot. So hopefully they've done a lot of homework in this one. But we do have the first circle. It's completely on the right side of the map. Again, a standard circle, nothing much to worry about for all the teams. And I went for Knights, and Knights so far, they're looking pretty good in Painan. Hopefully they're going to be able to do good even in the future lines, because again, they will have to sweep their way through inside the next zone.
This looks very similar to our last Sanhok that we had yesterday, so honestly, I'm going to be keeping an eye on a couple of these teams where when they start making their rotations, because the last Sanhok we had was crazy, right, Necker? I mean, everybody ended up just kind of crashing each other and getting eliminated in the blink of an eye. This being the first game, I feel like that's not going to happen, except for Issue here from 19 Esports. Looks like Puppy from the Panthers was able to kind of spot him out, lurking right above his compound here, and luckily he's going to stay safe, getting that elimination point as well for his team. And 19 Esports are not going to be happy about that, right? I mean, it's not a good start whatsoever to have 3 people on a Sanhok map.
Oh boy. And look at this. Now we have Dope too. Just Casper all by himself on a run, trying to get that shack. Don't even think so he has any sort of loot in his hand so far. He does have a couple of guns just to protect himself, the Vector and the QBZ. It's going to be more than enough for him for now, as the Panthers was one of those teams that was able to take out one of the players from the side of 19 Esports. And 19 Esports already starting off this game on a handicap note. That's not going to be something they were definitely looking out for. So already the difficulty level for the side of 19 Esports is going to be increased. And again, 19 Esports, even in the league stage, the struggle was being seen. Even inside the grand finals so far, the struggle's being seen. I don't even know if I want to catch them in the top 5 anymore. I mean, it's quite tough, next to impossible for them.
It's getting harder and harder, right? I mean, people are playing this entire event differently once you get into finals. You have to be even more careful, but also more aggressive, get more elimination points, but also get more placement points. It's a very fine balance. And you can see that Mezexis, unfortunately, just a little bit too slow if they wanted this hill that Boring Protocol is going to grab. They traded some bullets there, but neither team took any damage. So, if anything, Boring Protocol, Mezexis, very aware of each other's positionings, but that's about it. We're finally at that point inside the game where people are making their first rotations, so their first movements, trying to get a little bit of a better spot, or just a little bit of a spot that they deem the best for them in this game. And so Mezexis, they're kind of pushing towards Paradise. Them getting towards WallStreetBets is a little bit of concern, if I'm going to say so myself. I feel like WallStreetBets are going to see some pretty big fights from them today. And even, actually, XSET, all the way down to the southern side, close to Quarry there. A bunch of teams that we're keeping a close eye on now finding themselves in the very center of this map. It could get pretty deadly down here because that's exactly what happened last time we were on Sanhok.
Oh yeah, and now you take a look at Mezexis, you hear. Look at him, he's just, oh no, that's a great spray from the side of Drago. First prone down and then went for the spray. Great capitalization. Again, he was just able to get the knockout and instant flush too. So Mezexis as well now down to a 3-man squad and instantly backed off. Now that's what you call an evil person. Just do the damage and then just back off, just poke and go.
I mean, I feel like it's the smartest plan, honestly. It's, you don't know where anybody else is. You're going to go ahead, get that knock, get the flush, and then get out of there before they can retaliate, honestly. I mean, you see that a lot, especially with teams that decide to kind of spread out pretty early on in games as well. Like, if they do have the opportunity to go ahead and get an elimination point, they usually just do it really quickly and then back off, right? Run towards the safety of their team, especially if they're alone. So I actually really like that pick, right? I mean, he made sure that he got that knock, got the flush. Now he knows there's a team to the south that is a little bit weaker because he took out one of the members, and he's not going to worry about it anymore. He's got the information that his team needs for right now.
Yeah, Knights too, they've slowly moved on up. Again, so far we're not really seeing any sort of engagements. Whatever we saw were those single men getting taken out if they were too overextended. BTOWN as well, we did see them just improvising at the last second, and still they're moving on from the outskirts, just on the edge of the coastline. Just moving in slowly and steadily. Dope is there too, all the way on the north. HQA, another one of those teams that was doing so good in the league stage, and so far in the grand finals. Struggle is being seen.
Yeah, currently in that 6th place position. They got close a couple of times, I will say. They did get a 3rd place the last Sanhok the first Sanhok yesterday that we were able to watch. So maybe they'll be able to kind of bring it back today as well. I definitely feel like they were a consistent team over the entire course of the event before the finals, but they definitely had moments of shine, right? So maybe now coming to the 2nd day, hopefully they kind of shook off any jitters that they potentially had and now are ready to grab some points. Of course, that could be said for quite a lot of teams coming into today. I don't know if any of us really expected the current leaderboard as it is right now, so I'm just curious to see if those teams that were used to having stellar performances are going to be able to bring it back, or still if those other teams that did have their moments to shine will be able to have more and maybe will surprise us. I mean, who doesn't love an underdog story, right?
Oh yeah, of course. Now Knights too, again, as you said, the overall rankings indeed has just shook all of us. Lazarus as well, all the way in hot 10, still not moved out of that spot. Yesterday I went with Bops. Thought maybe Bop would be able to do something great, but no, that was not the answer from their side. Instead, Bop, they did not really have one of the greatest days possible, but hopefully in day 2, they're going to be able to get the grip back up on the overall rankings, because as we do know, ladies and gentlemen, top 5 is the goal here. And Knights, slowly and steadily, they're running in the territory of Bop. And this is something Bop will definitely sense a few more minutes. As Knights, they're just marching on, and Samuel probably does hear a lot of footsteps, and now Knights, they're well aware of what's going on around them, but Knights, they're catching a lot of bullets onto themselves. Tensa barely surviving on a sliver of health, and look at Samuel just moving on, and he actually gets the knock too.
Oh, so much damage onto the Knights immediately.
What?
Samuel, he's just melting them with that ump there. Yeah, oh, getting shot in the back though. Peralta, Mezexis is starting to get involved. Of course, the Knights, they're in a horrible position now. There's only 2 of them left. No, not even one. Coops is the last one, and he's actually disengaging, running back to the safety of a compound down to the southern side. That was just terrible timing for the Knights in its entirety with the start of that altercation. And now Boarding Protocol, of course, is getting a little bit punished as well, with Mezexis up to the northern side, getting a couple of those angles onto them. That was not a good situation for either team. Of course, worse when it came to the Knights.
I don't exactly know what was Chico doing right there. He was staring at Samuel on that rock. And then he just got taken out by Samuel easily, but still a great capitalization from the side of Bop. A great way to close things out in that fight, but a flawless execution almost, I'd like to say. Spec was taken down by Mezexis, but again, that was not the players of the night. So still a flawless execution against the players of the night. And now Coops is the only man left. Man.
I don't know. I feel like I disagree with that just a tiny, tiny bit because they did lose one person to an entirely different team, to Mezexis. So I don't know if that was perfect. I'm a little bit upset that they ended up losing a person in that altercation, I will say. Because otherwise, they did amazing, doing a ton of damage to 3 members of the Knights and then just being able to clean up pretty quickly. But that one loss from Mezexis all the way to the northern side kind of dimmed it for me.
I mean, I said it was a perfect execution against the players of the Knights. The way they positioned, the way they set up the trap, and then they got third party by Mezexis. So again, that was something that was not really expected because they were just way too focused on the players of the Knights because they still needed to find out where the last man is. But then later on, they probably got a little hinge that, okay, the last man's probably going for a save, and Coops, that's what he's exactly doing. He's trying to go for a safer place. But the problem is, Coops does not even have a lot of first aids to play off of it, so he cannot even go for a med strat. That means he will have to contest the next zones. And how will he do so? He will have to fight his way through. I mean, we've seen Coops pull off an insane chicken dinner in the past too on the map of Sanhok in the Hot Tin Island, where he was just all by himself from the side of Knights, and he still pulled off an insane chicken dinner. That might just happen, so we never know. But over here, we have 19 Esports and the Panthers right next to each other, and the Panthers was the team that took out one of the players of 19 Esports off the bat.
Yeah, there's 2 little altercations kind of happening on the map at this point. 19 Esports and the Panthers getting kind of close to each other, and even HQA and some members of Dope up to the northern side getting close as well. We can even see that actually happening in the kill feed right now. Rod, instantly when he heard the Panthers, he hit the deck, right? He laid down, making sure that he's not making any kind of a noise. It cannot say the same for Dope over here. Menace being the only person knocked so far, but HQA has a full-on surround of the Dope members. In this compound, it's basically in a huge bull. There's no way that they're going to get out of here safely, especially since HQA, they've already basically surrounded it. You can see it on the mini-map there, just entirely surrounded this location. And the rest of Dope, they can't go ahead and save their teammate Menace. Menace honestly can't move from that position either because he's going to get flushed. And so they're just going to have to wait inside of these compounds until HQA decides to push or leave them alone. The only thing I can say is luckily, at least this point, this compound is still inside zone, so the blue damage won't happen to them just yet. Ooh, there's the flush.
Again, yeah, HQA in this fight, they're in a really great spot. We do see them on the map too. There's no teams available in their backline, so they're probably not going to be backstabbed. On the other hand, Dope might just be, if WallStreetBets wants to capitalize on this fight, so Dope will be in the sandwich situation. Again, we'll just be able to find out how things are going to be played from their side. So Dope, so far, they're not even trying to move a lot. They're making sure they're not giving a lot of foot kills away, but here we go. HQA just ramming their weak holes in the Dope's compound. Casper now is going to be having his heartbeat pumping, but it doesn't matter. He gets taken out in an instant, and now Dope, they're down to a 2-man squad. What are these 2 players going to make happen?
I will say I'm a little bit surprised that they are deciding to continue to stay in separate buildings because something exactly like that is going to happen to each and every one of them, right? Just 3 of them are going to push in and get the knock, but Flash, luckily, is going to actually take matters into his own hand, getting a knock into at least 1, but he is taken fairly low. So Fishy, honestly, he needs to start prepping up his own angle onto HQA, seeing if he can kind of help out in this situation. And unfortunately, though, it does look like he actually gets knocked. Flash turning it around, getting yet another knock, but no, Cross gets that crossfire there and actually gets the knock and the flush, and that is it. Dope is out of the game. Our first team eliminated. HQA, though, they're really hurt. There's only 2 of them left.
And look at this. I even mentioned this. WallStreetBets, they're trying to third party this one. They know these teams are quite hurt. They definitely saw the kill feeds as well. So you know they're not going to have a full manpower in this one. So Bop and Lazarus fight. This is where things really went down. And look at Acer. A quick knockout on a Kaseki and an instant flush too. But yeah, WallStreetBets just trying to clear this compound out, making sure there's going to be no one available here. They'll also get their hands on some free loot. WallStreetBets, again, they're sticking to each other, doing a great job, moving like a tight-knit unit. On the other hand, HQA, they took quite a lot of heavy blows in that fight.
Yeah, now they have to play the entire rest of the game as a duo, and that's pretty difficult as we obviously, no, you can't go on ahead and play the rest of Sanhok strong with half of a team. So they made a big rotation all the way to Camp Bravo. The next zone did pop, so they're currently actually outside of this next circle, and they're probably going to kind of hang out there for a while. They're probably going to just chase the edge of the zone from now on to try and stay as safe as possible, gain a little bit more information further inside of this next zone. But this zone is very full. Like, there's so many people that already have a spot inside the zone. The only places that honestly are a little bit free are that northwestern side, and that's about it.
That is. Vamp here as well. Just scouting out the areas in front. Benny is just looking out as we do have 19 esports in front of us. Again, 19 esports so far, trying to avoid all sort of eyes, just trying to stay under the radar, making sure they're not really going to be facing any sort of enemies. They still need to make it inside the next zone, and they also got some nice upgrades on their name. Groza in their hands too. Maybe hopefully they're able to mow down the fields, as we do have the next circle shift, and it's going to be right on top of the players of BOP and XSET. These two teams currently have the prime spot inside the zone. XSET, they have a great hard compound to play with, and then BOP, they have a nice high ground to work around with.
You're right, so this turn's going to be quite interesting, especially because there's a lot of teams actually still outside of this circle, so as they start making their own rotations inside of this zone, things will obviously change. So we'll see how people inside of the center of this zone are kind of going to be able to adapt to more people kind of surrounding them. Same with Polar Ace. They hear BTOWN down to the southern side, making those rotations in those vehicles, prepping those nades in case some sort of crash happens, but right now they're just staying quiet, just waiting to see if BTOWN is going to make any sort of a move, but obviously they're inside zone. BTOWN as of right now, they look like they just want to stay safe, right? Like, they're like, we got ourselves a little bit of this zone down here on the southern side. We're just going to stay here, at least until we find out what is in front of us. Because honestly, Polar Ace, they're playing this very, very quietly. Like, none of them are even outside, patrolling, nothing. They're just being super quiet inside their compound. So BTOWN, I like that they're playing this, approaching the zone a little bit carefully. Because one of the things that always makes me a little bit sad is when people just go ahead, just rush on in without having any information on what's ahead. It looks like HQA kind of doing the same thing, unfortunately, losing yet another member, running straight into Vamp. It's just down to King Pig left.
I mean, King Pig's a solid man indeed, but again, he's just left all by himself without his teammates, so I don't know what to expect from that man, and also he's tanking a lot of damage from the play zone. That's something that we'll need to try and take it in capitalization, as the next circle did shift right on top of the players of BOP, XSET, the Panthers, and Mezexis. And Mezexis, they're just going to wipe out the existence of 19 esports, put it in the coffin, put it in the grave, call it whatever you guys want. But clearly, Mezexis, they're just cleaning up squads right now, as we do have WallStreetBets as well, slowly and steadily trying to move in from the northern side of the map. And again, they will have to face against Mezexis to try and make their entry in.
I will say Mezexis actually is a really consistent team whenever it comes to Sanhok. I mean, I feel like we always see them get a really good amount of points every single time that they play Sanhok. Just somehow the way that they play this game, this map specifically, they're usually in until pretty much the end, or at least consistently getting points throughout the entire course of the match. So now at this point, I just want to see them going ahead and continue to get chicken dinners on it, honestly, because they do get the consistent points on it. Now I just want to see them be able to kind of get their name, you know, up on the like Masters of Sanhok board, you know. It does look like Polar Ace finally getting in that fight with BTOWN, though. It looks like they tried making a rotation right ahead of Polar Ace. So Polar Ace is going to take down one, almost gets a second with that spray. I think they're realizing that they need to go ahead and make this push as soon as possible on this advantage, because the zone, BTOWN is now between them and the zone, right?
Yeah. So BTOWN, again, as you said, Polar Ace in the fight between the BTOWN. So BTOWN currently, they might just be in the upper edge if they do just decide to disengage and straight up back out from this fight, from the back lines, if they want to. But again, BTOWN can face this one too, if they do want to go for it, as we do have XSET again against the players of Polar Ace. The Polar Ace, two of the teams to deal with. XSET from the top, just raining down death and destruction, as Polar Ace, they're trying to fight back in this one. Saul finally going to breach inside the house, but he's taking a lot of damage doing so as well. And also the Wall of Death now is going to add on a little bit of more damage, but it's not going to matter. What? Polar Ace just wiping out BTOWN still somehow, and well, BTOWN, they're just having bad days after bad days in the grand finals.
I don't know how that happened, because XSET seriously is the team that got the two flushes onto the two members of Polar Ace. So literally Polar Ace is down to half of its team, and it wasn't from BTOWN whatsoever. It was all from XSET. So BTOWN just getting wiped there. Now there is two members of Polar Ace left. You can see Salt is just having to hide inside of a building though, because there's no way that XSET is going to allow them any further. Lazarus starting to make their way up on top of this hill. Boring Protocol has to fight for it. Unfortunately for them, they're already down to 2 people left. They lost Samuel earlier on. Carnage is now knocked. Acer and Spec, they're going to have to be able to bring this back. And Lazarus, they're being pretty aggressive on this. They only have 3 as well. None of these nades quite catching, though. I'm quite surprised that maybe they don't realize that there's only 2 of them left. But maybe they didn't catch earlier on in the kill feed. But they do have an opportunity to really make this push happen here before this res happens.
Yeah, but still, they're not quite confident, and there we go. That's the knock that Acer really was looking out for. He will find one knockout and instantly goes for the rest, who does realize that knock will buy him enough amount of time. And now Nova, too, against the players of Lazarus. This is something Lazarus are now looking out for. Lazarus now they're getting sandwiched between Bop and Nova, slowly and steadily moving on in. Carnage just trying to patch himself up. Bop, another wave of enemies approaching. How are they going to counter this? As Nova, they're straight up breaching against the players of Lazarus. Fierce is going to be the last glimmer of hope alive for that team. And Fierce, too, is just trying to avoid all sort of eyes at this point in time. As Bop, you currently do have the prime spot. Spec is all the way in the back all by himself. There is a nice separation going on, but Nova too, they're currently on the receiving end of things.
Oh man, there's 2 huge fights happening right now. You're right, Lazarus, Nova, Boring Protocol, and also XSET and the Panthers fighting on the other side. Of course, we want to be keeping an eye on Boring Protocol. Nova and the Panthers, honestly. Polar Ace will be out actually here. The zone does pop, and there's barely anybody inside of this next zone. The only player is really Spec from Boring Protocol, so hopefully they're going to be able to kind of hold out Nova, because then they're going to have full reign in the entire rotations from everybody else. They're going to be able to hold out people from this next zone. You can see Boring Protocol is really trying their best, tossing a lot of nades in the direction of Nova, hoping to have something catch, but it just hasn't happened just yet.
I like this play from the side of Bop. Now, Bop there's just trying to capitalize on the zone. They'll probably try to hold the edge lines, and then Bop, when they do realize Nova, they're trying to move in because the Wall of Death is just forcing. We do see it move into the play zone. Now, it's not going to wait for any sort of team, so the Panthers as well, they will need to keep the pedal to the metal. Freddy catches that net, but still gets the knock on a J-Way, even though the HP wasn't really supporting him. Freddy, we've seen this pull off some clutches from the grave, and this is what this man is capable of. And now we have XSET here, too, going for the heals, as Polo G is the only man alive, the last glimmer of hope. The Panthers as well on day 2. They're looking a whole different beast.
Oh my goodness. Panthers, we were wondering when they were going to be able to grab all their points, and it looks like they're able to at least grab a few there, but even Polo G gets another knock on a Freddy. It's just down to Huyuya left, and you can see he's trying to heal inside of that blue zone, but it is doing a lot of damage. Ooh, Polo G just peeking out of that rock there. I wondered if that was going to be the end of it, but it looks like he does make it to the safety, and he's just going to lay prone now as a solo inside of this new zone, though. So Polo G for XSET could go on ahead and survive a really long time and get that placement point if he continues to stay in. Looks like Vamp is now out. We're down to our last 4 teams in this situation, and Boring Protocol, I mean, this might be their game. Otherwise, it's them versus 4 solos.
Oh boy, well, this is probably Bop's game if somehow they just mess this one up, because they still need a breach inside the next zone. Again, that should not really be a problem, but we still have Mezexis Remix alive and Polo G inside the entire playing field so far. Polo G has taken a lot of damage indeed, though, and he does not really have a lot of meds. As we did see, he only had a couple of bandages to work around with. So Remix, too, will need to try and make it in. But no, Remix instead going for a med strat. That's quite interesting. If he wanted to go, he could have just tried to breach inside the zone and try to play it as safe as possible. But so far, Remix is trying to go for the med strat, and maybe hopefully works out for him. And he will try to go for a spoiler in the end when he just runs out of those 3 first aids that are currently left. Bob, of course, the rulers of the final zone. Let's find out how things are going to be looking like.
And I'm really curious to see if Kindness from Nova is going to be able to kind of hold on to that second place legacy with the heal strat. It looks like PUBG is actually going to deny that, yeah, or something. He's out of this one. Boring Protocol does not get that elim point, but honestly, they have 10 eliminations already. Maybe they don't need it. They're about to get a really big win for them. That's going to launch them up this leaderboard. Looks like the last member of Mezexis does try his hand at something. Gets a knock actually onto one of the members of Boring Protocol, but the rest is going to happen. And actually, Kindness is spotted out, so they will go ahead and get at least one elimination from those couple of solos at the end. Huge win from Boring Protocol. They really needed that to kickstart their day today.
Oh, they really needed that too. If I'm not wrong, they were somewhere on the latter half of the board, maybe like 9th spot or something. But yeah, Bob now, I mean, congratulations, Hot Jukes. Hot Jukes' pick was Bob, and it seems like it's going to be, yeah, it's quite a right pick. But Bob, I picked you guys yesterday. Why did you guys not pop off yesterday, man? Like, it's so weird.
Maybe different circumstances. So, I mean, we talked about it, right? Like, if you don't do well on day one, coming into day two, maybe they're feeling that fire. They're realizing, oh my goodness, we didn't do well in this situation. Finals is a completely different beast. We need to go in tomorrow with an entirely different mindset or game plan or something. And obviously, for Sanhok at least, it's working out for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely is working out, as we do have the round report. And Freddy, yeah, as I said, he was able to pop off. Indeed, the Panthers too now, putting in some numbers. And we saw Panthers do so well on the League Stage 1, if I'm not wrong, Super Weekend 1, where Panthers was absolutely able to pop off, surprising all of us. And now in the Week 3, somewhere down the line, things just came downhill. And even on day 1 of the Grand Finals, the Panthers were nowhere to be seen. But now look at them on the game 1. They're doing quite consistent. But hey, seems like after the game 1, that's going to be it from our side. Let's find out what the analysts have to say after a short break.
This is the most common noise that hits your earbuds when you go for a high-stake pot drop inside Pachinki. Shotguns are one of the most common weapons that spawn across the map, but it is also the least understood category by newbies and pros alike. Let us understand how shotguns work. The 12 gauge spreads out over distance once you shoot it from the shotgun, meaning that the further you are away from your target, the larger the spread of the bullets, which means that more of them are going to miss the opponent's hitbox. So, if the enemy is equipped with a level 2 vest, you must reduce the distance to 2 to 3 meters for a one-tap knockdown to the body. Shorter range will reduce the spread of the bullets, increasing the damage registered per shot. Furthermore, each shotgun comes with its own range. For example, the bullet spread of the DBS is much lower than the other shotguns in the game, which makes it the most dangerous shotgun in the category. Although the 1897 is the most common shotgun in the game, using it without bullet loops and a choke is not advised. These attachments are a must to increase its range and fire rate to a fairly manageable rate. The S686, on the other hand, is a favorite weapon for clutch moments in the early game. Its overpowering damage in close range has the potential to blow away 2 enemies with its 2 shells. Use the element of surprise to peek out of cover and mow down the enemy once they are closer. Unlike ARs, the spray and pray tactic doesn't work with auto shotguns like the S12K, and it's incredibly difficult to handle its continuous recoil. Most importantly, mastering shotguns is all about figuring out the timing. Especially in urban fights and situations where you are contesting drops, the shotgun can serve as a deadly secondary weapon to inflict heavy damage at close range.
That's game number 1 in the books, and it's none other than the legends, Boring Protocol, that pull out the first chicken dinner. My team to watch, by the way. That's what I'm talking about, and that is how you get it done. Of course, I got to give a big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partners here for the PMPL. And I'll tell you what, that is what they have in their system. As a matter of fact, 7 Glitters, as we bring you back into the studio, I talked to Carnage a little bit earlier before today to get a little bit of that insight, right? And I asked him, I was like, hey, yo, what's the game plan for today? And he said just one word: zone, right? Ooh. And then after that, he said more words, right? And his other words were, also, Spec had a bad day, right? Our best fragger, which won't happen 2 days in a row. And he said, impossible for a player of his caliber to have 2 bad days in a row. And I mean, hey, first chicken dinner today, That's how you do it. Let's take a look here at the match ranking so you can see exactly how everybody lined up at the end of this, and 26 much-needed points on the side of Boring Protocol. Glitter.
Yeah, that is a beautiful start for Boring Protocol. I mean, they needed that boost, so we'll have to see actually what that does, because with how close our leaderboards have been so far through finals, that actually could be a massive boost for them. Same thing for Mezexis, who was kind of up and down, not super consistent. Now with that third place 17-point game, but the second place, of course, had to go to the Heel Strat Kings in Nova Esports Summit. Only 2 elims, but still getting those 12 placement points on the board, putting them on par with the Panthers. And we got to talk about the Panthers because we haven't seen them for I don't even know how long at this point, and all of a sudden 8 elims on the board. We talked about how, they were down at the bottom of the overall, even at the beginning of the show 7, and now 14 points, higher than XSET in that first match, who also had a good performance.
Yeah, and one of the things that we're talking at the beginning of the show is we knew at some point those squads at the bottom between the Panthers and 19 Esports, one of those teams was about to pop off, and the Panthers decided to do that in comparison to how they played yesterday. WallStreetBets not being able to continue their dominance in Sanhok, as they were only able to get 4 points, and all of those 4 points coming out in regards to the eliminations. Not bad, not bad. Lazarus too, only 3 points for them, and then towards the bottom we see some big old donuts with Knights being absolutely surprised by Boring Protocol, and I think that's one of the things that changed it. And you know what? I'm gonna bring up a conversation. By the way, Drago, that was so beautiful. That was I loved seeing that shot right there and how quickly he made sure he was gonna be able to get that right here. This play, that's right, Glitter. That play right there. When we were watching it, Hajux, you said no, Knights, leave him alone.
What?
And I was saying no. You gotta go to him. This might be the confidence boost that Boring Protocol needs. And bro, it worked their way, because Boring Protocol was just a completely different animal. And what's crazier is that Knights knew that somebody was there too. So overall, Boring Protocol just better that first game. Now I want to rewind it a little bit more. You said Nova had 2 elims, Glitter? That's improvement right there.
I know.
I mean,
Come up.
yeah, the come up, right? Yesterday they got second place, 0 ilms. We got a chance to see all the healing that Koi was able to do. This time though, they switched it up. I think Koi lost the privilege of being able to be the healer for that squad, as they did move to, I think it was Kindness, right, Glitter?
It was, yeah, it was Kindness who was the one that ended up being behind that rock, healing until they were able to wait out the rest of the teams that were at the top. And one of those teams that was at the top, though, that we also need to talk about a little bit is Mezexis. Mezexis was part of that initial fight with Knights and Boring Protocol, and then make it all the way through till the end game. And considering their performance yesterday, this is a massive improvement.
It really is. And last but not least, as we are going to be looking at the top damage dealers right here. You know what? Let's go with this first. Boring Protocol, 1,800, 11 ilms. Okay. All right. This is the statement that we wanted to see out of you guys. This is how you needed to start that day too. Then on top of that, we got the Panthers. Nice conversion right there out of the Panthers with those 8 ilms, 1,100 damage. Mezexis too. This was the other team I was going to talk about. XSET. Good start to the day. That's what I wanted to see, a top 4 situation, even a top 5 situation where they were able to get elims too. I think they ended up with 5 elims, as we can see right there. 877 damage. Overall, great start to the day, and one of the reasons why I wanted to pick this team, because I want to keep an eye on them today, and hopefully they can continue to perform like that. And now we're going to be looking at the top players. Ooh.
Oh!
Hey, sir.
We haven't seen him in a minute. Glitter, Freddy?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on here. We haven't seen Panthers in general, so now we definitely haven't seen Freddy, but we've got Freddy with over 700 damage in the top elims for our top players. But I mean, Jukes, you were just saying how Carnage was saying Spec, who had a bad day, wasn't going to have a second bad day because he's too good. To be fair, these are really strong numbers, but Acer ends up beating him out with 761 damage. I mean, this is when Boring Protocol can get scary, because obviously we've been talking about Spec all season because he's literally an unstoppable force of a player. But if you get everybody else on board on the same day where they're all having strong performances, then people better watch out for Boring Protocol.
Absolutely. Not to mention, like you mentioned, that momentum, just how it helps your overall mental state. To start off with the chicken dinner, you really couldn't ask for anything more. And when it comes to XSET, that's how you do it. I mean, that's how you win championships, right? When you can't get a good circle, can't get a good position, put up some points, and when you do, pop off, and they did yesterday. So XSET's doing right what they're supposed to be doing. And now a team that didn't do that yesterday but did it here today is the Panthers, right? The Panthers had a pretty darn good start. I mean, actually a really good start compared to how they did yesterday, right? So look at there. Wow, look at the difference from today starting out yesterday, Glitter.
Listen, we are excited to talk about the Panthers because, to be fair, we've been kind of ripping on them a little bit, asking where they've been. They were non-existent yesterday. As you could see, average damage of 400 yesterday, and now almost 1,200 from this match, okay? The 8 elims from 1.67. I mean, and what's crazy is that their average survival time isn't that different,
Yes.
which means that they were alive and doing absolutely nothing yesterday. And then you compare that to today, and it is a night and day difference, 7. We love this.
It really is, and I think I'm so glad you pointed out that average survival time. 2 minutes difference, yeah, I mean, that's a bit there, but you mentioned it perfectly. They weren't doing anything with that time yesterday, and right now, it might have been that things are actually going their way. Yesterday might have not been going their way. We know what, I mean, Hajux, you said it too with Spec. Sometimes it's just not your day. At least, hey, day 2, you need it to be your day, so good job, Panthers.
Yeah, absolutely. When I look at those stats, all I see is nerfs. That's it. Yeah, because first day when I see those kind of low numbers, they just said, hey, you know what? Let's just try to get position. And then they realized, hey, you know what? That didn't get us here. We got to start fragging out. So that's how you get it started here in day number 2 in the jungle, right? Now, let's talk about the team of the hour. Boring Protocol. Of course, we have to talk about them because they popped off here, especially after their starting performance yesterday. So why don't we take a look at their average stats here for this match, and 7 just
Woohoo!
two.
Grandpa Carnage with the 4 elims. Hey, you're not retired anytime soon, my boy. 372 damage. One of the GOATs of NA. Sam L, 2 elims, 126 damage. But now, let me actually move up. Spec. Hey, I'm happy to see you again. We miss you on those top 5 players. Hopefully today, after today, we'll see you up there. 3 elims, 550 damage. But a lot of credit has to actually go to Acer. He was the one that was in a way able to keep Carnage alive, throwing all of those grenades. I mean, Glitter, we saw it during the game. We were like, whoa, where's he getting these grenades from? And it actually helped out the team big time because he was able to cause some damage to the team that was pushing. He was able to cause some knock and hold them up just enough, Hot Jukes, to the point that they were able to get third party and ultimately ended up helping out Boring Protocol.
I mean, not even mention the start, right? When the Knights came up, Acer took out 2 players of the Knights by himself. I mean, if he didn't do that, they could have been out just like that. So, I mean, that is what we want to see from Acer. It's been far too long, right? Well, let's go ahead and get into the overall leaderboards. I know that's what y'all been waiting for. Let's see how that leaderboard changed up after that last one. And look who we see on the first page now, 7.
Ooh,
Wow.
Ooh, that's right. What a jump up. Boring Protocol pushing themselves all the way up to 6th place. We see Nova Esports Knights, I mean, maintaining themselves. But people got to watch out. I mean, if they want to push for that #1 place, if XSET continues on this kind of consistency, they need to definitely watch out with XSET 111 points. WallStreetBets 2nd place 80. They're starting to build a bit of a drop off there, and I do want to see that second page, Glitter, because if any of these teams want to have a chance to even make it the top 5, it needs to start right now.
Yeah, there's no more time for mess ups or having a rough game. You're going to need some consistency out of these teams, especially the ones here. I mean, even more so 9th through 12th, really, they have still have an opportunity. Let's see if they can take it, Jukes.
Oh, let's see if they're going to be able to, and they need to do it now. Like y'all mentioned, thank you so much, 7. Thank you so much, Glitter. We're going to get match number 2 going here. Let's go ahead and bring in our casters for this one. And like they said, I think it's time. Like, we have to see nothing but good performances, especially squads from 19E, if they want to make it into the top 5. Span, Cargo, Necro, I'd love to hear your thoughts, so take it away.
Thank you so much. My thoughts, I mean, I don't disagree whatsoever, right? I mean, at this point, 2nd day, if right when we hit the halfway point, right? Actually, honestly, after the end of this game, I'd say even if you do not go on ahead and start racking up those points, getting more towards that middle portion of the whole entire leaderboard, like, I'd just be worried, honestly. How about you, Necro?
I mean, exactly. The teams that are going to be at the latter half of the board, they're going to have no room for error today. If they do make any sort of errors after this game, I mean, they still have 5 more games left, counting this Miramar in. So yeah, the room for error is going to be really slim, and hopefully these teams are not going to be making any sort of mistakes that's going to cost them on day 3. So let's find out how things are going to be looking like, right? Because you never know. There might just be one of those teams that'll absolutely pop off and will just come out on top in the first half of the board, and we'd be like, what? We did not really expect to see this sort of result at the end of the day. But 19 Esports already starting off this game on a handicap note, and they're just having 3 players in it.
Yeah, something happened. They're starting off with 3 players. Everybody else has all 4 members up, so we're gonna have to see how that's going to affect them now inside of this match.
Yeah.
Last match, they ended up getting eliminated pretty early on, I will say, kind of getting cut out, pretty spread apart from each other. So hopefully in this one, they're going to stay just a little bit closer to each other, especially since there is only going to be 3 of them to start off. So we do know that XSET currently is holding the maps of Miramar and Erangel for themselves in terms of best performances. I'm also curious if they're going to be able to continue that now that we finally got onto one of these maps here. I feel like that's really going to show us whether or not they're going to continue the pace that they're kind of been holding this entire time. But Boring Protocol as well at this point too, they need to go ahead and continue that momentum from our first match.
They indeed will need to, as we did see the planned flat path starting all the way from Campo Militar towards Valle del Mar. So teams that are not going to be having that much amount of trouble to just traverse to their drop spots. So that's what we're clearly seeing on the map so far happening. And now the Panthers, they were one of those teams that like to drop on the southern side of the entire Miramar, but this time the Panthers, where they're exactly going. As we do have Mezexis too, kind of heading towards Los Leones, but again, a southern circle. This is exactly what we saw yesterday too. But look at the Panthers, a huge capitalization and a huge improvisation, as they're not going to be dropping on the southern side of Los Leones. Instead, they're dropping in Valle del Mar. That means they will rack up a bit more loot, because what we saw Panthers doing this entire season is Panthers, they were just dropping on small little compounds in the map of Miramar and racking up their loot. But now they're going for a city, so this is interesting.
And honestly, with the position that they have, that's going to be a beautiful rotation into this next zone.
Yeah.
Not going to lie. I mean, they're just going to be able to stay on that southern side, use those main roads, and just get on over there. Everybody else, especially far to the northern side, they're going to have a little bit more of an issue getting into this one. I love these kinds of zones. I did not get to cast the one yesterday where it went far down to the southern side, so I'm saying it now. I love to see it, because honestly, all of that terrain down there where on the map it gets a little bit darker, it is just insane in terms of the ridges or just really random terrain that's down there, and that really calls for some huge map knowledge from these teams. Like, they have to know where everything is, just so they can check their course, check all their ridges, make sure that they're going to be safe, make sure that they have places to rotate into, and it's just really interesting to watch.
And yeah, this is what these sort of zones really do, is that these sort of zones just pushes these teams to shift out of their comfort zone. And I do want to see, yesterday we saw, I mean, quite great plays from a lot of teams, and I do want to see now how the improvisation is going to be done. 4Pros as well, in this sort of a similar circle, they had quite a decent performance, as we do see them dropping near Chumacera. So I do want to see, are they going to be able to replicate what they did yesterday in this one too? Because again, it's going to be quite tough. 4Pros is one of those teams that's not looking that hot in the overall rankings. So even they will need a great start for at least day 2. As we do know, day 2, I personally like to call day 2 a day of comebacks, and we might just witness one.
That's true. That's true. I mean, it has to be today, if any day, right? Because tomorrow I feel like it'll just be a little bit too late. I feel like out of all the matches, all the events that I've seen, only a couple of teams have really been able to kind of make some sort of a comeback coming in from the last game. And of course, not even making it to the very, very tippy top of the leaderboard. So it's today where it really all has to happen if they're going to make some sort of turnaround. And then tomorrow, of course, they have to actually continue that momentum. The longer they wait to do better, the more harder, the more difficult it's going to be every single match moving forward, of course. So this Miramar, I'm pretty excited, I will say, because we already talked about it. XSET already has huge stats when it comes to Miramar and Erangel. There's a couple specific teams we want to keep an eye on. This is a good circle. And as of right now, though, we just have to go ahead and wait it out. We're hitting that 4 minutes and 30 seconds, though. This is where all those early rotations are definitely going to be coming into play. And if we take a look at the minimap, it looks like we're already getting some movements from a couple of teams.
We are. The Panthers, they just got some basic loot from Valle Del Mar. Now they're already on a move. Great capitalization, quick, I mean, if you'd like to call it, quick rotation, proactiveness being shown from the side of the Panthers. And as I said, the Panthers is one of those teams that is really well familiar with those southern territories because they do drop there. They know how to play around it. So the Panthers now, they're going to be rotating inside the zone and then going for the loot because they already know what their preferred spots are. So the Panthers, indeed, it's like the zone shifting right in their hometown. As we do have the players of Nova currently just out in the open, and that's not a good place, but still Koi somehow is alive. Remix missing a lot of shots. If he wanted to go for a knock, he definitely could have. He could have just aimed at the driver's seat and waited for Koi to just sit inside. But yeah, Remix just missing those shots, but it's okay. He was able to dish out quite a lot of damage, so that's going to push Nova in a lot of discomfort.
Yeah, they're just wanting to make sure that they're not going to get anywhere near them. This is their side of Los Leones. Hopefully Nova won't come anywhere near them. But last time, actually, we saw a huge fight happen between the Knights and Nova, and it kind of looks like they're making very similar rotations, right? They're right next to each other on this huge road. Already a couple of shots actually being exchanged between the two, but it does look like the Knights will find a little bit of cover with these compounds on the opposite sides of these roads. Nova still kind of figuring out where they're going to end up, what they're going to call home for this next circle. They're just waiting for it to shift at this point so they get a little bit more information because it's still, of course, way too early to call where the best position is. They're just honestly traversing into the unknown as of right now. It seems like they're trying to be a little bit careful, making sure they're not just fully sending it into a location, but they're definitely taking a bit of damage, and now they're actually really split. Koi, he's out here all by himself, leaving the rest of his team at the previous compound.
Shifan right there from the side of Nova. And yeah, this is something that really happened. So in week 3, we saw Rin playing in the place of Shifan, and now Shifan again is back inside the grand finals. So Nova, they're doing quite okay, currently sitting on top of the board, somewhere in the top 5. Don't exactly remember their placements, but yeah, Nova, they're doing quite good. But we did see Rin as well playing the week 3, and I personally felt like when Rin was inside the Nova squad, they were a bit more thirsty.
Potentially, but they're still otherwise playing their usual Nova strat, right? I mean, they're huge split coming in on this first circle, making sure that they have as much territory as possible, waiting for this next zone to pop. And I'm still very concerned about that, actually. I'm a little bit worried that one of them is going to be caught off guard, especially Koi, by an entirely different team. So he needs to be playing this entire thing really safe. Love to see XSET now making their way on inside of this zone and them jumping up periodically, taking a little bit of a scope in on what's in front of them. They definitely want to make sure that they're not going to be making any sort of a dangerous rotation in here. They know that they're a little bit later than everybody else, so they really have to be taking this cautiously. And honestly, I mean, I already said it, Miramar, there's so many ridges, so many compounds, so many small locations that so many teams can be playing, that luckily that means, 1, everybody should be able to fit into this, but 2, the scouting is just even more vital for these guys.
It indeed is quite vital. Godfan just boosting himself up, the Chosen. Another one of those teams that's not really looking that good in the overall rankings. And we talk about slim room for error. The Chosen is in one of those teams as well, so they cannot really make a lot of mistakes in day 2. Day for comeback, and if you're going to miss your chance out on that, then day 3, it's going to be way too pressurizing, and we might just see the Chosen or any other team that are currently in the bottom half of the board just crack under the pressure, as we do see the next circle. And I mean, so far teams, they're just waiting for the next circle shift to hit the deck, because every single team is just centralizing on up towards Los Leones, and we probably will start seeing a lot of clashes soon.
For sure. There's definitely going to be like a kill zone potentially in this game. A couple of teams still need to make it on in. WallStreetBets and Dope coming into the circle right as it's going to pop, and actually it's going to continue to be down to the southern side. You can see BTOWN all alone down there, so they're going to be able to pick a pretty good spot and a compound down on the southern side of these zones. I don't know how much more movement, honestly, we're going to see from everybody else, because otherwise people are pretty well packed in here on this western side of this new zone. I don't even know how much wiggle room they do have to make any sort of a movement happen, even if they want to. Does look like our first elimination will go off. Chuan getting getting that one for his team. And no, for the Panthers, I mean, it's just a big old fight. At this point, this is where people are going to want very specific locations for themselves, getting a bit more knowledge on where the zone is starting to kind of send itself. And Koi, oh no, this is what I was worried about, getting in a fight all by himself with the Panthers. I mean, so far he's doing well for himself, getting an actual knock onto him. Oh, but luckily you can see the rest of his team quickly making it over here as fast as possible to try and provide that support. Lazarus and the Knights also getting a fight up on top of this church as well. Joey currently down as of right now. Looks like Fear is trying to get yet another knock onto at least one members of the Knights. Chico, but Chico, he's prepping those nades, and it's huge. Coops getting the knock on a Purge. That means Lazarus, it looks like it's only down to 2 people left, and Chico, he's going to take that as his opportunity to get closer, using the smoke as his hidden advantage here. Oh, the Ghost of Fletch unfortunately doesn't get down. Another knock onto this. Does look like Coops is going to be able to kind of help out. All of the Knights should be able to make a big push on it at this point. A lot of Molotovs coming through, doing a ton of damage. And Lazarus, though, will be able to take down one at least, but Kaseki, I feel like both of them, it's only a matter of time before they're out.
But still, both these teams are taking quite a lot of hits so far in this fight. Knights as well, they're down to a 2-man squad. Lazarus too, it's a 2-on-2 situation for so far in this compound. And oh boy, who's going to come out on top in this one? It's quite tough to make any sort of calls. The nade crawls quite close, but not really getting any sort of knockouts just so far. Was able to deal quite a lot of damage though. Tensa as well, trying to move on out from the outskirts. Lazarus, do they have any sort of clue what's going on around them? Lazarus as well, they're trying to eye stuff out. Finally did spot out Coops in that little window. Kaseki is not going to fall back. They do have the vehicles as well if they do want to go for a disengage. And if they do go for a disengage, then that would be a mature decision. But I'm still pretty sure these two teams are quite stubborn and they won't disengage from this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure. They definitely tossed out that smoke to provide them some sort of cover, and I was kind of wondering if it was to take some sort of a vehicle and start making a disengage, but it does look like they're setting up at this point. I mean, they saw where one person is, but they don't know where the second is, right? And that is a scary thing. Coops will be spotted out, though, taking down to half HP. Oh, man, if Kaseki hits this Molotov, it's not going to be good for Coops. It does look like he will be able to heal on up, though, so he is, in fact, fine. This feels kind of like a stalemate. Honestly, the only thing that turned this around potentially is Tenza's position. Lazarus has no idea that he is here. Now he has a perfect opportunity to take this fight because both of them are right in front of him. One of them goes inside the building. He will take that opportunity onto the second, but Kaseki actually gets the trade to come through, going for the flush as well. He knows that there's only one member of the Knights left, and Coops, he is moving over as fast as possible. Fear's definitely giving Kaseki the information that he needs. He's about to toss this nade. Let's see if Coops going to be able to hit it. And he does. Coops will be able to eliminate Lazarus, but now he is the last member up for the Knights. He is just beside the zone, but it's going to be hard for him to continue on the rest of this match.
Los Leones Circle, let's go. An urban ending. This is what I like to see, baby. I'm up for this one. But yeah, Knights, they still need to try to make it in. Coops is the only man alive. So unfortunately, the team that I was going to be eyeing out for today, they're not really having the greatest of the start so far. They're already having some rough games. But we do have the players of the Panthers. Now they will need to try and make a really critical rotation as quick as possible because Polar is currently on top of the hilltops. And the Panthers, they're barely making it inside the next zone on the edge. And that's definitely not a position that the Panthers like to be in.
Oh boy. At this point, everybody is going to be sending it into Los Leones, as you mentioned. It is centering around there, and honestly, there's a couple of specific areas inside of this city that teams particularly like to set up, right? So we're starting to see them slowly make their way on in, trying to grab those positions for themselves, and that means this game is going to be pretty long, if I do say so, because usually when it comes to city endings, people are going to be able to stay alive until the very, very end, because people can just stay alive right next to each other, right? There's a lot of hardcover, a lot of buildings and places for people to kind of be surviving inside of. So all these guys are going to have to play that carefully and just know that any big movements that they make is definitely going to be watched. A couple of other fights popping off at this point, especially as these rotations go by. But the big fights, honestly, I think we're going to see mostly towards the southern and western side of this map.
Mezexis 2 is still here. You're here. Just scouting out the areas in the front. No one spotted so far. 4 bros, they're also taking a little bit of damage onto themselves. One of the players gets knocked out. You do see on the minimap. And Coops just making a really safe rotation all the way from the outskirts of the zone, trying to move inside and just trying to find as safe as a spot as possible. Coops definitely it's going to be quite tough for this man to avoid all sort of eyes, because somewhere down the line he will probably meet some teams. Just waiting for that engagement to happen, as we do have the players of 4Pros against HQA, and 4Pros not really in the best of spots as Leon goes down, but again, Leon will be instantly flushed too. 4Pros now down to a 3-man squad, but Cross 2 is taking quite a lot of damage. HQA being a little too impatient in this one, but this time still they're able to flip things around.
Nice knock onto HQA, of course. Oh, King Pig, he did have that angle as Russ was kind of peeking on over there, but it looks like he really needed to reload his gun. That's why he had to go ahead and back off. Russ is trying to prep the nade in front of that vehicle, gives King Pig the opportunity to make the push to happen, and enough damage does, in fact, the knock. Now it's just Masters OP, and King Pig knows exactly where he is. No. Once again, on the back of a vehicle, he will just be able to get it. 4Bros is eliminated. King Pig being able to take down the rest of HQA all by himself. That is a huge play for them, honestly, in getting elimination points and being able to survive longer. But now, as a solo, oh man, that was just a great play from him, but he has to honestly continue.
Yeah. What's going on with 4Pros, man? So many mistakes from their side. That fight, too, just not really able to win those 4-on-4 engagements, and HQA just having a clear upper edge in that one. King Pig just pulling up huge in that fight. Great clutch from its side indeed, as we do have the next circle shift again, shifting right on top of the Los Leones. There's still a little bit of compounds on the outskirts, or a little bit of warehouses, if you like to call it, where Coops can try to hide and just snake around. As you do know, snake it till you make it, Coops. As long as you're able to get a great placement point for your team and get the consistency flowing, that's all that matters.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It also looks like yet another fight. Vamp, though. Vamp and XSET kind of on top of each other. Oh, that beautiful nade from Cube side. Oh, all the angles. That is such a hype moment there. All the angles watching that nade pop off. I mean, Cubes, he was just perfectly tracking him, honestly. He's still alive down there. There's still 2 solos, actually. It's him and King Pig over on the western side of the zone, both chilling out, just waiting for their entrance inside of the city, but taking it slow for now, which is exactly what they need to be doing. Dope and Bop, though, opposite, right? They're inside of the city. They know the positions that they want to protect, and they're just full out fighting for it. Boring protocol, honestly. One of them being spread out makes me a tiny bit nervous. I mean, he is all alone by himself, taking a big fight against all 3 members of Dope here. So, but it's Spec, so knowing Spec, he's probably going to be fine, unless WallStreetBets coming from the northern side is going to mess it up even more.
Things might be messed up indeed. XSET slowly and steadily edging their way in, moving in all the way from the down south, as we do have now 2 teams clashing against each other. A little brawl between the players of Mezexis and 19 Esports. One of the players getting spotted out. Remix wants to go for the knock, but Rat 2 is just too quick on his feet. He's not going to be knocked out just yet, but Rat finally will be taken down. As a great capitalization from the side of Mezexis. Where is the rest of the 19 Esports squad? They're quite scared to peek out. Indeed, confidence issues, as you do take a look at Alucard all the way in the uplines. He's not going to try to go for a clear engagement. Instead, play things out as safe as possible.
Oh man, this center building right here is going to be really interesting to watch later on, especially as both these teams are inside of it, just on the opposite sides. I mean, this is such a strange building, right? And there is such a huge opportunity for some pretty crazy angles inside of this building, I will say. So we're going to have to keep an eye on what 19 Esports and Mezexis are going to be doing on the opposite sides of these buildings here. And they still have to be careful, because just beside them, honestly, there are a couple of teams that if they hear fighting, they usually go on ahead and make the move, right, Necro? I mean, Nova, we got Boring Protocol. Usually when they hear fights, they want to go on ahead and do something about it. The only difference is if this is Sanhok, that would just be a for sure push. Happen now inside of a city, like any sort of movement is just a tiny bit scarier. So I'm curious to see if they hear a huge fight, if they're going to make any sort of a big push happen. But as of right now, it actually looks like Nova is taking a lot of damage from a fight that they're participating elsewhere. XSET down to their southern side, they're definitely aware of a lot of big, scary people kind of surrounding their position.
And again, city ending means there's quite a lot of paranoia setting in too, because you never know in which window there's going to be a guy just taking that third person's perspective and waiting for you to just step out of your house and just easily mow you down, right? So at urban endings, it just gets so tough for every single team that's currently playing in here. But the next circle is going to shift right in the center. That means Mezexis and 19 Esports currently in a decent spot. Bop 2, they'll need to try and make it in. BTOWN as well in an okay spot. Nova, again, they currently do have a little bit of lower ground to play around, but again, it's okay if they keep their heads tucked in. This was the fight that happened previously. A couple of replays of how things really did go down.
I mean, we're at the point as well that inside of the city, right, there's just going to be so many small altercations in every single point of the map that we're not going to be able to catch it all. That is just a for sure fact. There's going to be so many small position movements, just big fights that are going to start happening, people kind of picking each other off one by one. That's going to be hard to see any of it. And honestly, what this does promote a tiny bit, though, is that a lot of teams will hopefully be able to get a lot of eliminations each, right? Like, they'll kind of share the eliminations more than just having some top heaviness. As of right now, we got a couple people 2-2, but Vamp making the big push onto BTOWN. They want this position inside of the zone, and they're going to take it from a huge flush coming through onto BTOWN. They are out, but honestly, unfortunately, Vamp did lose one as well. Jimmy and Bolty now the last two up for BTOWN. They're a little bit further inside of this building. Unfortunately, couldn't help out their teammate, but Vamp, they're so hurt just GodV being left. This could be a potential easy flush for them, but they're just waiting it out, just continue to try and be cautious.
BTOWN and Vamp, both these teams are not really that confident in their firepower, so again, this fight is quite awkward indeed, as we do have GodV again going for the rest. Jimmy still not able to capitalize on what things going on around him, as we do have Boring Protocol just taking some shots in the front as well. And this time it's going to be Dope on the receiving end. Boring Protocol is definitely not a team you want to fight against if I am Dope. So Dope, they are still trying to give it as much as fight that's left currently in the Menace as well, you do see. But this stalemate that we have currently in front of us, Jimmy definitely does know now there's two players in the front, and now he will need to find out a way on how to counter this.
Okay, prepping the nade. Let's see if that's going to be able to do any damage, but also the Chosen, WallStreetBets, they're also using utility of their own right next to each other. We already talked about how there's going to be so many people right up against each other, and all these fights are going to be pretty difficult. It does look like Gachi at this point knows that WallStreetBets somewhere inside of this compound, but does not want to push in just yet, especially with that smoke kind of covering any sort of sight lines. It's making it difficult for a fight, honestly, to actually start happening. You don't want to go on ahead and push in without any information. Looks like GodG is going to start pushing away, though, because the rest of the Chosen, they're making a big rotation around WallStreetBets. I guess if they're like, well, we're not going to go on ahead and make the dangerous decision to push on in there, we're just going to make a rotations around them to try and get inside of this next zone. First Frost, though, a little bit of a rough position. 2K tossing a huge nade that actually could get the knock potentially. It will do a lot of damage, taking him down to half HP, and a huge jump scare actually coming through from GodG. Beautiful push, honestly, getting the kill, the elimination onto 24K. That means this is only 2 members left from WallStreetBets.
As you did mention, just 2 players left. Stevo and Drago's already being knocked out. That means now it's all down to Stevo. Stevo's still trying to fight back and hold its compound as a solo man defender again. Is he going to be able to do so against the 2 players of the Chosen? The Chosen definitely do want to breach on in. GodG getting the confirmation onto Drago. Now Stevo's going to be the only glimmer of hope alive for WallStreetBets in this one. These urban endings, man, sometimes they do get so crazy. 2 players right underneath. GodG just peeking out over and over again, teasing Stevo that maybe he will try to go for a push, but GodG now repositioning. The Chosen as well just moving all along. Stevo will need to try and make it in because they do see the play zone as well slowly and steadily closing on in. That means even WallStreetBets, they cannot stay in this spot for any longer.
Oh man, Stevo, you can see that he only has 1 first aid left, so he's trying to use those bandies just to give himself a tiny bit more health. He knows that the Chosen is holding him out, though. This window's going to be dangerous, trying to get any sort of smoke out there at all. Drop comes through, but might have seen that with the positioning. Yeah, he was spotted out, doing a little bit of more damage to Stevo back inside of the building, but it's only a matter of time before, yep, there we go. The elimination does come through. Vamp is out, and the zone, though, is closing. So the Chosen now has to push into Mezexis. WallStreetBets is out as well. Down to the southern side is actually just complete chaos.
What do we do?
XSET goes down, and Nova, Polar Ace, and Knights all are still down to the southern side, needing to push each other.
Oh, Coops just 1v2'd that team right there. Great job from the side of Coops, a solo man to survive, as we did see Knights taking quite an early hit. So Knights still doing a great job surviving so far, as we do have Mezexis now in front of our screens. All 4 players up. Inactive is quite damaged, though. Do want to see how Mezexis are going to try to pull this one off as GodG gets spotted. Chosen, now they're going to be quite handicapped. The Yons almost went for the instant thirst, but look at First Frost's position still not compromised. He's hiding right behind this little pillar, and First Frost, there we go. He will be snuffed out and instantly flushed, as so Knights as well followed up.
Oh man, and now we're down to just 5 teams left. Nova, they're going to be able to hold down everybody from the southern side, so they cleaning it all up down there. They now are in control of this entire side of their little road here, but they now have the huge challenge of needing to cross it. And anywhere that they cross it, they're going to either run into BTOWN or Mezexis. The zone does shift though, and they're just barely inside of this next zone, so maybe they don't have to move just yet. It's really boring protocol. BTOWN are going to have to figure out their big movements, and they're going to be making a rotation right into 19 Esports, right into Mezexis. And Nova, honestly, they might be in the lucky position where if nobody pushes them, they might just be able to get involved in the very last fight.
19 Esports still here. As all the players, again, they're not really looking that great so far. Indeed, the manpower is not something that's working in their favor. So 19 Esports will need to figure out a way to stop this entire flood that's coming their way. It's the flood of Mezexis, as they do hear them moving on in. Even Mezexis now, they're going to be quite paranoid on how to challenge this situation, because Peralta is on a prowl indeed, as we do have 19 Esports taking a little bit of backstep in this fight, being as cautious as possible. Nova, a 4-man strong team, they're barely making it in the edge.
I like that Nova is playing this a little bit slow. They know that there's no point in them making any sort of rotation, so they're holding the southern side, waiting for people to make those rotations. This nice knock onto Jimmy there. I mean, they saw the smokes, they knew somebody was coming, and that's exactly what they need to be doing to protect that southern side, because otherwise, like I said, they're just going to be driving everybody's rotations up to the northern side for them to deal with later. It does look like BTOWN did continue to try, though, sending it on over with a vehicle, but that they will be stopped. They will be taken out, and now it is just down to 4 teams left. 1 member left for 19 Esports versus all of Mezexis. That's going to be a pretty difficult fight for him. And while they're distracted by that last member of 19 Esports, that is honestly Boring Protocol's opportunity to start making the rotation. There's just a huge opening, though, that as you can see, it's just making Mezexis and Nova just rip them apart inside of this smoke.
They are Boring Protocol. They falter down, and now it's 19 Esports. Alucard moving on, and Alucard instantly taken down as well. 19 Esports out the gate in this game. Now it's down to just 2 teams alive. Knights versus, or Nova versus Mezexis. Again, Nova, they've been looking quite phenomenal so far. All 4 players up. Mezexis, they do want to get the follow man back up, though. And the zone is equally shifted on both these teams' courts. So I do want to find out now how they're going to be playing this out, because the land in the front is quite open.
Oh my goodness, I like to see that Nova, while that last fight with Boring Protocol is happening, they decide to push on up. Now they have the very edge of this small wall here, right? And they have to just wait for Mezexis to leave. But with this zone pushing up even further to the northern side, neither team honestly is really inside of this zone, but there's a potential that Mezexis will be able to stay inside of the building longer. However, it looks like they only have 1 exit. It's that tiny little door. That means Nova, they're honestly being able to push just completely free here. There's nothing that Mezexis can do. No windows, no other doors, no anything. So now Nova, they're in complete control of Mezexis and what else they do here. My next question, though, is will Mezexis try to pour out of these doors and try to take this fight with Nova, or are they really just going to wait for that blue zone to completely close?
Ooh, the smoke, though, is something that might just be a little problematic for Nova, because Nova, again, the confidence in this fight is definitely quite a lot. They're looking pretty hungry for blood, too, as Mezexis, so far, they haven't heard any sort of footsteps from the side of Nova. So Mezexis, they do not really want to take any chances. They are slowly and steadily moving around inside this one, as we do want to find out where the next circle is going to be shifting. And again, it's going to be shifting right on top of these 2 teams. So nothing really much can be said so far. Nova now just going for some shots here, over here and there. They're able to pepper some shots down. Mezexis too, they're just trapped inside this one little building. And QZZ finally makes a push inside, but unfortunately he was all by himself, and Nova now down to a 3-man squad.
Oh my goodness. I cannot believe the Mezexis is all still alive. The push comes through. Koi all by himself. He's going to try to do some damage here. He does be able to take down 1, 2, but unfortunately he gets knocked as well. Nova, though, they still have 2 members up strong. Kindness, actually, now the last one alive. It's a 1v1. Some huge damage on either side. Kindness only at 1 HP. Stepping inside the zone. That's not going to be good, but luckily he still gets it with the drop shot. You're right. He's able to take it with like 1 HP. Nova, winner, chicken dinner, and a good amount of elimination points to boot.
Yeah, great showing, man, from the side of Nova. And now, I mean, they're probably going to be toppling off Knights in that overall charts, and now I do want to see how Nova are going to be playing things out in the future lines too, because considering the fact that day 2 I thought maybe the latter half of the board is going to be stepping things up, but it's Nova now just carrying the torch forward. They were looking pretty solid in the overall rankings already, and now XSET, they will need to watch out because Nova will try to eye out that first spot.
Oh man, you're right. It's honestly just making the very top of this leaderboard even more interesting, right? Every single time another team goes on ahead and does well, while the top couple of teams get taken out early, we need to have more matches just like that. Kindness, though, being able to grab the most elimination and highest damage for this match, doing a huge, just great job for his team. Honestly, Nova played that entire ending of the game perfectly, being patient, knowing when to push, knowing when they had the advantage on Mezexis. Just textbook greatness. I'm a little bit sad that it came down to a 1v1, but that intensity was there, and that was great. You gotta fight to your very last health.
I mean, hey, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of happy about the circle though. Ending inside Los Leonos, those are one of the most rarest circle, and that's what we got to witness. But hey, it seems like that's gonna be it from our side after that Miramar game. Let's find out what the analyst desk have to say after that off that circle after this short break.
Erangel. The fictional island, brewed around the Cold War era, has become a second home for all the survivors who have stepped on the battlegrounds. Erangel is synonymous to PUBG Mobile, and it's the oldest and most played map of the game. This 8x8 map features a uniquely familiar landscape, including everything from lush rolling hills, rocky mountains, farmlands to urban sprawls, and industrial outposts. And it is this variety, in terms of competitiveness, versatility, and flexibility, that makes it so much fun to play. From the dense urban areas of Georgopol, Yasnaya Polyana, and Pachinki, to the more spread out points of interest, such as Severny, Milta, and Ferry Pier. The map loves to throw you off the game with sudden zone shifts and unpredictable circles. This slow yet tense gameplay throughout the match makes it a heaven for the fans of the original Battleground experience.
You see, it is Xenox, one of the best CQC players in the game, secures the point. He's an MVP, he's going, he's hungry, and he gets the squad wipe! And he gets the squad wipe!
The isolated military base to the south of the map is a challenge in itself, with only 2 bridges to and from the location. While swimming and boats may seem like natural options, they can also be incredibly risky, and teams are likely to be sitting ducks while in the water. Although the central part of the map is a comfortable landing point, areas like Skul, Rozhok, and Pachinki can get extremely crowded, offering both positioning and loot. Most locations are connected by a vast road network, and the farmlands and plains are easily traversable if you have the right vehicles. Thus, traveling around the map is a smooth experience, and picking fights becomes much easier. With lots of cover for players to use, mid-range fights and urban warfare is quite common. Slamming into enemy compounds using vehicles is the bread and butter of competitive gameplay. Erangel also supports a diverse set of buildings, and the correct parkour skills can be used to outsmart and outmaneuver the enemies. In simple words, mastering Erangel is mastering PUBG Mobile in itself, because this map offers the best of all worlds.
Welcome back, everybody. Of course, before we get started, I gotta give a big thank you to none other than Monster Energy, our official energy drink partners here in the PMPL. Let's go ahead and bring Seven and Glitter back into the fold. Guess who ended up getting that one? It's Nova with the huge chicken dinner. Glitter, I know that had to hype you up, huh?
It was about time, okay? Yes. I was tired of the heal strats. They were working and getting points, but I was tired of it. I wanted to see the Nova we had become accustomed to seeing throughout the entire season, and this is just the beginning. 12 elims, 15 placement points because of that chicken dinner, and they end up with 27 points. But to be fair, Seven, there were so many other squads that were having really strong performances. I mean, Mezexis yet again up in a top spot and going up against Nova in that last fight there at the end. 9 elims. Boring Protocol, Jukes, gotta be stoked again. Consistency out of Boring Protocol. And 7, Untitled Esports. What? I mean, no elims, but 10 points? That's something, okay? We asked for them to step it up, and they did.
Yeah, nobody wants to be making it to the finals and end up in last place. And I'm pretty sure 19 Esports with some of the veteran players, especially Alucard, a player that was one of the best teams of NA going to 19 Esports, he does not want to be in last place. And then we go here to this page, the Panthers, 4 points. Okay, the Panthers. And then we have, ladies and gentlemen, the great stare down that we got a chance to see. Vamp with only 2 ilms, WallStreetBets there with 1 point, X at 1 point. And this is actually good. This is going to allow some of the other teams like Nova, what we just saw, be able to catch up. And I'm pretty sure once we get a chance to see that overall, it's going to be looking different. One team that you did mention there, Glitter, that we have to point out, because today, I feel like, I don't know what happened. Honestly, I don't know what kind of monster energy they're drinking right now. Mezexis, what are you on? Like, this was a team that we didn't really get a chance to talk about yesterday. I think coming into today, they started in 10th place. They have had now a 3rd place finish in Sanhok. And right now, they were able to back it up, as you were saying, 2nd place finish with 9 ilms. Like, this is not just some one-off performances in just a match, right? At this point, if I'm one of those teams currently fighting for those extra points, I got to be a little bit aware of that, Glitter. I'm going to be a little bit worried, honestly, if I go up against Mezexis.
Absolutely, especially when you take into consideration that for Mezexis, with the exception of the last game, these first 2 matches of the day were actually some of their worst performances. And then they kind of warmed up a little bit, but they didn't do anything fantastic. So if this is how they're starting off the day, when these were yesterday their worst performances, that is another scary factor, like you're saying, for those teams that are fighting for their way into the top 5. And with Knights doing okay. I mean, they're still getting those elims on the board, but we're not seeing as many placement points out of them. Overall, it's going to be a scary place, okay? Points are going to be shifting around. People are closing gaps, and there weren't even that many gaps really to begin with the exception of like 1st to 2nd. From there, everything was actually pretty close. So, I mean, we said that these teams were going to be fighting for it. And even in that final fight that we just saw there, it was almost Mezexis' fight. So, it was so close.
Wow.
Ooh, too close.
Yeah, we're talking about Mezexis, and honestly, this is the reason why. Like, it's not just a thing that they're going for placements. Look at their damage. Yeah, Nova, 2,300 damage, 12 ilms, but Mezexis is just a big surprise for me. 2,100, 9 ilms, and then we go down in Hot Jukes. I know you're definitely going to be happy about this one. Boring Protocol, the team that you picked to watch today, 1,400 damage with 7 ilms, and then we got Knights. I'm actually surprised Knights was able to do all of this, considering that most of the players got caught in the late rotation by Lazarus. I don't think they were expecting that whatsoever, but it's good to see that, you know what, at least they were able to salvage some points in regards to placement and also in regards to ilms there by Coops at the end. Overall, just some big surprises, and I'm really intrigued to see if maybe Mezexis can continue on this trend. During our conversations, during the matches, I was saying, okay, I kind of want one of those crazy teams that is currently between maybe 12 and 16 to just pop off today, just to spice things up. And boy, Mezexis, you're doing that right now.
Man, that ending was spicy. That was so close. I mean, I wish you guys could have heard the green room, just hear Glitter screaming at the top of her lungs there. That was insane. So you know what? I want to take a look at that fight one more time between Nova versus Mezexis. Look at this breakdown. Break it down for me, Seven.
Yeah, and with this one, Glitter, you heard me say, you know what? I don't mind Nova going in here because of how aggressive they were. But boy, did those words backfire on me, because we've been saying it. It was just so much closer than I thought it was going to be.
Well, I think what happened is, you know, Koi had gotten that initial knock. I think it was Koi on that off angle, and then they waited a little bit too long to really go for that push. So by the time they did go in, it was a fair fight, and you can see that Koi actually did a lot of work when he got pushed by the entire team right at that tree. Somehow, with Shifan off to the side, and then with Kindness there to kind of close everything up, had to clutch up, and you can see that reflected here in the numbers from this last match. I mean, Kindness with over 800 damage, the 6 elims, 4 knockouts across the board. Koi over 700, QZ over 500. Shifan's coming in at the 200 mark, but I mean, this is still a crazy performance. And what's even crazier, Seven, is that it's not QZ. Not that the other players weren't capable, but that we've talked about QZ almost to exhaustion, and he's still getting good numbers. But now Koi stepping up, Kindness doing better than both of them. And this is what we want to see out of Nova.
Yeah, the reason why is because, I mean, just look at the eliminations here, right? You see that pop off in 9, but they were just being a little bit too consistent in regards to those low numbers, 2, 2, and 2. And then you see the big step up of that last match right there with the 12. I would like to see their placements, though, because that's always been a consistent thing with Nova.
Wow.
But they have been a little bit inconsistent. They haven't been that Nova that we've been expecting. So it's good to see them now starting to go on an uptrend. You see that 1 point, 2 points, 6 points, 12 points, and now 15 points. So definitely a much different Nova, a Nova that we actually wanted to see, a Nova that we're kind of used to talking about. These are the numbers that we expect. And I know it would be irrational of me to think that they're going to be able to continue on that uptrend. I mean, I wouldn't mind it, Nova. I want to put that out there. But as long as they can find a nice middle ground here where they're able to still collect maybe top 5 finishes with some elims and maintain themselves there within the top 3, it's going to be great to watch.
It's going to be great to watch indeed. And why don't we go ahead and watch where all these teams ended up here at the end of this last match. Let's pull up the overall leaderboards. And oh, they start to see things shake up big time, Glitter.
Okay, and this is what I was kind of hinting to. I didn't really know what was going to happen, but XSET's still holding on to that first place spot. Nova, though, now is no longer one of the only teams without the chicken dinner here on this first page, and they are finally able to jump above WallStreetBets, holding on at second place. They actually have a decent lead over WallStreetBets now. Knights actually dropping down a little bit. I mean, 7. There's so much to talk about here.
There really is. Boring Protocol, we saw what they were able to do. I mean, this was a team that came into 9th place today, and now we have some of the craziest stuff here. We saw the Panthers starting to like have a good performance in that first Sanhok that we watched, but they're still currently be here in the second page in 12th place. 19 Esports, even though they did have a good performance in regards to placement points, it just hasn't been good enough. So hopefully they can continue on that uptrend, but I think we got to keep a close eye on those top 5 because, boy, it is getting close. If you remember how much of a nail biter that last Super Weekend was, guess what? We have a lot of teams fighting for those top 5 right now.
Oh, yes, we do. So many squads. I mean, it's so crazy to see how close this has gotten. And not to mention when we talk about the Knights, right? This one squad we expected to really just see an absolute landslide with. You know, I think we're starting to see a little shakiness here and there. But what do you think, Seven? Where do you think they're sitting at?
See, man, what's crazy is that we have them on this different category that we've been talking about, right? That's what's going on with Knights. Right now, 4th place, 78 points. Yes, it's not where we want them to see. We want to see them in 1st place, but you know what? For having a bad day, I'll give it to you guys. And right now, Coop's there with 3 elims, 486. Xenox, Chico, hopefully they'll be able to step it up in a big way here in the next couple matches because this team is still a major contender.
I think so. I talked to Xenox here earlier today, and he said that he was feeling it today. So hopefully he was feeling it after this match, right? So hopefully we'll see it kick in here in the other later half of today. Thank you so much, Glitter. Thank you so much, Seven. We're going to go ahead and bring in our casters here once again. Thank you guys so much for watching. Show some love in the chat for our amazing casters, Zute and Necro. Take it away, guys.
All right, thank you, Hot Jukes. Well, I'm here on the show now. Things are definitely heating up. You gotta love the finals, Necro. We got the Los Leones zone. We've seen so many Miramar matches. Never got a crazy zone like that one. And coming into the finals, back-to-back non-stop action, exciting games, and exciting circles, man.
I mean, indeed, exciting circles, and you know, Zoo, I always wanted to see that Los Leones circle. I used to keep on mentioning it. I'm like, I just want to see that circle end towards Los Leones. And finally, I see that happening in the grand finals, and well, I really want to see those, but this time I do want to see, are we going to be seeing a little military circle? Because that's the only thing I want to see in the grand finals so far, as we do have the plane flight path starting all the way from Georgia Pool towards Nova Repnoy. A plane flight path, indeed, teams won't really have that big of a trouble to make it to their designated drop spots. But again, I also do want to tell you something, because we are seeing a lot of teams, right, just improvising a lot of their drop spots, and that's what we saw in the game of Sanhok too. A team doing that, BTOWN just not really dropping in towards that top left island, instead just improvising and dropping all the way towards Kampong. So I do want to see a little bit of improvisations here and there too, because that can also bring in so much spice in the game.
Yeah, we're like getting to the halfway point of the tournament, and I think teams are realizing, like, hey, the teams that are doing really good, they're not going to stop doing really good. And the teams that switched it up, like Boring Protocol, like they realized, like, okay, now is the time. We need to change something because there is so many teams, like the Des mentioned, that is vying for that top 5 position, and they're well within shooting range of it still, especially since we're only coming to the halfway point. So changes must need to be made. So I agree with you. Some improvisations, some, you know, strategy, some war room talk, like change stuff up. And maybe we'll see, you know, some teams reach that success. One team in particular today, Boring Protocol.
Yeah.
I think it was mentioned. Today is almost kind of like do or die because they were way down there. And if they drop another day, it's pretty much near impossible. But they're bringing it back. They're currently sitting in that top 5 position now.
Oh, they are. They're doing really good so far. And as we do know, top 5 is a spot that you really want to be in. And I asked you, Zoo, in your top 5 list, are Boring Protocols in? And I said, I think so. Bob are probably going to be there. And so far, they're proving my words right. Hopefully, Bob, they're going to be there in the top 5. But again, this is where we really do start thinking about there's so many teams that are worthy of being in that top 5. So, oh boy, I wish there were a little bit more slots.
Oh, I mean, okay. To be fair, as much as you would like, you know, to see more people, you know, go on to the next stage and stuff, keep in mind, man, North America's got talent, sure, but man, we're bringing in a whole entire other region after this, and the teams and players there, they're just as spicy, if not more spicy. So it's like top 5. I think that's enough leeway, man. Like,
all right,
if you end up 6th place, like, sure, you're 1 position away. It sucks. You almost got it, but you're number 6, man. You're not. You're number 6. Like, too bad. Suck it up. You're number 6. You're not even in the top 5. Not even in the top 3. Like, it only gets harder after that too. You know, like, I remember when I was competing, it was like top 3 go on. That's it. Now it's like, you know, top 5 move on to the next stage. Like, we have so much more. By the way, shout outs to, you know, Tencent, PUBG Mobile. Like, the infrastructure has grown tremendously. Like I said before, it's like so cutthroat. You literally had to be top 3 or you were out. Now there's multiple stages, multiple qualification rounds. You get like the league week. You get super weekends now. You get so much more games to play to prove and, you know, prove yourselves and improve as a team. So that at the end of the day, if you don't make top 5 here, too bad. Go back to the lab, grind some stuff out, practice, because, yeah, no excuses, man.
Yeah. You indeed have a lot of room for error already given, and then you cannot just falter out in the last moment. So, yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. And currently, we do have Vamps on our screen, as we do have the average elimination stats on the left side, too. Just 1, and average survival time of 15:04. And Vamp, I said this, too. In the last game of Miramar, there was a fight between the players of Vamp and BTOWN. And I said this, both these teams are not really so much confident in their firepower. So we are probably going to be seeing a stalemate, and that's what happened. Both these teams, in the end, they just decided to disengage, if I'm not wrong. And this is where I really do want to talk about these teams and say that, hey, look, sometimes, I mean, even though things are not really going in your favor, I still feel like these teams should rely a little bit more on their firepower instead of just going for that safe spot inside the zone.
I agree. At the end of the day, it's like, you got to try things. Yeah, you gotta try it. And more than likely it might not work, but if you don't try it, you'll never know. And then if the worst part is, if you don't try it, you won't improve. Like, we all know for a fact, if you're a super passive team and you're afraid to take fights, you will never improve. The problem is, though, once you're actually playing in these competitions, once you put yourself in these players' shoes, oh man, it's a whole nother thing. Like, mentally, it is so draining and frustrating to, you know, take a fight and then lose and just think like, man, I wish we just didn't do that, right? It's so hard to keep a positive mindset when you're like just facing failure after failure, but that's the only way to get better. And some of these teams have, you know, taken that to heart. Teams like, I feel like WallStreetBets, right? They're one of the teams that have improved and grown the most, and they struggled a little bit in the beginning. They took those fights, they lost some of those fights, but they never stopped trying and improving. And now look at them. They're in the top 3, right? So it's like, right now might be a little bit too late to switch into that mindset, but it's better now than never, right?
Yeah. Better late than never. At least give it a shot, right? If you're not even going to try, how are you supposed to know that this strat is bad? So just give it a shot. You know, you never know. Just rely a little bit more on their firepower. Because we saw BTOWN, man. I mean, Brar is one of those players that has an incredible firepower potential. We've seen this man, too, in the league stages somewhere. And Brar was doing a great job from the side of BTOWN. And now I just don't know. We're not seeing BTOWN in that much of an aggressive note. And BTOWN, instead, they're just trying to play things really passive. They're trying to settle down for a safe spot inside the zone. And yeah, that's why they are not really able to do it that great, but we do have the players of 4Bros and Dope in front of us, and Menace goes down.
Great opening for 4Bros here. We have a very isolated skirmish. This is in the far southwestern area of the zone, so no third parties to be had. 4Bros, they can take their time. They need these eliminations. I like this. You're looking for these isolated fights. They know they're really far behind. You can't just play like the way they've been playing. 4v3 situation, one of the Dope players on the off angle forced to kind of come in now to support close range, but they don't check the corner. The trade, though, goes through. That was a huge save. 4Bros only down, or knocked one player down, but I mean, the fight's already done. That is 4 quick elimination points for the side of 4Bros.
Yeah, great job done and a great cleanup indeed from the side of 4Bros. But as you said, not really checking those angles. And I feel like that doorway right there in that specific building, it should always be checked. And this is what we see some of the great teams like Knights and Nova do. They always do tend to check those side of those little corners, because there is always one little sneaky man just hiding in there, waiting for you to just straight up step into his crosshairs. And that's that happened. But as we do have the players of XSET so far doing really good in the overall rankings, all the way in the top spot. And we did see Nova. After that previous chicken dinner, they've moved up quite close. So XSET, they will need to have this game in their hand if they do want to keep that cushion rolling.
Yeah, XSET is, they had a really good day one, but it's hard to have an explosive day back-to-back. It's almost guaranteed you won't do as well as, you know, your best day, which was for XSET. I would have to say it was the first day. But hold that thought. I was talking about WallStreetBets and how this is a team that I've been really keen on. 24K is already knocked. It looks like they are going to try and maybe take this fight to get the revive going. But that nade, they need that opening, though. No opening given so far, so Drago is going to do what he can. He's got another nade primed.
And yeah, again, if the opening's being found, indeed, that'll push these teams, or that'll push 19 Esports in a state of discomfort and a panic, and that's what exactly is happening. Issue goes down, and now this should make things a little bit more easier to try and breach inside that building, as we do have Rad too, trying to eye out for those little spots. As WallStreetBets slowly and steadily moving on in. 19 Esports going for the rest of the fallen man. Nemesis position compromised. Great capitalization from the side of Alucard. Instantly cuts his lifeline. And now WallStreetBets, they're quite vulnerable. Stevo and Drago, the last two players up. And we've seen these two duo just pull off some insane clutches from the death. But I do want to know, are they going to be able to pull off something like that against a 4-man team of 19 Esports?
I don't think so. And I think they realize that too. They went for the attempt, they got the opening. Unfortunately, the rest of the fight did not play out in their favor. They tried though, so they're gonna fall back out to 2 players. Drago, a little bit caught. He's hiding prone right now behind that wall. And Drago's good for 1 here. And that does prompt Stevo to stay and maybe help out his teammate. It is still a 4v2 situation, but there we go. Oh, Drago pops out, gets issue. Oh, and gets Rad. There we go. He's not just good for 1, he's good for 2. And we are back to a even fight, a 2v2 between 19E and WallStreetBets. But this grenade from SB, oh, wait. Okay, I don't know why he just completely threw it out to some random other side. But, oh, Alucard getting caught out. Drago going for the 4-piece Necro.
Oh, he can just 1v4 this so easily. SB2, look at the paranoia now clearly setting in. SB doesn't even know what he's doing at this point, and he will fall down too. And what, 19 Esports getting dismantled by this one man from the side of WallStreetBets with a little bit of distraction from Stevo to help him out. But still, what a great, and this is a prime example of overconfidence. Overconfidence from the side of 19 Esports. Like, why would you do that? You guys are just moving out in the open, pushing out in the open, and it just gave a clear chance for these players to just wipe them out. Well, this is why we are not seeing them in the top 5, I guess.
Well, I mean, it's Drago just, you know, had the perfect positioning. Like, you would not expect a player behind that. But what I was alluding to, we just literally mentioned WallStreetBets, right? I said this is a team that, you know, tries to do things. They don't just run away every single time. We saw them take a 3v4, became a 2v4, and they still stayed because positioning-wise, there was a chance something could happen, and it fucking happened. He did the 1v4. Absolutely insane. Excuse my language here, but Knights taking a fight with Polar Ace, and Polar Ace is getting chopped down right now. The Knights also taking a casualty. Xenox knocked right now. It's a 1v1? No, a 1v2.
Yeah, again, but it's all down to Salt, though, and that's something Polar Ace should not try and rely. Bad nade placement coming in from the side of Salt, and he realizes that instantly backs off, too. Did dish out a bit of damage, but again, Knights so far, they're looking pretty okay, and what a nade! From their side, instantly taking him down as well, and that's going to be it from the side of Polar Ace. Hoops is going to close things out on Assault with that beautiful place nade. And yeah, getting back to that thought too, and we've seen the same duo in the past too. I mean, we've seen Stevo put up some insane numbers on the board. We've seen Drago being one of the most styled player for the wall side of WallStreetBets, and then this duo just pulls off that clutch, and I was sort of not even surprised, I'm not going to lie, because I said this, we've seen these two players play it pretty insanely, so they might just be able to pull it off, and that's what exactly happened.
Yeah, the Knights slammed into that compound, and they are greatly rewarded for it. Look at that circle shift. That compound is now one of the strongest key positions on this northern hard shift. And what I love the most is that the Knights went for this position before this circle popped up. They already, I'm not saying they could predict the circle, but they're not taking this just because now it's a great spot. They just took this position because it's a position that they like playing from, and it just so happened that the circle shifts up to them. So the Knights, they're looking to maybe take that #1 spot with this game now. But XSET taking fights with Nova. Nova getting chopped down, losing a few players here on rotation.
Oh boy, and this is something Nova, they don't really want to see. And as you did see on the minimap too, BTOWN currently, they're still outside the play zone and they're still tanking a lot of damage, and this is exactly what I'm saying. A team that is really scared to take those engagements. BTOWN, they want to go for as safe rotation as possible. That does not really like to rely on that firepower. Vamp too doing a great job in the rotation side. But again, we do have XSET so far on our screens, and they don't really have one of the best spots to play around with, but still something they can work around, as we do have Kill Switch spotting out the players of Nova in the front, tapping a little of his shots, but nothing found just yet. HQA2 taking a little bit of casualties onto themselves in that play zone.
Teams right now trying to find some open positions here. Nova, they lost the player, but I think, I'm not going to say it was worth, but you see why they lost that player. They went for a very key central position. This is what people used to call the Walmart location, right? Nova, that position, very strong. So risk versus reward, it was a hard rotation, and yeah, there you go. They lose one player, but they keep that position. So that's good, except if they get slammed upon. You know, they're starting off that defense with 3 players. So we'll see how the rest of the match goes and see if that rotation paid off for the Nova team.
We'll only be able to find out. But as we do have the Panthers in front of our screens, and Freddy and Hayuya. I mean, Freddy indeed a man that I'm not really going to doubt in these sort of situations. Freddy has pulled off some insane clutches in the past. So I'm going to be like, all right, the Panthers still have a valid chance to try and do good in this game. As the next circle again, every single team so far, they've found their way inside the next zone, and now they're just waiting for a circle shift to happen and throw all these teams off guard. If the next circle shift is going to be graced by some of these teams here, or this next circle shift is going to grace some of these teams here currently in the lobby, they're going to find themselves in the lucky shoes, and the rest will have to move all the way out in the open, and that's when we'll probably see a lot of casualties.
Yeah, next circle about to shift on out. Boring Protocol in a very nice position on the western side too. The spacing out of Boring Protocol gives them a lot of options, but oh, that is the one circle shift where they kind of lose out on all those options. They have no info or really a clean way to fight into this zone, so we'll see what Boring Protocol does. But yeah, Nova, risk versus reward, they are greatly rewarded for that, you know, kind of full send-ish rotation. And now the Nova team is sitting pretty. I don't think anybody's going to push them because there's so many teams already in the zone just surrounding them that it's going to create like a safe buffer zone for them.
It is. talking about the safe buffer zone. Again, not really a lot of movement. All the movement is currently happening on the northern side of the map, while Knights too, they're taking things a bit slow. They do realize they don't really need to keep the pedal to the metal. The circle is not that far away, but the main problem can be that street when they'll need to cross that. As BTOWN and Vamp a rotation right next to each other, and these two teams again clashing against each other in that rotation. These two teams indeed having the same sort of mentality, and this is why we're seeing them always right next to each other. Vamp and BTOWN not really confident in that firepower, so that's why they're trying to rotate it to as safe as possible.
I want to see the BTOWN we saw coming into the last day of qualifications, man. This BTOWN team, they got hot dropped on, and they answered right back and chased down the team to secure their place in the grand finals. That BTOWN team had one of their best games that day, too. So it's like, what happened to that confidence, that aggression? Like, we talked about it already. Like, a whole part of being a competitive player is to have confidence in yourself, and when you don't have that, you can't expect to do well.
That is true. Yeah, very well put by your side. And confidence is something you really need to have. I mean, not just over here, in any sort of fields that you like to do, you know, not just in pro play. Anything you're trying to do in your life, you need to have confidence. And if you're just not going to be confident in what you're doing, you won't be able to back up your play. And that's what we're seeing so far. BTOWN, they're just second-guessing themselves over and over again. The confidence issue is just right there. But Jimmy, quite close, almost took out God V. Vamp, again, is another one of those teams that's not looking that confident so far. So BTOWN now, they're trying to move inside the next zone.
Oh, I see another fight that's setting up right now. Boring Protocol versus the Knights. We'll see if we can get our camera over to that side. But yeah, it looks like the Knights and Boring Protocol are going to fight for the same position. Here we go on your screen. Neither of these teams are in the zone. They are fighting for this position outside of the zone so it could secure them, that little hill ridge that you see right next to them. Both teams understand this, that neither team could really just go to that hill now or else they'll be shot in the back. So Boring Protocol, Carnage on a very crucial angle. Can he get the opening onto Tensa? He does not. That would have been a huge pick, but Tensa's reactions keep him alive. So we're still set on this 4v4.
Yeah, Tensa backs away in the nick of time, but is also catching a lot of bullets. What a spray from Spec. A pixel clean spray right there. One little pixel, and just with the red dot, he's able to just eye him out at that range when he's trying to move around with the buggy. And great spray coming in, nice connections. And now Knights, they're down to a three-man squad, indeed handicapped in this fight. Bob doing a great job turning things around in their favor. Bob, in this day two of the grand finals, they're just looking so solid. The communication's on the point. It's just like a whole nother team.
Yeah, I love the way they're playing. Their strategy is looking clean. Like, I agree with all of everything that they've been doing. Their rotations, their formations, their setups. It is looking very good. Now it just all comes down to the execution, and they've been executing really well. The Knights, with some really good map knowledge right there, going to a kind of last-ditch effort position. And, actually manages to take down some of the Lazarus team. I think Lazarus thought they had some opening there and pushed the Knights, but the Knights will stay alive. And
oh my God.
I mentioned this is a last-ditch effort situation. It's not the best place to be, as BTOWN slamming grenades on top of the Knights.
And yeah, BTOWN as well. Now they're catching a lot of bullets from the side of Bob. And there we go. Bob finally full sending it inside. Bob, they do know they have a huge advantage in this one because the firepower indeed is looking quite strong. And the day as well is currently in their favor too, as Bob, they're just going to do some light work on the players of BTOWN. An easy cleanup coming in from the side of Bob. And well, at this point, I might as well just call them the cleanup crew. They're just cleaning up this entire northern side of the zone.
Yeah, really good job by Boring Protocol, except the circle has already shifted away. We are now heading down towards the south side. And Boring Protocol, once again, needs to make a huge play. Spec gets knocked. The zone is going to be closing. Time is running short for these teams, and XSET, well, this one has been absolutely gifted to the XSET team.
Yeah. And this is exactly what XSET needed too, Zoo. I mean, we were talking about this. If XSET do want to keep that cushion rolling in their accounts, then they will have to win this game, or at least have a solid performance. And so far, XSET, things are just on their court, as Carnage is now straight up going to ram his Weekle in the compound of Nova. And yeah, Nova now, that nade was a little misplaced coming in. Could have been on the bad side of things, but at least it just bounced on the other side of the wall, so Shifan's going to be safe. As Bob, these two players now, they're just going to use this little compound wall as a temporary cover.
I don't know if you noticed, but Shifan threw a second nade, and he just threw it way wide and it overshot. It looks a little bit shaky. I don't know how Shifan's feeling, but it looks a little bit nervous energy right there, messing up that first nade, and then the second one didn't have the patience to line it up like he did the first one. So that is going to keep Carnage up. And TC edging their way into this zone right here. Looks like everybody's found the positions. Next circle shift will determine where the fights are going to start taking place.
Okay, so what I really saw on that little compound of Nova is that Koi was on the other side of the compound wall too, on the northern side. So if Koi wants to go for an engagement or a duel right there, if he wants to challenge a fight, he definitely will have the upper edge against Carnage, because the players of BOP, they're quite exposed and they don't really have a lot of wiggle room. So that means BOP, they will be suffocated down to their death in this one. But the circle now shifts away from the players of XSET, and now it's going to favor the players of BOP and Vamp, and also Nova a little bit. They are barely going to be making it in the next one, as Kindness now finally moves on in. Is quite exposed so far. If BOP, they do want to capitalize, and BOP not taking any sort of chances. They're just tucked in right there. They want to go for the placements.
Man, that rotation that we talked about like 15 minutes earlier by the Nova team where they lost a player, well, it is definitely working out for them. They can keep their backs to the blue zone too, as Kindness not aware of that window angle. Luckily, he doesn't get confirmed, but you see Carnage, he's looking for it. He's looking for the angles, and Carnage pre-firing through the smoke. He is aware that he is exposed on that northern side, like you mentioned. If a player from, you know, I think you said it was Koi or Kindness on the north side, right? So, man, the wherewithal of these pro players. But, oh, hold on. Gotcha. TC slamming right in. 3 of them downed instantly. It is just only Opa up, and Boring Protocol just gone in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy. What was that? The Chosen! Oh boy, what sort of a play was that? It's like, just full send it. They're like, all right, we'll see what the hell happens after that. And yeah, an instant knockout too. Like, that's a re-knock onto the Mantis, just got rezzed. Koi again with another nade tossed on, and this might just capitalize onto Opa. Crawls quite close. Another one will be tossed in. A little bit of chip damage from this one will seal the deal, and no, Opa is barely surviving. Another one, but no, it's not close enough. So the Chosen, they're looking quite good so far, as the Opa is going to be the last glimmer of hope available.
Wow. He had 3 knocked teammates, and he just had to watch them all get blown up to smithereens. TC down to 1. Vamp getting eliminated, and Mezexis, they have 4 players, but not all 4 is going to be able to make it into this zone. And look at Nova. The second they realized TC slammed in and Boring Protocol went out, they left the confines of their building to secure more territory. I love the proactiveness right now out of this Nova team.
Yeah, Peralta too goes down from the side of Mezexis, and this is what we really need to talk about Mezexis. Mezexis, they're always there. Mezexis currently is one of those teams that are trying to avoid like all sort of spotlights onto themselves and still trying to keep that consistency low rolling. And again, they are doing pretty okay, but they still will need to put on some a little bit more numbers, because we do know top 5 is the way to go, as a lot of shots peppered down from the side of Kill Switch, just tapping away, was able to find a few connections. Nova now indeed they're going to be quite paranoid, as they do have to move out in the open. The next zone, this is what we're waiting for. Where is it going to shift towards? Just want to take a look at this one, and oh, it just shifts out in the open in no man's land.
Yeah, but XSET's going to get priority over this zone. It's right next to them. Polo G driving around looking for some key positions to set up in. Picks a nice solid tree cover. Nova, they got to move out of this compound, and also they got to move out of the walls that protect it, because I don't think, maybe the very corner edge of that wall might be in that new zone. And Mezexis and Nova down to 3, and they have the most distance they need to travel into this XSET team. And Mezexis, Chiffon picks up 1. The trade does not go through, and Mezexis is getting pieced up.
Yeah, well, they're just having eyes from all sort of directions, and nothing much can be done. Inactive's going to be the last man alive in this one. Mezexis still, they have made it to in the top 3 between these 2 bloodthirsty teams, as XSET, they're looking to take this one home, and Nova too. They're not going to be one of those teams that's going to shy out that easily. They will give it all they have. XSET, though, fortunately, they have all their players up, so that's going to be something that's going to add a little bit of more odds in their favor. As Nova slowly, instantly trying to move on, and Polo G spots that one of the men. Shifan instantly gets taken out. Was a little too exposed in that one, and XSET, they find a nice opening.
I don't really agree with all these smokes. I don't know if these are XSET smokes, but it's blocking so much line of sight. They had everything set up. Maybe it was indeed the enemy smokes, though, to block out XSET's line of sight. So either way, these smokes not helping XSET out too much. And Chiffon goes down to the play zone. I don't know what happened there, but that is not good. You needed every player up to take this 4-man team of XSET on, and getting caught right there, Kindness getting a little bit too jumpy, too jittery, and I think this is XSET's game in the bag.
Oh, this is without a doubt, unless Inactive goes for a spoiler, but is now just tanking a lot of damage, and Inactive wants to go for the second spot in this game. He's probably going to go for the med strat. Yeah, he's just healing himself back up, using those first aids, waiting for XSET to just wipe out the existence of Nova. Koi's in the front, the last man alive. Will get a little bit of a grace for himself going too after that airdrop that he just took. And now, yep, as I said, the final man, he's also going to get charged down by the entire team. Koi, the final man, as Nova. I don't even know what to say because it's pretty much done at this point. Koi's just buying as much as time as possible. And XSET, yeah, easy work done. And 21 points secured from their side. But from what I see, even Mezexis, they tied up with XSET in that one.
Yeah, and Nova actually, I'm pretty sure Nova managed to get the second place position in terms of placement points. So really good job out of the Nova team right there. It came down so close, and that's so important because Nova and XSET right now are in a battle for first and second place. Like, oh, I mean, they're battling for first place, but one of them is going to be second at the end of the day. XSET was already leading, and they got the chicken, but Nova, they're keeping pace by getting that second place finish.
As we do take a look at the round report and remix too from the side of Mezexis right there with most eliminations on his name. 4 elimination purge. Lazarus, of course, highest damage. We did see Lazarus. Unfortunately, the circle was not really favoring them, so they tried to clean up their way through, but unfortunately, too many solid teams against them. Having teams like Knights going against you, having teams like Boring Protocols going against you. Lazarus, that was quite a lot of heavy beating on their side, but they still tried to make it the most out of it. But as I said, Mezexis and XSET, they got themselves 21 points in total. So even the Mezexis, they got eliminated on third spot, if I'm not wrong. Still decent elimination points wrapped up.
Yeah, Mezexis is doing really good. Nova and XSET, 3 teams that racked up a lot of points that game, but we still got a few more games to go. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back after a quick short break.
Sanhok. Inspired by the dense rainforests of Southeast Asia, Sanhok is PUBG Mobile's first 4x4 map. Previously home to military operations, the map offers very fast-paced gameplay because of its small size and fast-moving circles. Central locations such as Painan, Paradise Resort, and Boot Camp may seem lucrative, but are contested heavily for those looking for zone advantage. Similarly, coastal areas such as Docks, Camp Alpha, Sanmi, Camp Bravo, and Kampong are safer being on the periphery, but can be brutal to rotate from once the zone comes into play. Zones tend to centralize on the map as the game progresses, but it's also important to remember that the circle shifts are faster than 8x8 maps, which may make for very frantic rotations and fights even in the mid-game. The fast-moving zone often means that players aren't always able to make it in, and going for heal battles to secure position points is a common tactic here.
That's the strat, man. You're down to a solo, just heal it out for them.
The use of vehicles is minimal, as the map is quite small for players to safely cross areas without encountering multiple squads. Along with its incredibly good loot, Sanhok is extremely fast-paced. But there are, of course, ways to survive the madness. Keeping your movements discreet while rotating and always looking over your shoulder for backstabs is a must. Being able to identify when to prioritize the zone and when to prioritize kills is the key to maximizing the Sanhok experience. Whether you're a squad wiper from Boot Camp who wants to hold the center, or a sneaky backstabber from Camp Charlie who is comfortable playing the edges, when survival is at stake, everything is fair in love, war, and Sanhok.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the PUBG Mobile Pro League. I'm Hot Jukes. Of course, I gotta give a big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partners. Let's go ahead and bring our wonderful analysts back into the room. 7 Glitter. We're starting to get pretty much during the halfway point of the finals of this tournament. Glitter, I'm gonna start with you. What do you think so far?
I mean, I feel like 7 and myself are actually pretty happy with that because we'll see reflected in the match ranking that both of our squads actually did quite well, 7. So we called it, okay? I mean, first place for XSET with the 6 elims and the superior position there at the end. And then Nova getting that second place with the 7 elims. But the story of the day, 7, the story of the day is the fact that second place was outscored by Mezexis in third with 11 elims to tie for the first place amount of points. I mean, the performances that we're seeing out of Mezexis today are absolutely insane. As we look down the rest of the list, you see that 4 Bros, WallStreetBets both getting some decent elims on the board for themselves, and Panthers still trying to chip away at the points of the teams above them, but I'm still stuck on Mezexis.
Yeah, and I'm with you. Honestly, this is the reason why I was bringing them up earlier, because I was just surprised at the way they were performing. I was expecting a good performance out of like the middle of the pack team. I was not expecting, if I'm being completely honest with the viewers and you guys, I was not expecting a performance like the one Mezexis is having right now. But you know what? Let's talk about some of the other teams as well. Boring Protocol, 5 points. Not bad. Lazarus as well, 5 points for them. BTOWN there with a 5. Knights, though, at some point here, Knights, I was kind of play devil's advocate for you earlier, saying that, you know what, you're at least maintaining there within the top 4 and all that kind of stuff. Man, with the way some of these teams are performing, I would actually like to see Knights to become Knights and just start destroying people. But the way we'll get a chance to illustrate that, so I'm not even going to talk about that. But yeah, going back to Mezexis, I think this is kind of like the curveball that we're all expecting. It always happens at some points in the finals. There's a team that just decides to appear out of nowhere. Mezexis is currently doing that. Remember, you had an interview, Hot Jukes, with Inactive. Inactive said that he wanted to become the best player in NA, that he wanted to win the championship. So far, Hot Jukes, I'm pretty sure he would be happy.
I think so too. I mean, like, not to mention, this is his first PMPL. So to have this kind of performance with the rest of his squad, I mean, I am super excited for him, and I hope to see just more of this guy as we go on throughout this tournament, Glitter.
Yeah, and as we continue to watch through some of these highlights, you will see the unfortunate demise of some of the squads that I think we definitely assumed were going to be at the top. And like you keep saying, 7, with the performances of the squads from below really starting to pick up, I don't know that they can afford, you know, a decent amount of elims here and there, because the gap is really starting to shrink down. And when you take into consideration that Bop's trying to make their way in, and we see Bop up here again, you see all of these on the board, plus Nova has been improving their position, so it's not even like you could try to leapfrog Nova, because Nova started in 5th. They were right on that bubble today, right? Not anymore. Nova has completely changed their performance around today. I mean, coming into today, they only had 43 points, and after the first 2 games, they were already in the 40s. So that is a night and day difference on their performance, and then you have the consistency of XSET keeping them in a top spot, and there's just no more wiggle room.
Yeah, there's really none. I mean, Mezexis, 1,600 damage, 11 elims right there. And then XSET, the actual winners of that last game, 1,500 damage, 6 elims. Nova as well. I think they finally starting to find a little bit of a rhythm here in the finals. They were like done with those kind of heal strats. This is the Nova that we kind of expect, right? Focus on the placement points, and then the elims will come, and I think that's exactly what Nova's doing right now. And they have Boring Protocol. I mean, look at those stats too. An insane amount of damage, even though the conversion rate is not one of the greatest. This is what you want to see out of those teams that are currently going to be fighting for those top 5s. Lazarus there too. Knights, even though they didn't really get that much of the placement points, they were able to at least secure some of those elim points. Overall, everything's just going to be so close. I remember, Hodgix, you asked how many games can people throw right now with the way everybody's playing. It's 0. It's absolutely 0. You cannot throw a single game.
I agree. We're at that point. And with XSET, I mean, to be honest with you, they're only a handful of performances away from being back-to-back champions at this point. I mean, literally, they are getting a nice little point buffer. They're doing really well here. All it's going to take is a couple more, and they should be good to go. Now, Mezexis, they still got their work cut out for them, but they had a great performance here, and I think we're starting to see it come on up, right? We're at the midway point, so now's not a bad time. Take a look at the differences so far, and come on. I mean, just look at that glitter. Break it down.
Yeah, I mean, the entire left side is day 2. The entire right side is yesterday. Okay, and you can see the difference. I mean, this is averages, by the way. We're halfway through the day, so we've got average 1,600 damage compared to 600 damage. 9 elims to barely above 2, and this is a very similar situation to what we saw before, where, yes, there is a little bit more survival time. Obviously, they're surviving pretty much to the end every single time, but the fact that they were alive almost 20 minutes on average last time around, and that's all they could get out of it points-wise, was not enough. The change is so impressive coming out of Mezexis, and we could take a look at the individual stats from the players here as well, and it's actually Remix that is having a fantastic day so far. These are the averages. So we've got an average of over 500 damage, over 3 elims for Remix, but followed very, very closely behind that by Peralta, and we've talked about him before because, I mean, he's somebody that pops up. To be fair, inactive Enya here also popped up in top player spots, so it's one of those squads where someone is always stepping up to play. I think Remix is probably the one we've gotten the least opportunity to talk about, and finals, great time to show up. That is what you want to do.
Huge, especially here at this point, because you do not want to leave it towards the end. The last day, last few games, that is chaotic, right? And when we talk about chaos, I mean, how could we not talk about Drago, right? What a crazy play that we saw. So I think we have to get a little telestration here from the 7 Worlds Gaming, breaking down that awesome fight between WallStreetBets versus 19E7. I know you wanted to take a close look at this one. Take it away.
The fanboy in me for Drago is just wanting to deep dive in this player right here, and it's gonna be between 19 Esports and WallStreetBets. Keep in mind there's currently 2 players inside that building. One's from 19 Esports and the other one's from WallStreetBets. But let me just actually fast forward a little bit more here. You're gonna see Nemesis kind of pop up a little bit more. There you go. There you're able to see him. And as he's going, he's actually gonna end up getting knocked. And once he gets knocked, he's just gonna force Drago and Stevo to just fully go back and reassess the situation, because at this point they know that they're going to be going up against 4. So let me just show this right here. This is when they decide to backtrack, and this might have been one of the best decisions that it could have made. As you can see right there, Drago being able to take on 2v1s. We always said about winning your 1v1s. Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen, in the finals you got to win those 2v1s if you even want to be able to challenge for those top 5. Once again, Drago knocking another player, being able to get the angle, and then he's going to be able to also get that knock. They didn't get some of the best placement, but Drago, my boy, I got to give it to you. That was a great play. This is what we expect out of players of your caliber right now, and I'm hoping this continues because this squad is definitely up there. And you know what? Let's go with that player focus, that radar. Look at the damage, 450, 4 elims, 4 knocks. I mean, this is exactly what we want to see out of this kind of players to step up in the finals when they're needed the most by their team, Glitter.
Yeah, those clutch situations are really what are the mark of a good player, are the mark of a good team, being able to handle those really high pressure situations, because with how close everything is, every single point he just acquired for his team, that matters when it comes to keeping WallStreetBets in a top spot. And Jukes, I feel like we've got a little celebration going on over there.
Bro, I had to put on my 1v4 glasses on. Every time I see a 1v4, it's too hot. I gotta just block it out. Gotta block out some of that heat. That's what I like to see right there. I always say, anytime you get a 1v4 at this high level of a tournament, you automatically etch your name, right, in PUBG Mobile. Greatness. So Drago, clink, clink, clink. Welcome to the squad, guys. Thank you so much, 7. Thank you so much, Glitter, for that beautiful breakdown. We're going to go ahead and bring in our casters here because we got to get some more PUBG Mobile action going. Let's go ahead and bring in some of the best in the business to get this one casted and going. It's none other than Zute and Necro. Take it away, guys.
All right, thank you, Hot Jukes. We are back to Sanhok. that Erangel game itself was pretty wild and crazy, almost like a Sanhok match. So can't wait to see what the Sanhok one has got to offer for us this time.
I mean, we already kicked things off on Sanhok, and now moving inside Sanhok again. You know what, Zoo? Knights so far, they're not really having the greatest of the days, so I feel like inside the Sanhok, you know, I like to play with a little bit of risk, you know, so I'm going to go with Knights. I think so Knights will probably take the Sanhok in their hands. What do you think? Which is your pick?
And Sanhok is... You know what? I'm going to go... If I just pick a team, I'm going to go with Nova, because I know they'll get second place. At the very least, they'll get second place. I think they've legitimately gotten second every Sanhok map so far.
And yeah, they're currently sitting on the second place too in the overall ranking. So yeah, it seems like that is indeed their number. But here we do have the plane fly path starting all the way from Cow, ending towards Docks. This time the plane fly path's going to be tilted to the right side. But again, we do know in Sanhok the plane fly path does not really play a crucial role. So teams that won't really have the problem to try and get to their drop spot. And this is exactly what I said. Now, BTOWN, they're probably going to be dropping somewhere near the players of Vamp towards Kampong. So, again, teams have done quite a lot of research. They have improvised quite a lot of things, too. So we're probably not going to be seeing any sort of early drop clashes.
Teams are also just really comfortable at this point to just drop very split from one another. Right, take an example at WallStreetBets. They're dropping 2 players in Paradise and the 2 others elsewhere just to maximize their loot. And first circle is up on your screen, and this one, ooh, some question marks to be had here, because right in the center is that giant hilltop that pretty much separates the northern and southern half of that hemisphere. So both sides of those maps, the north and the south, drastically different approaches to the rest of the Sanhok game. So we'll see how this one goes as the circles will start shifting in very haphazard, crazy manners, as is, you know, what we've seen for the entirety of the finals.
Yeah, as we do have the boring protocol, of course, dropping in the boot camp area. No problems for them so far. XSET 2 just spreading around the area of boot camp. I want to see that capitalization from the side of Knights again. I want to see them try to hunt down the player of just XSET all by himself, which drops close to the players of Knights, because we saw that happen only once, and then after that, we did not see that happen ever again. As you do like to talk those, you know what you say, those little room talks between the players. Maybe that's what happened. They probably settled it out, I guess.
Yeah. It's funny that you bring that up, because one time they did it, it worked really well.
Yeah, it did.
XSET didn't really like respond or do anything, and then the Knights just kind of gave it over to them. So definitely some talking going on behind the scenes, like, all right, okay, we'll give you this position as long as you don't sit around and camp our rotations and you go and, you know, rotate away and, you know, fight teams or do other stuff. Like, maybe something like that. Who knows, though? But yeah, the Knights do need to change things up right now. This team of the Knights, to be fair, they're still doing really good, right?
Yeah.
It is hard to be #1 all the time. This almost brings back to me like Nova China vibes, right? Like, I'm currently watching them play in their version of the PMPL called the PEL. And some weeks, they don't get, you know, top 3. Sometimes they finish in 6th place. And when I'm watching this, my viewers in my chat are always like, what's happening to Nova? They're falling off. They're not like they used. Like, man, you got to give these teams a break. This is one of the hardest games to play competitively. You have so many variables outside of your control to, like, you know, like the Knights. I still think they're the best team in North America, hands down, but that does not mean they could be #1 all the time, every time.
Makes sense too. Yeah, being #1, stand on the top all the time, it's something that's quite tough. And we did talk about this too. When you're going to be on the top, you won't really have anyone to look up to. You won't really have anyone to adapt to. So that means you will always have to come stuff on a fly. You will have to be the one to create stuff. And sometimes on creating stuffs, there might be some things that might mess up. Not everything you do can be played to perfection. And that's why maybe potentially the teams that are on the top that are not really able to stay on the top, they just keep on experimenting all the time. As we do have Knights currently, they haven't even left that Painan City, so they're just going to be sitting in there, not even doing anything so far, as they do know the circle is not something they need to worry about.
Taking a look at the map, see if there's any real movement just yet. Not really. 4Bros right now. They get all of Cap Alpha to loot up since BTOWN did end up leaving that area. See the Lazarus team making a quick rotation. Mezexis right now, you know, dead center zone on top of that hill. That hill, by the way, very strong position, but also very hard to hold. It's strong in the sense that it offers a lot of sight lines, but on the flip side, you know, all those sight lines means, you know, other people could see you too from up there. So Mezexis has got to be a little bit careful as they hold that split position.
Oh boy. As we do have the players of XSET. Again, quite a good spread for them. Something XSET won't really need to worry about so far. And the problem is the circle is quite centralized, so we're probably not going to be seeing a lot of early clashes because every single team so far, they're pretty much inside the next zone and they won't really have to move a lot. There's quite a lot of wiggle room too if they do want to move around. So yeah, we're probably not going to be seeing a lot of clashes as we do have the players of BTOWN in front of us, and they do know they always do get contested by Vamp. Rage is being spotted out in the open. Brar does not want to go for the shots there. Again, something these two teams will need to work out. Go for the fights.
Yeah, I don't think he wanted to take the shots because he didn't want to alert Rage to his position. It was a pretty far distant shot. Most likely wouldn't be able to get the knock. But you see the player of BTOWN on the minimap. He is kind of chasing him in a sense. Just trying to look for the fight. So BTOWN listening to maybe our advice as Rage actually gets tagged down to half HP. So yeah, the positions have been given away. Looks like we will be engaging in this very long-range spread out fight, which could take quite a while for it to fully develop.
And yeah, Benny in this fight has to be the wild card, has to be the X factor, who's all the way in the back line, so BTOWN might be caught off guard by Benny from the side of Vamp. There's quite a lot of spread going on, a little huge split, actually, with Vamp. Do you want to just find out how they're going to be playing with this one, as we do have Mayo just running away from that spot. BTOWN still eyeing out. BTOWN as well, they do not really want to aggress because BTOWN, they just don't have a lot of info to work around with.
This area of the map too is just like so many long sight lines with no cover from one position to another. So that makes the fights like extremely slow if at all, like if it'll happen to begin with, right? Like say you get a knock, then what? You run over in the open for like a solid 2 minutes and hope you don't get knocked from all the other angles across the map. So yeah, this fight is just, I don't want to say a waste of time, but just like, just near impossible to cleanly finish.
Yeah, not really important, like you can say.
Yeah.
So yeah, Vamp, again, just a little bit of, what do you say, chip damage?
Oh wait, hold on. Hold that thought. Lazarus. Okay, one of them just got knocked. But I noticed Lazarus has been driving around the northwestern map. They literally been driving around the island looking for 4Bros. And they found 2 of them. Yeah, I briefly said, oh, I see Lazarus rotating in vehicles. I thought they were rotating towards center zone, but they actually have driven away from the zone and around on the island to hunt down the players of 4Bros. That is, okay, well, Lazarus, that's their strategy. I love that. I love that they're, you know, doing set strategies right now rather than later. Yeah. And they took down 2 players. That's 2 free points plus whatever meds those 4Bros players had.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, those 4Bros player definitely did have a decent amount of meds to play around with. So Lazarus, they're going to be stacked up on quite a lot of loot there. As we do see the players as well moving on in slowly and steadily. The wall of death now is something that will need to be capitalized, or something that will need to be acknowledged, as we do have 19 Esports again. One of the players gets knocked out. It's Rat this time, and Rat, this is the first time I was ever seen Rat just getting knocked out first.
I think he will be revivable, but Dope does have them kind of trapped in, so might be able to get revived, but that doesn't mean he's going to be able to keep his life afterwards, as both Rad and Alucard might go down here. The 2 other 19E players you see on the top right of your screen coming back to kind of help, but it does not look like they're in a very good position to take this fight. We'll see how it goes. Next circle, it shifts a little bit further down to the south. We still have that road dividing the northern half and the southern half. So still not quite sure exactly where the Sanhok game is going to end up going.
Yeah, that's something that I'm also trying to figure out because, again, the teams that are currently in the center are Mezexis and the Panthers. And as I said, Mezexis, they're doing really good today. The consistency from their side, Mezexis, they're always seen somewhere in the top 5. And that's what I'm absolutely loving, trying to stay under the radar, but at the same time putting in a lot of work as we do have the players of Dope against the players of 19 Esports. SB knows there is a man in the back, and look at this. They're just surrounded by the players of Dope and 19 Esports. Oh, they just have nowhere to go. Talk about staying in enemy territory. This cannot be any more better because Dope, they just have every single thing in their favor right now.
Yeah, Dope did just end up losing one player, but trading one player for 4 points, that is pretty worth. I would honestly take that trade any time of the day. So Dope setting up a very good trap. And 19E, man, this team has just been performing worse and worse as the tournament has been going on.
Mm-hmm. That is, in fact, true. 19 Esports, the performance indeed has been dropping. If we did have a, look from how they started things in the league play and then moved on forward, now over here in the grand finals, yeah, indeed, there's a huge drop-off in the performance. Still, though, top 15 teams alive, and 19 Esports is one of those teams that got eliminated in the 16th spot. HQA, too, able to open the fray up against the players of 4Pros, and 4Pros, they were already quite hurt, and now just make them down to a one last man alive. Master OP with a lot of eyes on himself to carry the 4Pro flag on forward.
And 4Bros is just getting bullied in this Sanhok map. Versus Lazarus driving around hunting players. And now it's just 4Bros trying to just hide and make it away, and then they run into HQA. Yeah, not looking too good. I'm keeping my eye out on Lazarus rotations, by the way. They are swinging straight into the potential team fight with a Dope. I don't know if this is intentional, like Lazarus saw them fighting and are looking to isolate that fight and hunt them down, or if Lazarus is just doing a wide wrapping rotation and just so happens to run into the Dope team. But they're creating some distance now that I'm looking at the minimap, so I don't think that fight is actually going to pan out. So, yeah, here we have Lazarus. Yeah, this was right where the Dope team fought with 19E just a few moments ago.
Yeah, look at Lazarus. 4 players here. And the rest of the players are still trying to move on in. Lazarus with a really, outskirts rotation.
Yeah.
Trying to play things as safe as possible. They really want to win this game, and this just shows how desperate they are, too, to win this one. And I'm down for it. I do want to see it.
You could say they're playing safe, but at the same time, what if they're just being sneaky, right? Like, they're going so far around the circle that they could theoretically easily come up behind a team, and that team would not in the slightest expect it. So they could be being very passive, or maybe they're just being very sneaky, looking to creep up on teams and take some more of those isolated fights. Circle, there we go. Now we know what kind of Sanhok ending this is going to be going down to. It's going to be ending around that giant hillside. That hill stretching all the way from where XSET is right now down to Polar Ace is just one giant mountaintop, pretty much.
Yeah.
And everybody is going to be clamoring around it, fighting each other on the low ground with teams on the high ground, taking shots every which way. This is a very fun circle to be had on Sanhok.
Polar Ace, again, they can be an easy target in this one, as Polar Ace, they do control some of the prime spots. Knight over here. Nova's right in the front lines, and Knights, they do not want to cross their eyes indeed. Coops as well, just spotting them out. A lot of information indeed has been reported to the players. Nova, they're also just driving around, trying to gather as many eyes as possible, trying to gather as much as just overall stuff as possible, and so far they're doing quite great in doing so, as well as we do have Knights again moving on in slowly and steadily. Coops is always the man who's scouting areas out.
Lazarus, they catch BTOWN by surprise. So you're saying maybe they're being really passive, or maybe they're just being really sneaky. Definitely BTOWN not expecting a team to come in from behind them when BTOWN has literally been on the edge of zone on the side of the circle that has not been shifted towards the entire time. But good nade by Jimmy. Oh, almost gets one on Purge. Jimmy realizes he needs to make a move. Oh, the shots were so close. He almost gets it. He does get purged with that drop shot, though, but Jimmy down to 1 HP will get traded out. And Lazarus looks like they'll end up taking this fight and getting the full reset.
But again, BTOWN has already dealt a lot of damage, so hopefully Lazarus, they're going to be able to get the fallen men back up, as we do have Bolty now trying to play things for the placement points. It makes a lot of stuff as well. Makes a lot of sense too. Bolty, he does not want to go against the players of Lazarus. Lazarus are one of the most strong teams currently in the lobby. So yeah, indeed, taking things a little cautious against them has to be the way to go, and that's what Lazarus are doing too. Slowly and steadily, again, trying to edge their way in. As the wall of death too is going to force them to try and make it in. As WallStreetBets so far looking pretty solid on the edge of this northern side against the players of Boring Protocol. It's a 4-on-4 head collision.
This is that hilltop. That's such a strong position, but at the same time, pretty vulnerable. And Boring Protocol, well, they can disengage this. I see another way out, but on Sanhok, you rarely get second options. So I think Boring Protocol might just commit to this fight. They're staring each other down. They're both in zone, so technically they don't have to do the fight right now, but they should definitely start looking for some openings, because there's no way that circle's going to keep them in the zone on the next shift.
Yeah. Indeed, it's going to be a little tough. As Bop again. It's just a huge stalemate. Both these teams don't really want to go against each other, but at the same time, they cannot really disengage too. It's going to be tough for them to find a way out of this situation. Bop, though, they are slowly and steadily trying to disengage. As you do take a look at them, just moving back from this fight, just falling back. WallStreetBets, they have no clue of that. Drago as well is not really able to accumulate any sort of information on the players of Bop, so they still think maybe Bop is there in contention, and now they probably know, as they do hear a lot of gunshots in the front lines.
Boring Protocol falling back here. The circle has shifted down to the southwest. It does go on to the team of Nova, Knights, and Polar Ace. XSET also still in zone on top of that mountainside. The Panthers in zone, but trying to make some more ground to get into better position, as Polar Ace taking some free shots at them. Smokes come down. The Panthers should be okay for now. Mezexis does end up knocking a player from WallStreetBets, so WallStreetBets having to cross down from that mountaintop now.
The Panthers now just moving on in slowly and steadily. Still on the edge of the next zone, though. As you did say, it's going to be ending on top of the mountain. So far, it does seem like it. One end of the mountain seems like Knights are controlling it so far with the two-man squad. Two of the players got taken out. Don't exactly know how that happened. But as we do have the Panthers on the edge of almost the top left, on the top right side. And the Panthers, they're also being eyed out by the players of Polar Ace. As I said, they are controlling one of the most prime spots currently in the zone, and a lot of shots taken. Frady barely surviving on a nick of health.
Oh man, you saw him run out for less than half a second and immediately ran back to the tree. He does get that first aid off, and the couple of bullets missing and needing to reload. The Panthers will make that rotation. Very well done by the Panthers, but they need to be doing a lot more. The Panthers currently near the very bottom of the leaderboards.
Yeah, that was quite a risky one too, but hey, as you do say, high risk, high reward. Panthers now, they're going to be safe for a while. Nova, a four-man squad, indeed. That's going to be the biggest threat currently in the lobby. XSET 2, Boring Protocol, WallStreetBets, so many big names having all their 4 players up, but it's just Knights. One of the big teams currently down to a 2-man squad. Oh, look at Killswitch having a clear line of sight onto the players of Bop. Bop now, they're just trying to surround players of XSET around in this one. JV hears a lot of footsteps. Indeed, Spec now as well is going to try to keep the pedal to the metal. XSET don't exactly know what to expect at this point in time.
Oh man, Boring Protocol taking the fight with one of the top teams right now. Is not looking too good. J7, he's gonna find an opening right there, swinging out to the right. Carnage is running. He is back turn full sprint running for his dear life right there, and he goes down. I have never seen this man Carnage back down from a fight like that before. Man, Carnage was running for
scared.
Or I don't know, for something. He was like, yeah, but it's not done yet for XSET though. WallStreetBets coming in on this fight now, getting a knock onto Polo G, the third party happening right now.
That's the fear of the table toppers. XSET doing such a great job against the players of Borg Protocol. BTOWN as well will follow it up now on rank 13th, as we do have XSET, another wave of enemies just approaching them. WallStreetBets with a 3-man squad. So far, it does look like a 3-on-3 situation, but we do have Knights as well getting eliminated by the Chosen. The Chosen, they're doing pretty okay so far.
Yeah. It looked like, so the Knights had to push out of their compound, and the Chosen had a nice, 2-2 setup with Crossfire, so that's how they took them out. The Panthers coming in right now. They managed to survive that crossing into the warehouse, and Polar Ace kept trying to pin them down. Now, somehow, Polar Ace are the ones being taken out by the Panthers instead. Zone is still closing in. A lot of teams still have a long ways to go. Nova getting a nice circle blast. This could be the game where Nova catches up a bit more to XSET, if not potentially overtake them.
Vamp. All 4 players still up. They don't really like to go for those engagements. So indeed, Vamp, they're trying to avoid as many eyes as possible, as we do have the players of WallStreetBets too. They're just forced to move on in, out in the open. They have no other option. Nova now just raining down bullets in the front. Nova, they have a really great hard compound to play around with. And Nova currently is the only team that's looking the strongest, as the Panthers too, they're being forced to move out in the open. There we go. Nova, they're just wrapping up so many elimination points so far. And every single team, I mean, as I said, Nova is the only team in the best amount of cover so far. Every single team's just out in the open, left running for their lives.
Man, that was a nasty circle shift. From 4 different angles, players had to run in the open down the hilltop side, and they were all just shooting at each other. And it's not even done yet. TC now taking shots at Vamp, as Vamp is not in the next zone. The carnage is not over yet. Rage gets a first aid off, but just like that, smacked down immediately and knocked. Vamp, they had 4 people running for the zone, but I don't think a single one of them can make it. This is why sometimes on Sanhok, you gotta get that med strat ready if you are available to those meds.
But again, those med strats, yeah, Mayo is actually going for that too. Just trying to heal himself back up, trying to patch up. But look at the Chosen. They're looking like a 4-man army. They're doing so great too. The communication between these players is just looking absolutely perfect. A great spread to play around with as well. The Chosen now, it's their time to capitalize, as Nova has to be the biggest threat possible currently in the lobby.
Man, XSET's still in the game though. J-Way's in the zone. Are we gonna have a back-to-back Nova and XSET finish? I mean, I know TC has 4 players. J-Way, not in the new circle shift. The zone has shifted away from everybody. Kindness, though, is still in that zone, and that shack right next to Kindness to his left is actually also in the zone. So Nova gets a huge advantage as TC has to move up into the wide open. Nothing but trees and rocks for cover now.
Look at Mayo just met-stratting the last first aid up. Will he try to go for a spoiler on the players of the Chosen? No, he's just straight up booking it, puts the guns behind his back, and now does realize, okay, he's not really going to be able to withstand the damage of the play zone. Finally, play zone just sealing the deal on the Vamp, all getting eliminated on 4th spot, as we do have the Chosen and the Nova, top 2 teams alive. The Chosen, they get a casualty on their side. Nova, too, they're quite hurt. 2 of the players, Koi and Shifan, they're quite low, but they're going to be able to patch himself up, as Opa as well goes down from the side of the Chosen. First Frost left out in the open, trying to make it back to Opa, wants to go for the rescue, but Nova with some precise spray on the players of the Chosen. 2 of the players getting eliminated, are almost taken out.
How does QZ hit those so cleanly under so much pressure? Look at that triad for cover. It is a stick, and he is literally out there by himself. TC getting pieced up and eliminated. I want to backtrack to that knock that QZ just did.
Yeah, you traced that head.
It's not just that, okay? He ran out into kind of the open with a very thin tree for cover, and the rest of the TC had rocks, like huge cover, and he could have got shot in the side, everything. Under that amount of pressure, for him to hit those quick shots, that quick peek, and land and connect them, that's very impressive. And yes, we're hyping up QZ, but have you seen what this man has done over the course of PMPL North America? That was not a one-off thing. This man is able to perform like that under that kind of pressure day in and day out.
Exactly, it's not just a fluke, man. This man has been on the elimination, he's been one of those table toppers in the elimination leaders. So yeah, QZ over there too with most eliminations, 5 eliminations on his name with the highest damage too, 681 dealt. And then Opa is going to be there with most eliminations with the nade. Remix there too with longest elimination, and Fierce from the side of Lazarus. Again, as I said, man, the Chosen are doing pretty okay today. I mean, everything, you know, taken away. I feel like the Chosen definitely are improving quite a bit. I do want to see how they're going to be doing in the 2 upcoming games.
Yeah, the Chosen, definitely a team that has improved a lot. I mean, this team was bottom, like 16th place, like
yeah.
2 weeks in a row. And now they're in the finals and, like you said, doing pretty good. But we'll see how well they do, as we do have a few more matches coming up. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after a quick break.
When the battle is intense and the bullets are raining down, vehicles are one of the only options that can guarantee you a fighting chance. However, each vehicle is unique, hence it pays to know the details. When hell breaks loose on Erangel, you cannot stay exposed while traveling. You can put your faith in the UAZ here for its superior durability and cover. But it's not invincible. If you blow even one of its rear tires, it goes from an asset to a liability in an instant. To stay up and running, no matter how much hit your rear takes, the Dacia indeed comes as a savior. It can storm through the fields at top speed, even with 3 of its tires blown off. The only downside here is its off-road performance. However, when you are in a race against time, the Coupe is unbeatable. With its lightning-fast acceleration, it's your ticket to a narrow escape when you are bleeding at low HP. The buggy is great for scouting, and for a driver, it offers the best possible protection from the back. But the same cannot be said for the passenger. But PUBG Mobile offers even more choices apart from the ones we covered. Which one will you choose for your next trip to the safe zone?
All right, that was disgusting. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, I mean, what else do you want me to say? I mean, QC, come on, man. The man has a family. That was ridiculous. Of course, I gotta give a big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here. I mean, what else do I gotta say about that one? I mean, we were in the green room. I was watching it. I'm not gonna lie. With the position, I was like, Chosen, they should have this.
You did say that.
They should have this. And then, but I forgot. QZ. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say, Glitter. That's it.
You know, I think that's the perfect segue into the match ranking, okay? Because I'm glad that I stayed on Nova for today. I knew that they had it in to bring it back, and this was even like a more spread out game when it came to elims, but Nova still take home that chicken dinner and still get an additional 23 points, and that's going to be big as far as keeping themselves in that safe spot. But Chosen, obviously, we saw them going up against each other, have a very strong performance for themselves. XSET really, really want to hold on to that first place spot 7, and right now, no one is able to kind of knock them off of that pedestal. And then we get like this cluster of squads that you've been talking about, the ones trying to fight their way back into potentially a 5th place spot. You got Mezexis having another good game. Panthers, 7 elims, tying Mezexis' points. Even Vamp is up there getting some decent points on the board, and all of these mean less points for Knights.
Oh, Vamp. Yeah, Vamp is up there getting points, as you said, and that's exactly right. I don't see Knights. Show me that second page, because, man, boy, oh boy, this was not, honestly, this was not the finals I expected out of Knights. This was definitely not the finals I expected out of 19 Esports. Boarding Protocol, I mean, I see you there with the 0 as well, but hey, you have done enough today that I'll allow a little bit of a misstep there. WallStreetBets as well with that just 1 point after what we just saw, what they were able to do in that Erangel. I gotta go back though. I mean, Nova. This is what we've been talking about. The plays that you guys are currently putting up. The only thing that's not really going your way is that XSET is also performing. Yes, you guys are currently outnumbering them in regards to total points per match. But the way XSET is currently performing is just so impressive to me. Coming out of nowhere, I'm starting to believe the theory. I'm usually not into conspiracy theories, but oh my goodness, tactical throwing? Because that's what it feels like right now with XSET. This is a completely different team. And for the longest time, too, going back to Nova, Glitter, we were talking about what could happen if QC just worked on that average survival time. And I think we got a perfect example of what can happen on that last match.
Yeah, and we also, I mean, we've talked about Nova being one of those teams that's also frequently changed up their roster, right? And we see Shifan playing today. And I personally think when we see them play with Shifan in the mix, that we actually get a more controlled play style, a little bit more placement point focus, which is something you've said now throughout the day that they've nailed those down, and then they're getting the elims along the way, and that lends itself to putting them in a more consistent position to do well. And right now, that's exactly what they needed. They wanted to get themselves in a top 2 spot, especially by the end of today. If they can maintain that, then going into the final day, they're going to be so strong. And it's mostly just going to be up to the teams below them to knock them off that pedestal, which is where you want to be. That's what we don't want to have to be worrying about fighting your way into the top 5.
100%. It's just so crazy to me how many teams are actually deciding to perform right now and how many teams are keeping everything so close. And this final, I mean, I just kind of want to watch this. I was hearing how hyped up Sute was getting there. It's, what was that? Nova, I mean, going from just, you know, heal stratting to a completely different Nova here that wanted to take on the fights. 1,300 damage for them, 8 Illims. Lazarus, not, you know what's crazy too, Glitter? Like, not super insane damages from this team. So when we go to Sanhok, it kind of allows everybody to get those Ilms and will get those third parties. Lazarus, 6 Ilms, 1,100 damage. Then you go to the Chosen, to a team that has been super quiet, but once we see their overall, you're going to be seeing that this team could become a big threat. They got 1,100 damage with 7 Ilms, and then we keep going down the list. We also see the Panthers, a team that was fighting between 15 and 16 place. Guess what? Now they're putting themselves into contention as well. I mean, this finals, I feel like this second day might be one of the best second days for a final that we have had in a long time.
This is what I was waiting for. That's all I'm going to say. This is all I was waiting for right here. I'm not going to lie. I'm not surprised, you know, and when it comes to the Knights, we saw them perform like crazy during league play, but a lot of the other teams didn't have an incentive to really go nuts. And then XSET come finals time said, hey, we are the previous champions for a reason, baby. So that's what we love to see there. Hopefully we could see that. Hopefully we could see the Knights in top 5 at a minimum, though. That's something I definitely need to see. But when it comes to, you know, XSET, Nova, these are 2 teams that are definitely continuing to perform here, 7.
They definitely are. And let's just look at the radar. I mean, look at XSET numbers, and also look at Nova's numbers. Honestly, they're even more impressive, and this is what you expect out of a team that is trying to play that catch-up with XSET. The damage, 5,600 damage to Illims too. I think that's the one thing that's really impressive for me, has to be those eliminations. Remember, yesterday, XSET was fully able to outfrag some of these teams. Today's a little bit of a different story. I'm glad that Nova decided to do this today and get themselves a little bit closer there so that it can be an even closer battle for that first place. The heals too, by the way, if you're wondering why Nova has so much heals, is because we played a Sanhok match earlier, and that's usually what happens. And Nova decided, you know what, we're going to switch it up, and I like that. I definitely like that. And then we go here to the team stats from XSET. And he's still kill switch putting up that damage. J-Way is actually being consistent with the Illims. And you know what else I am happy to see, Glitter? My boy J7 is now averaging 1 Illim per match.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a good reminder. These are averages, right? So this means this is like what they're getting per game. And it's solid. You asked for consistency, 7. You chose them as your team to watch specifically because you wanted them to prove to you that they could be consistent. Not only are they being consistent, but you're seeing slight improvements on individual stats now. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that.
It really doesn't.
It does not. That is a fact. And one thing that I think we can always see a little bit better from, but have been doing pretty darn good, is Mezexis, right? So I think it's good to see if you take a look at, you know, how they've performed so far in this tournament here, Glitter.
Okay, so this is obviously the last 5 matches, but we haven't done 5 here today, so that's going to be reaching back into yesterday. And you can see literally goose egg, okay, to just this explosion of a performance for Mezexis. And this is just for the eliminations for Mezexis. However, they have been on the rise throughout all of their stats. So we could take a look at the rest of their placement points and their total points here, and you can see, once again, it's a big old goose egg, a big fat 0, but then straight into double digits that they've been mostly maintaining. And same thing with their total points. I mean, consistency is always one of our favorite words when it comes to success for these squads, and we were questioning that for the likes of Mezexis, especially yesterday, for the likes of Panthers, 19 Esports. Well, Mezexis today has completely shut us up because they fixed whatever issues they had yesterday, Jukes, and they are a different squad today.
Straight up. I mean, you put 53 points in the past 3 matches. You're going to shut up a lot of people. That's some serious performances right there. That's what we love to see from a lot of these squads. A lot of other teams need to kind of get on that Mezexis train, though, if they want to make it into the top 5. They need that kind of pointage. That's what I'll call it, right? As we take a look into the overall leaderboards to see where everybody's standing right here. Ooh. Look at this. Oh, my goodness, Glitter.
Okay, I don't. Are we on the same? First of all, I'm looking at the gap between XSET and Nova. It's almost gone. Okay, yes. I mean 13 points. That's nothing. Nova is chasing down XSET, or at least chasing down security. Right? They want to make sure that they are creating a gap for themselves into a very safe spot, because look what happens from second to third. That's when you see a massive point fall off, and then another decently sized one down to WallStreetBets, and Knights are just barely in that top 5 right now. And 7. You said it yourself. Sneaky, quiet, consistent. The Chosen are only 1 point behind the Knights right now.
The Chosen is, and this is what I was hinting at. The Chosen, quiet but sneaky. I mean, between 4th place all the way down to 8th place, 10 points. That's even less. That's the difference between those teams, and this is something that is just so impressive. Remember, it's only gonna be the top 5 moving on to Americas, so this is gonna be a nail biter. And then now you have teams that were consistent yesterday that are kind of not being consistent today, helping Quit Addiction. That's a team that's having a really bad day too. But the other teams that are currently above them need to be careful too, because we know what can happen with helping Quit Addiction. We know how they can perform, so they can definitely shoot up that leaderboard. And that's why I was mentioning Knights. I mean, yeah, you see the Panthers, you see BTOWN, and then I'm not gonna say the special name that Hachush was calling 19 Esports, but yeah, they need to improve onto that, or some people are gonna be picking on them tomorrow. But going back to the first page, wow, like the competition of this finals is impressive, and I think at some point we got to bring it back, because we talk about this team so much. So far out of the Knights today, we have only seen Coops perform. We haven't really seen anybody else perform out of the Knights, and I think it's that time. I think it's that time that the other players, I'm looking at you, Xenox, I'm looking at you, Tanset, Chico, is that time that you guys give your boy some support. Yeah, his back is hurting right now. Coops needs some help. And with the way the other teams are playing, I would be very careful, because 2 matches, I would say 2 matches, this one coming up, and then the first one for tomorrow, the final day of the finals, it can cause some craziness here for PMPL NA.
Well, I'll tell you what, right? Some of these squads need to put up some big points ASAP, and I will say it, 7. The Knights, I'm sorry, not the Knights, 19 Esports. If they don't put up some big points this game, their name is going to start getting changed to free points, because that's what some of these squads are going to be looking at them. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is, right? Well, let's go ahead and get into this next match. Thank you so much, 7. Thank you so much, Glitter. Let's get it going here. At this point, I really mean it. I'm doing it to inspire squads like 19 Esports. You guys got to put up some serious points right here, right now, if you want to make it into the top 5. Zute, Spad Cargo, take it away.
Thank you once again, Hot Jukes. Yeah, these teams near the bottom, or not even near the bottom, just like towards the bottom half, all need to start putting up points if they want a chance at the top 5. While the casters are talking about that, I'm looking at the top 5 right now and how close it is. Like 83 points, 82 points, 80 points, 79 points. That is from 5th to 8th. There's a very real world where the Knights, currently sitting in 5th place, get knocked out of top 5 at the end of the tournament by just like 1 or 2 points, and they're going to be in 6th or 7th place too. Like, it's not just the teams near the bottom, it's the teams in and close to the top 5 that really need to secure some points too, because that cutoff is going to be super close.
Ouch. Ouch. Yeah, I mean, it just really goes to show that every single point at this point really is going to matter. So I guess that is an extension, right, Zute? It's not only those bottom teams or those teams around the middle point they need to go on ahead and do a bit better coming into this next match. It's even still all the way up to that 5th place team that needs to continue to hold on to their points. There still is no relaxing until the very last match.
I'll say it one more time, right? 5th place, 83. 6th place, 82. Then it goes down to 80, and then 79. By the end of the finals tomorrow, we could see that same point spread from 5th to 8th, and that just means 3 to 4 teams will not make it to the next stage because they didn't get those 4 extra points, 4 or 5 points, and that is going to be, I feel like that's going to be the sad truth. But for now, I mean, they still have a fighting chance. We have this game, one more game, and then a whole another day for these teams to really cement themselves into the top 5. And on this Miramar game, once again, the circle towards that southeast, and I know we already had Los Leones circle, but won't call it me too shocked if we see it end around that area once again.
Yeah, seems like it's really been enjoying going down to the southern side. So at this point, though, I mean, the team should be used to it, right? I mean,
yeah.
Not entirely. I mean, I do want to see potentially some growth since the circles have been kind of pulling down in the same area over and over again, like when it comes to rotations from the teams or maybe even approaches, especially since at this point they should know where everybody else is going or maybe even recognizing some other people's rotations. So I would actually like to see some growth with this circle once again, and I feel like I'm getting deja vu because this is the exact shot that we actually caught from our first Miramar of today, but this time it actually looks like Koi's able to grab a little bit of a vehicle here. I kind of thought that he was going to chase down Polar Ace in that situation, but no, he needs to back up because all of Polar Ace is actually there to protect their teammate this time around.
It should be the other way around. It should be Polar Ace hunting down Koi, not Koi hunting down Polar Ace, because you know, we see the drop, they split, they do. I'm still not too all like sure why Nova does this split. They do like a 3-1 split where they have Koi like drop very close to Polar Ace territory, and wow. Oh man, he was dodging and diving right there.
His life.
But it's a 4v1 situation. Polar Ace should, you know, kick Koi out of this split that they do, but they do this over and over, and Polar Ace just kind of let themselves be bullied, and well, I mean, for Nova, if they could get away with it, they'll keep getting away with it.
That's why they're kind of all shoved down on that southern side of the road. Like, they barely have a compound for everybody to loot. Their loot probably really stinks. That's why you see them move almost immediately, I'll have to say. Polar Ace is usually one of the first, earliest teams to kind of move away from their initial drop spot, making a move on over to that eastern side as of right now, actually, to continue on looting. But if they were able to grab even that warehouse that Koi does drop at consistently, you're right. Like, then they would probably be fine when it comes to loot, and they'd have, of course, more territory, which usually this early on in the game, that's pretty vital. And if all 4 of them just decided to drop on Koi, I mean, that is a potential elimination point for themselves, except, of course, they would probably see it in the air, right? Like, Nova wouldn't let that happen.
Yeah, probably. Point is, they haven't tried, so I feel like they need to. They need to try it, test it out, and then maybe, who knows, Koi will just be forever gone and not bother them anymore, and that frees up so much more for Polar Ace. Taking a look at the mini-map right now, Polar Ace right now actually grabbed some of their own vehicles, and they're driving all the way towards Impala now to loot. And a lot of fast rotations this time around. You mentioned that, you know, this circle has been on that south side so many times. You think teams would start adapting or getting more familiar with it, and I am seeing a team of Born Protocol, and the Knights are ready, going for a very quick rotation.
Yeah, that's true. Last time, I believe I even pointed out, oh, it's around 4:30 now. Those early teams are going to start rotating. Taking a look at it, you're right. There's a lot more people actually making a move at this point. So people are probably like, oh my gosh, we got the same zone. Maybe this time if we leave just a little bit earlier, maybe we'll actually get that previous compound that was taken last time. You know, a bunch of people are probably thinking stuff like that. So they're getting a move on, hoping to start, you know, just filling up the center of this map the exact same way that we saw last time, probably. Except, like I said, what are the odds that it's going to land in Los Leones once again? Not quite sure where exactly it's going to go, but people are going to be going to their usual compounds. But maybe this time, of course, we might see actually... The thing that I'm looking forward to the most is last time there was a really close call with Knights and Nova, and this time around it's not happening, actually, which is quite surprising.
Yeah. Well, zone is slightly different. We have the Panthers taking some very long-range shots. Oh, Master OP going prone with the Scar. Huayuya peeks out his head and stands still for a little bit too long. And, oh, patience. Patience, Master OP. He could have just... I think that's one defining difference between, you know, very experienced players and just some players that are newer to the scene. Just, like, being patient with your shots, waiting for the prime opportunity, because now that he went for those shots that weren't too likely to connect, he's not going to have that chance again because his position is given away.
Yeah, you're completely right. There's no way that he's going to go on ahead and make a peek happen any other time. It actually, okay, this is what I was wondering. I was like, Nova's taking a long time to make their usual rotation, and now they're actually making it, they're running straight into Boring Protocol, and they get a knock onto One Carnage with the spot right now. This is actually a really strong position. However, there is a vehicle in the way. You can see all the Boring Protocol is slowly surrounding the spot where they got the knock, though. This is a huge opportunity for them to actually get a team eliminated that's really close to them on the leaderboard. So if they are able to go on ahead and continue this fight, this is going to be a huge one that could totally pivot their position on the leaderboard completely.
All right, so this is great for Boring Protocol, but one criticism I have, they're taking too long. I feel like they have so much advantage that they should be able to press this a little bit quicker and harder. And there we go. Koi also goes down now. But Boring Protocol is just like, they will go for the chase. I see that. I understand Boring Protocol is a team that will be able to recognize these things, but I think it's just like a little slow, you know, like just that initial knock in that situation. It's like, that is go time. You have all the advantages. You can find all the angles, play quick, but they're just a little bit slower. So they only pick up 2 points on the potential 4 that they could have had if they were super aggressive. Like we see teams like the Knights, we see teams like Nova. Like, when they get into these type of situations, they go really quickly and take out the entire team very fast.
Yeah, I agree. It's like they got that knock, and then everybody was kind of sitting there looking at each other like, okay, what do we do now? Are we pushing?
Yeah.
Are we pushing? Like, what's happening? And then they finally made that decision, made the movement. And that's kind of unfortunate because I already said, like, it would have been completely pivotal for them if they gotten out the entire team of Nova there, because that's who they should honestly be targeting on the current leaderboard. However, with 2 of them getting away, we know for a fact that Nova, especially on Sanhok, this is Miramar, so it's a little bit different, but Nova has such a knack for staying alive. Like, all they need is one person, and they're going to stay alive into the end game and get a lot of placement points and even some cheeky elimination points. So 2 of them getting away from that might come back to bite Boring Protocol.
Yeah. Good job, though, for Boring Protocol to make the fast rotation. It definitely caught Nova off guard. So that is something Nova needs to take into consideration now, since they were a little bit slow. Next circle is about to shift on out on your screen. Let's see if it... Oh, it does go down south. Los Leones still in the zone. Maybe not the dead center, but there's still a chance we might see a back-to-back Los Leones zone.
Oh man, if that happens, once again, it's just going to be absolute chaos. There's an opportunity for it to even pull over to the western side, though, maybe more towards Chumacera, but Yeah, we're just in between two cities for sure right now, and everybody you can see is kind of expecting this to kind of go into the city once again. A lot of people grabbing their vehicles and just shoving themselves down in there already, actually. I'm a little bit worried about that because I'm kind of curious as if it's maybe still just a little bit too early. I mean, 19 Esports taking the top hill. Looks like Polar Ace and Boarding Protocol, WallStreetBets, all of them are trying to get a little bit closer. Unfortunately for Polar Ace, Trey, though, staying out a little bit too much in the open. 19 Esports is instantly going to get a knock onto that. And there's the flush as well. Polar Ace, oh man, this is another team that I feel like they usually find themselves in pretty decent positions, but then unfortunate things like that happen, and then they're just not in a good spot anymore whatsoever. Like, you need to keep your people alive.
Yeah, Polar Ace still continuing to struggle here. Also being gate-kept by the 19E team. Well, technically not gate-kept because they're already in zone, but they definitely want to try and get more center. 19E is like, you shall not pass. So now Polar Ace is forced to wrap all the way around, in which case they'll just end up wrapping into another team potentially. So it just gets trickier and trickier for the Polar Ace team. Many of the positions center of this zone is already taken too, so Polar Ace should just, play a little bit safer, wait until the next shift to see what they could really do. BTOWN, Jimmy. BTOWN down to 3 right now. Currently in the southern city, or the southern side of Los Leones.
Mezexis still grabbing their usual position here. I mean, last time that helped them out a lot, the last Miramar match. So them being there, that's a pretty strong position. They can basically go on ahead and make their way further into Los Leones or be able to go out to the western side into the open if the zone shifts that way too. A little bit concerned though, because unlike last time, they are a lot more spread out, Zute. That is insane. And all of Polar Ace are now sending it right on into them. This could go really bad for them if they're not careful, but it looks like Inactive at least is bringing it back just a little bit. Oh, wait a second. He's going to go on ahead and kind of pick him up just a little bit for fun as well.
Oh, TC getting caught in that kill feed right there. Oh, TC actually, I think, just lost 2 of their players. Yeah, to XSET and the Knights. Rotating by, those are 2 teams you do not want to come under fire under, but unfortunately for TC, they're down to 2. And TC, one of the teams that can potentially make the top 5. TC currently sitting in 6th place, 1 point behind the Knights.
Wow. Well then, yeah, being found in that little, they're basically trapped in the compound that they're actually in right now. It's kind of in a bowl to the northern side of the road. I mean, at least let's just hope that they have a vehicle, because this next zone is about to pop, and obviously if they have to make their way far away, they're going to need it, especially with XSET basically right on top of them. I'm kind of curious if the Knights or XSET are going to be the aggressors. They'll potentially take them out, because that's what they're usually known for. But with this zone shift, I actually wouldn't be surprised if XSET just goes on ahead and focuses on getting the best spot inside of the zone, as J-Way is already currently holding on top of that church. And the Knights, they're actually going to have to make a big rotation around if they want to hopefully get a little bit further towards the center of this zone. 4 bros, they have a huge 2-2 split. Did you see that?
Yeah,
2 of them in Chima, the other 2 on the edge of Los Leones. That is a huge 2-2 split for themselves. They have a great spot inside zone as well.
I don't know if that split was on purpose or if they just got separated on rotation. All right, because I mean, 4 bros are not doing too great. They're really not doing too great, so there's a chance that was by accident, as Mezexis pushing up onto the last Polar Ace player, and just not enough shots connecting to take that down. And well, the Knights, they know TC's down to 2. They could see it in the kill feed. They picked up one of the eliminations themselves, so they want this new position in the zone, and they're going to take it by force. 4v1 for Opa. I don't think Opa can do much here.
No, potential just a matter of time, but does look like he will jump down face to face with Tenza. Oh man, maybe if that vehicle wasn't in his way, maybe he would have at least gotten to a knock on 1, but just completely surrounded. Knights will in fact go and crash into the Chosen. I mean, I said it, I was like, that's an aggressive team. Like, they can only hope that maybe they'll just drive around them, potentially prioritize that zone, but no, Knights knew that they wanted to go on ahead and grab those elimination points. And now from here, this isn't actually as bad as the spot as they previously had. Still not the best best situation ever, especially since they're basically on very low terrain, and anything to the southern side, the rest of the zone is much higher up than them, so it might be a little bit more of a difficult rotation, especially with everybody else coming in at this point, but they're going to try anyway. We can see them already starting to move out.
Boring Protocol right now taking the position that the Knights were in earlier, getting pushed on by 19E, but I don't think 19E is going to commit to this because this is the very edge of zone. This position not that important to fight over, and yeah, 19E are going to rotate off. 19E, they need a chicken right now in this game, or they're pretty much done for.
Yeah.
Like, they are so far down the leaderboard side. This is the game that is make it or break it, in my opinion.
Oh no, I was gonna say I'm happy that they rotated away because they knew that that wasn't a worthwhile fight, but then we just watched Alucard and Rad just crash right into the Knights. They didn't even crash with the full team, just 2 of them crashing. Here comes the other 2, I guess. I guess they're committing to this fight. Why not? They already lost 2 of their members. Maybe they can win this and potentially get the win, but oh man, never mind. There's only 1 of them left. It's down to Salty, and he will be found out. So that is actually 19 Esports eliminated. I even wonder, maybe they should have taken that out of the fight. Otherwise, maybe they would have been able to survive longer. I'm not sure. They're just out, and maybe what Hot Juke said is true at this point.
They're like chickens with their heads cut off right now, just lost and looking even worse as the matches go on. 4 bros get that circle bless. It was a hard western shift, and now we have a hard southwestern shift, as many of these teams have to make it to the mountainous terrain now. This area of the zone, basically all mountains with some very deep chasms for roads to kind of navigate around. So not going to be easy zone for any of these teams really to get a firm foothold in.
Ooh, that car driving on bike, trying to get a little bit more information for Lazarus. It's a big push on WallStreetBets comes through. So many knocks. Lazarus needs this. We were even just talking about this last match, that Lazarus, they haven't been having too good of games today. So them going on ahead, getting this fight with WallStreetBets, these are much needed elim points. Already having 5 underneath their belt. They just need a couple more to get this full elimination onto this team. Only 2 left in this small little shack. You can see them trying to go ahead and surround it, using that utility pretty nicely, but Drago being able to kind of turn it around. No, wait, with a 2K so far. He will get knocked eventually, but his one teammate is still alive.
WallStreetBets!
No way! Lazarus, they're out.
2v4. Again, it's Drago and Stevo. This time, Stevo's the one. Well, I mean, Drago put in work getting that 2-piece, man. This duo, Stevo and Drago, man, when these are the last 2 up for WallStreetBets, you gotta be a little bit careful. When we talk about Coops and Xenox all the time, I think we got another power duo right now, Stevo and Drago. I don't know how Lazarus lost that, but they did. And oh, the Knights taking the fight at the church compound, pulling right up onto Nova. Nova getting pieced up right now, and the Knights already up to 8 eliminations. This is their comeback game. They don't want to be barely in top 5. They want to be in firmly the top 3.
Oh, for sure. That's why with all these nades now sitting on over, they're just hoping to get that starting knock of something, right? I mean, QZ, he wants to at least do a little bit more damage, especially as that solo. At this point, I was going to say, at this point, I feel like maybe he's going to disengage, and that's exactly what he's doing. Grabbing that truck, making his exit on the western side, just complete opposite side of the Knights and where they're going to be able to see. As that solo, he's going to need to just find something comfortable in the very center of the zone, potentially trying to just keep his head low for the remainder of this game. It does look like Boring Protocol. We thought that maybe their fight was potentially over, but it is not. It's going to be a difficult rotation for them, but the Vamp and the Panthers right in front of them, looks like they did a lot of damage onto Vamp, so they might want to go ahead and participate in this, or third party, but Sanhok gets ripped out. That is not a good start. The up 2 are inside of these little ridges right beside him as well. That's a little bit of a questionable spot because the Panthers, they have a great location to be able to just toss as much utility as they want to in their direction.
Yeah, not just that. Carnage getting shot up from Dope on top of the mountainside, so not much options to play with. So Boring Protocol doing whatever they can right now. They're down to 2. Acer gets a knock, though. I don't think he's able to convert that as Carnage gets knocked in. Well, Carnage, I don't think is going to be able to get revived. The Panthers, one of them knocked, but they can just go for a safe reset, and it should be fine for the team as the zone about to shift once more.
Oh, and Freddy is just running out in the open. The Knights, they're getting so much damage. And Poppy, no, knocks himself. That means Freddy is now the last one alive for the Panthers. And the Knights, honestly, have a great position to just spot him out. He only has that little tree there as any sort of cover. Boring Protocol might actually be able to outlive them if they're not careful. Yeah, here comes the Knights now running out from the church compound. Them having this road, having this huge ridge to play off of, they're going to be able to see everything inside of this new zone before they're going to be forced to move on in. So Freddy, he's just going to try and be as still as possible to ensure that the Knights don't spot him out. But maybe the Knights... maybe they'll go ahead and potentially choose looking elsewhere, but I highly doubt it. They saw Freddy, they see Boring Protocol, they know there's a bunch of people coming from the southern side. They're going to keep a keen eyes peeled over there.
I love the zone control right now out of the Knights, especially given the way the circle has shifted. This is going to be a big game for them as they find the last member of Nova. Kuzi goes down. 11 eliminations now, and Acer finding a little cheeky elimination for himself as now he's forced to run in the open, and wow! Okay. What's really impressive is that he did that to Coops. That was Coops that he just did that to. Acer. Alright, I see you, Acer.
That might have punched his ticket to be able to survive much later into the game, not gonna lie. I mean, Tensa being super quick to go ahead and pick up Coops. At this point, Acer should be in a hidden spot, I'm not gonna lie. So he should be fine, at least for a little bit longer. And whoa, okay, replay here, just absolutely sending it. You can hear the vehicle just beeping as well. Oh, he is able to get a little bit of cover from that, but I mean, desperate plays at this point. This is a really hard zone. The only people with hard cover are those right in the center. That's 4 bros. Even WallStreetBets tried to take a fight with Dope. Will get a knock, but unfortunately the trade comes through.
Yeah, Dope has 4 up coming in from the south side. They pretty much control the entirety of the southern circle right now. South side of the circle, though, is kind of the low ground, so we'll see what Dope can do with 4. The Knights, wow, so aggressive. Just full sends without hesitation. As XSET will get full control of the northern side now, but I think the Knights realize the circle is probably going to shift somewhere more central or south, and the Knights with 13 eliminations will get their foothold in on this central compound.
I mean, their entire ridge is gone. Where else are the Knights going to go? They're not going to stop in between where their ridge was in this compound, because that's in the middle of nowhere. They needed to go ahead and make the crash, and so far, they're clearing out all of these apartments perfectly, right? I mean, 4 bros, they're all spread out, trying to keep a look at all of the angles, and because of this crash, the Knights, that made it an easier fight for them, right? I mean, they were able to just take down 1 on the northern side, and now there's only 1 left on the southern side. Lori is going to fight, though, doing a good amount of damage onto Coops, down to half HP, trying to prep that nade as well. Might just be able to get at least 1 out of this, but obviously wouldn't be able to go ahead and confirm it. Oh, there we go. Lori does in fact do it, trying to go for a second one, actually, and it turns out that was so close, way closer for comfort. You can see the rest of the Knights now pushing on up, trying to go ahead and get rid of the problem, which is Lori, and because of that, 4 bros officially eliminated. And this compound, not even inside zone. They're gonna have to continue to try and fight their way to get into position.
Yeah, but they finished that fight pretty quickly, so they'll get time to do the revive and get some more info. But we're down to a 3-way 4v4v4. Dope with 4 up. XSET also with 4. It is up to the Knights to kind of make the first move. Like you mentioned, they need to move a little bit to get into the next zone. I think the compound is very partially in circle, so if they really wanted to, they don't have to move out too much, and we might have to end up seeing a next circle shift before we see any real casualties. But it's all up to the Knights on how many openings and shots that they can land in when the smoke clears off for the side of Dope.
I like that for Dope, they're keeping Casper very far down to the southern side inside of that shack, and because of that, they're getting a lot of nice angles onto the Knights. There you go. They're getting a knock onto at least one of them. Chico falls down. That means the Knights only 3 left up. It looks like XSET, though, they're kind of splitting their attention. They're kind of doing a 2-2 situation. 2 of them watching the Knights, 2 of them watching Dope. So while Dope and the Knights kind of trade shots, they're going to have to be very wary of XSET and their potential for making a move on them while they're distracted.
Yeah, the Knights losing a crucial player. And, ooh, XSET's actually going to go on aggressive. They're going to take this area of the circle. They're doing a 2-2 split. I don't know if this is the best idea, especially since you got the Knights that you're right up next to, but I mean, XSET has been popping off, so I respect the confidence.
Oh man, I mean, I liked the 2-2 split in terms of just watching them from afar, but now I'm actually very, very nervous, especially because the Knights are able to get that res on the southern side. So this is a whole 4-man strong Knights against 2 members of XSET. That mess, it just doesn't add up. I'm a little bit concerned. Polo G, though, he's continuing to be very aggressive. He's really hoping to start off this fight onto the Knights by getting a knock, and it actually looks like Flash will be able to start it off getting that knock. Xenox getting the knock on Polo G. That means J7 is now the last one over here for XSET. The other 2, they're on the complete opposite side of the zone. And look at that, the zone actually shifted down towards Dope. This fight isn't even worth it. If they had kept all 4 of their members up on the high ground, they would have been able to just wait for the Knights to come out eventually.
Yeah, that 2-2 just... I feel like there must have been some miscommunicated information. Because I just don't see why they would have done that unless if they thought the Knights left the compound completely or something of that nature. But the Knights, they will lose Chico as he was knocked once again by the Dope players and gets confirmed. So now we're down to a 4v3v2. Dope with all the advantages possible. And they've got 8 eliminations already. So this could be a huge chicken for them if they can end up clutching it out. XSET, consistent as ever. A completely different team when it comes to the grand finals.
Oh my goodness, yeah, for sure. They've just been so consistent. Of course, they did get a win today. It would have been nice to see them going ahead and potentially get another one here, but you already said, probably some confusion with the call. Dope at this point, they just get to sit back and relax as everybody trying to make a rotation towards them, getting 2 knocks onto the Knights. There's only 1 left. It's Tensa trying to hide out inside of that smoke, but that's it. The Knights, they're now eliminated. The chicken dinner is going to go to either Dope or XSET, and as of right now, Dope is obviously in the better position. Oh, but J-Way with the bolt just absolutely smacks down Flash.
Can he hit another one, though? Oh, nice shots, though. It's going to put him back down. One of the players of Dope is getting the revive, so they only have 2 active shooters right now, which is letting XSET get closer and closer, but they get that reset. Oh, if that grenade hit, J-Way goes down, however, to the UMP. Now it's a 4v1. There were so many small moments where there was a chance, just a small chance, that XSET might have been able to do something, but of course, Dope, with 4 players against the 2 of XSET, oh man, it would have been different if XSET never did go for that 2-2 split that we were talking about.
Yeah, again, a little bit questionable, a little bit wondering about what exactly was going through their minds in that position. I would obviously love to know, but Dope, I have to go ahead and really commend them. They were in a horrible spot. I feel like usually when we see zones like that, the people that are on that specific spot don't end up doing that well, but they were able to fight to that position. They had those 8 eliminations and the zone kept going to them. They were able to play that passively perfectly, and then they just got to sit there, keep their heads down when it needed to, and then peaked and got a lot more eliminations. So they played that perfectly.
Yeah, they got rewarded with, a few circle blessings towards the end, but even before they got to that position, they were already at 8 eliminations. So they had to fight their way through the zone, take down some teams to get to that spot. So I think it was a very well-earned chicken. Now, Dope, they were the 15th place overall. Getting that chicken only puts their name back into the bucket, so to say, to be drawn for a potential top 5. So they're nowhere near done when it comes to pushing up the leaderboards, but we'll see, because we still got 1 more game left to go, Span, so maybe they can do another miracle game. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with a quick break.
Choosing the right grips in PUBG Mobile. There are a total of 6 grips in the game, each with its own pros and cons. Let's start with the vertical grip. As the name suggests, it helps you control the recoil of the gun by reducing its upward kick. We have the angled foregrip for you, which reduces the left-right movement whilst shooting. Then again, it won't be of any help to control the vertical recoil. Thus, players who use gyroscopes to control recoil, they receive significant benefits from it. Now, half grip is the one that functions like an all-rounder by reducing both the vertical and horizontal recoil up to an extent. It doesn't equal a vertical or an angled grip combined, but as the name suggests, it brings down the overall recoil by a small factor. Although the half grip may sound perfect, it also comes with the downside of reducing the overall stability of the gun. Light grip, on the other hand, is the counterpart of half grip, which doesn't help with recoil control, but greatly increases the stability of the gun. It means that light grip lets you be more accurate with your shots when you have already mastered recoil control. Thumb grip is one of the most common grips found on the battleground that helps you aim faster when you tap the ADS button. This is best for SMGs and close quarter fights where you need fast reflexes over accuracy. The grip also reduces the recoil and increases the stability slightly. The last one in today's lesson is the laser grip, which is only helpful for hip firefights. This grip reduces the bullet spread while you move and shoot using the crosshair. It serves as a great attachment for secondary weapons like SMGs when you need to clutch fights in close range. So, there's a variety of options here to support your playstyle. Pick yours carefully to outskill and outmaneuver your opponents every time.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Dope Esports pulling out a must-have chicken dinner for them right there. Something that we love to see. Of course, we got to give a big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partners here for the PMPL. Seven, what do you think about Dope Esports, the LLC? Busting out a chicken dinner, huh?
They got the chicken dinner, went from 15th place, hopefully pushed themselves up. And that's all I'm going to say about that win, because until they win another one, I will just, that's all I gotta say. 28 points though, massive win. But let's go to Knights. 25 points for Knights, a team that's currently in that contention for that first place. I guess you could put it that way. You know what, for the second place. And then the reason why I said second place is because the team that is currently in first place, Glitter, they're kind of running off with it, and that is going to be XSET, securing, once again, more points, 16 points for them. And you know what's interesting here, Glitter? The second place team that was chasing them, Nova, is nowhere to be seen.
I know, which is good. It's giving Knights an opportunity to play a little bit of catch-up, and it's giving XSET an opportunity to create a bigger gap above them, as we'll see where everything shook out for them, and Nova is only at that 2-point mark. So, I mean, they'll definitely still be in a safe spot right now, but those types of performances are the ones that the teams below Nova and XSET needs to take advantage of, right? Those are the times when they need to really get some extra points on the board and potentially get themselves in a solid spot. And I'm looking at, it was the Chosen, I believe, who was only 1 point behind Knights for that 6th place spot going into this game, and Knights kind of shut things down this time around, so they have at least given themselves some more cushion to work with.
They definitely have, and some of the other names that I saw there was Mezexis as well, not really putting up one of the best performances out of them. And then if we went down, you just said it, the Chosen. So I think in a way it is going to allow for those teams to be even closer going into this final game. And a big surprise, you know what? I got to mention them. Hot Jukes, 19 Esports.
Hey.
1 point that match, only 1 point.
Take it to the bank. What else I don't know what else to say about it.
If you're the other team, take it to the bank, because those are free points, baby.
3 points. And 3 points.
It was Knights. It was Knights.
Yeah, it was.
They needed them.
And
they needed them. I mean, this is what's the part is that every single time you put yourself in that position, especially for a squad that really, really needs points, they're going to be hunting them down. So yeah, 19 Esports, you hate to see it.
You definitely do. I mean, I think they currently have only 20-something points, if I'm not mistaken. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can even bounce back at all and at least save some face here on this finals. But the reason why you might be wondering, why are they even talking about 19 Esports? 7, why? Why are you talking? Well, the reason is because they are becoming those free points, and those teams at the top that are currently looking to collect those points, they might start hunting them down, and I wouldn't be surprised if maybe, just maybe, we end up seeing that, Glitter, here in the upcoming last match.
Oh boy. We're heading into that time of the finals where teams start to get desperate, you know, and they're either desperate for points. They're going to be potentially a little bit more aggressive, or they're trying to shut people down and kind of gatekeep them, like you're saying. And Knights here wants to make sure that no one can target them with over 2,600 damage and 15 elims. I am very excited to see what that ends up doing for them for the overall, but we got to give a little bit more love to Dope, because the conversion for Dope is just insane with 13 elims. I mean, this is something they need to be doing all the time, not every once in a while, so that they're in a better spot. Finals is not the time to test out this type of stuff. You need to nail this down before now. But once again, XSET, insane damage for what is actually a very low return on the elims, but still having incredible performances. And then, to be fair, names that we're talking about a lot: Lazarus, Boring Protocol, WallStreetBets. I mean, I know you had said even Mezexis didn't have a great showing, but they're still up here, and they still did get some points on the board. So it's really, God, I want to say like 12 through 16 now really have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, what's crazier, something that we got to keep in mind too, of the likes of 19 Esports, right? They can become free points, but they can also get into that other role that they want to spoil it for some of the other teams, right? We have literally seen this before, where the 16 plays. I mean, you got nothing to lose at that point. You know what? At least try to save some face, try to get some montages of maybe you going up against the top dogs that are currently on the leaderboard, and it's very likely that that could happen too.
Put up a Twitter highlight, right? Put up a Twitter highlight for sure. I mean, that's something that we could definitely see from 19E. And, you know, it was kind of ironic what you said a little earlier, you know, about Dope, Glitter, because I think if it comes to them wanting to make it in the top 5, they can't afford to mess up going forward. Like, they literally need to be having games like they did today, or this game, every single game if they want to have a chance. But you know what? We saw an amazing battle between two of the top dogs in this lobby. XSET versus the Knights at 7. I think you definitely want to take a look at this one, huh?
We'll definitely will. Something that Sute was able to mention, the 2-2 split that they had. Like, usually I would be so against this, but I think at this point it kind of worked out perfect, because at the end they allowed them to get that second place finish. And right here with Polo and J7, Polo G hold them off that long too, and J7 was kind of also able to backtrack too. You can see they allowed it to the point where Knights got a little bit desperate, and now they started getting third party by Dope Esports. And this is what I enjoy seeing here. You can see J7 throwing those snakes, trying to push him back. And meanwhile, Dope sees this, and they're like, oh, everybody's fighting there. Let's just focus on that location right now. And guess what? As soon as J7 backs off, Knights is now going to have to rotate. And now Dope Esports is looking at Knights saying, oh, hey, thank you so much for those free elims. Meanwhile, you have the other two players from XSET that you're currently not really able to see there on the screen. They're chilling. They're saying, you know what? We might be able to also steal some of this elims. We might be able to also steal this second place finish. And it kind of worked out wonders there for XSET. Overall, though, Knights, I mean, we got to give them some props. We've been talking about them. We've been hyping them up. And this is what we want to see, the comparison of how they were able to perform yesterday to today. And it's crazy to me that we're seeing this kind of numbers. Like, the consistency, Glitter, right? Look at the damage. The exact same. Heals, you know what? I'm not even going to count the average elims, though. That's consistent. Average survival time, that's consistent as well. And that's what we talk about when you get to finals. You cannot allow to mess up just one single game. You have to be consistent. And I think this consistency of the Knights is definitely going to pay off as we do go and see the player stats. And guess what? It's no surprise. We said it at the start of the show. When we showed the top 5 players, there was one name that wasn't there. And I'm pretty sure at the end or at the start of tomorrow, that name will be there, and that's Coops.
I constantly am impressed by how even when everybody can be having a slow day, an off day, a bad day, whatever you want to call it, somehow Coops never has one. I would like to know what this man does, but never, it's not failing, ever. It's just impressive across the board. And the survival time is very important, because he is obviously their biggest elim acquirer, but also staying alive the longest, making sure that he can get some points on the board.
You do not want this squad to heat up. And one thing I noticed there at the end, 7, at that play, I think we saw that player from XSET that got knocked right there at the end. I'm pretty sure I saw him crawl up on top of the hill, just so that Dope could steal that elim away from the Knights. I mean, that's a little high IQ play there right there. I mean, because you do not want the Knights getting started here, you know, and with one game left, they could definitely make things happen. Last game of the day, 7. I'm going to go with this. Teams at the bottom. Let's talk about that, right? Teams on the second page. Who do you want to see a win from right here?
A win? A win. We're talking about a win. Okay.
Because
wow,
it has to happen.
That is
it has to happen here if they want to have a chance.
Out of anybody, I would have to say Dope Esports. See if you can go back to back, honestly. See if you can do that.
If we're talking second page, I would like to see a bounce back from HQA. They've been very quiet and they were consistent before that, so I think they need to bring it back here in this last match.
It's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be interesting to see because those squads need to make it happen right here, right now, if they want to have any chance at the top 5. Thank you so much, 7. Thank you so much, Glitter. Last match of the day. Locked, loaded, ready to go. Get some hype in the chat, guys. Let's get it going. Let's get it going here as we get into that last match. It's Sute, it's Span Cargo to wrap things up here today. Y'all take it away.
All right, thank you, Hot Jukes. We are down to the final game of the day. It's been a very fast-paced, intense 5 games so far, and I don't think it's gonna slow down any coming into the 6th game because the things are just ramping up. The deadline, the deadline to punch your ticket to the top 5 is getting closer and closer. So these teams are gonna start playing their hearts out even more and more.
Oh geez, for sure. Like this last game and tomorrow, I'm kind of expecting to be insane, to put it shortly, I guess, because now it really is this point where if they don't go on ahead and start getting to a certain amount of points by the end of the day, tomorrow it's just going to be, I don't want to say impossible, but very hard, very difficult. So this last game is kind of going to set the tone coming into tomorrow, and then tomorrow's 6 games, we just know that I don't even know what to expect coming in from them. What I do know, though, for this match so far is this plane path is hard. It's horrible. Look at that. It's so far down to the southern side, starting at Nova, ending right above Quarry. That's going to be a huge challenge for people to be able to actually separate from each other. I mean, usually these guys, especially at this level, are really good at grabbing those vehicles and spreading out as much as possible to actually be able to loot up. But I'm terrified for this first circle.
Hey, at least this isn't like the last match of, you know, the 3rd day. This was the last match of the 3rd day where teams are wanting to potentially target. Oh man, a plane path like this would create utter chaos. But I think for now, everybody's still going to try and stick to their regular game plan, not do anything too crazy off drop, and just try and secure some more of those, you know, points that they're comfortable doing with, like whatever strategy they have laid out. And yeah, very southern plane path, very, very northern circle.
Yeah, this is going to mean big rotations off the bat. Everybody who decided to go up towards that northern side, they're going to be quite happy about this. I actually wouldn't even be surprised if we see some guys just grab vehicles and just drive to something in the far northern side, you know? So I'm kind of expecting that. That means that the Panthers, Mezexis, they're going to have a little bit of a difficult rotation, but mostly people a little bit more on even ground, right? Because everybody basically has to make a big rotation into this first circle. Oh, here comes the driving, here comes the races. Everybody's just trying to reach something. Everybody's just driving all around each other. Gotta be careful not to get run over in places like this.
I think right now, typically, there's mutual respect still. It's like, okay,
yeah,
you know, you're trying to do your thing, we're trying to do our thing. We still got a few more games. Let's not do, oh, never mind, BTOWN up. Ooh, all right then. All right, BTOWN's not friendly. BTOWN's definitely not friendly. BTOWN, if you're driving next to BTOWN, they will pull the car over and try and eliminate you. So, gotta be a little bit careful, especially when it comes to Brar, man. This man Brar from BTOWN, he's the violent one. He's the one you gotta watch out for.
Well, as of right now, I guess they're spreading out a little bit more, so I don't think we're going to have any more early conflict like that, potentially. People are still actually having some pretty huge rotations. It's kind of insane. Like, Vamp is still going. Same with Polar Ace up to the northern side. They're going to be driving by 19 Esports here. Oh, are we going to be able to see the pan? Oh, we are. Oh, they didn't even need to use the pan. I thought it was like a last resort kind of thing.
At least he didn't like throw the pan at a down person. That would be the
That's true.
most disrespectful thing you could do. Yeah, we're like 4 minutes into the match. Polar Ace is still rotating up to Severny to start looting. I mean, that's how south of Flame Path was. Yeah, and they like Severny. Good thing for them, though, the circle is very north of the map, so it's not like they have to rotate all the way back down to, say, like military base or something.
Exactly, because we know for sure. I mean, I guess it's like a nice trade-off, right? Like they grab vehicles and they're spending all this time rotating to finally get their stuff, finally get loot inside the zone. But we know, meanwhile, we know like Mezexis, Panthers, they definitely have a lot of loot, but they can't move just yet. They know if they start making their rotation, they're going to be driving through everybody and they're just going to be destroyed on rotation or something. So I guess it's that nice trade-off. Polar Ace, they get to kind of be up here and just loot a little bit more leisurely, even though they have to know that soon some of those people in the middle are going to start filling in around them. So they still, it's still kind of an urgent time, you know, like, okay, we're finally here, got to continue to loot on up, and then we have to figure out where we're going to actually want to set up, because Severny, while good for right now to get loot, I don't think that that's the spot that they want to go on ahead and kind of start setting up and thinking that that's going to be the spot for this next circle.
BTOWN, by the way, picked up another elimination onto Vamp, so Vamp just not having a good time when it comes to BTOWN. BTOWN somehow managed to hunt down another player in North George Pool. So BTOWN, this team, maybe this is what they need to do. Just start hunting down teams early on, pick up those points. And I think for all the teams like 9th place and, okay, maybe not 9th place. Let's start, 9th place right now is 75 points, right? 5th place is 95, so 20 points difference. 10th place, however, is 65 points, so 30-point difference. I think from 10th place and lower, which is starting with dope and downwards, I think they need a chicken. For the lower half bracket of the teams, they need a chicken on this game right here if they want to have a chance at making top 5 coming into tomorrow.
I don't disagree. Because last day of an event is also just like a different thing entirely as well. So you usually can't leave it to that last day to hope to gain enough points or have really big games, because for some reason it's just completely different, I feel like. So they need to go on ahead and get that chicken dinner now if they're hoping to go on ahead and get, like, I guess still a lot of points, don't get me wrong, but more of those normalized numbers of points that are actually realistically achievable for teams, you know, down there. So we're gonna have to wait and see. I don't know. This is already a pretty difficult game just with the plane path and with this sort of circle, so they're gonna have to continue to be really careful. We already know that Vamp is kind of out of the picture, only having 2 people left up, and while BTOWN and a couple of these other teams are still looting and waiting, there's a lot of people that are now getting in front of them. The rotating phase has already started, so there's a lot of people now filling in the center that teams like BTOWN now, they're not going to get as good of a spot as they could have.
Yeah, which is fine. I think BTOWN, they're just going to play their game. We see Boring Protocol, though, taking a very central location along with the Knights and TC. TC, one of the teams that I think has improved a lot, too. Right now sitting in 8th place. They have a very fair shot at making the top 5. And on the very top of the leaderboards, I feel like the only team that's guaranteed... Oh, hold that thought as... All right, Dope driving by, and actually Casper finding a knock. They might do a little U-turn right here to take this fight, because now it's a 4v3. But I don't know how confident Dope is, and it looks like, oh yeah, they are. Wait, Casper is setting up an off angle for the fight to continue, for the rest of the Dope to come back. I mean, this is a great spot by Casper, but that requires the rest of Dope to come and help. I like what Casper's doing. Yeah, but the rest of the team is not confident enough to do this. Now Casper, he's forced to drive around and try and regroup with his team. Like this right here, is the difference between like confidence and not confident. I feel like there was a very good chance that Dope might have been able to take some elimination points there. But in the panic of things, they were like, no, let's just rotate. Let's just get in position. But he got the opening knock, and he was able to put himself in a good position to pincer Wall Street's in if there was a follow-up, but didn't happen.
And did you actually see it while he got the knock onto one of the members of WallStreetBets there? Like, WallStreetBets was continuing to shoot at his teammates, driving in the distance. Like, they didn't even realize that right behind them was Casper until they were like, wait a second, and kind of turned around later. But by that point, Casper's already driving away. So that was kind of interesting timing. And yeah, a perfect reaction to whatever the heck this zone is. Even more to the northern side. I was going to say, I'm really curious to see how this river is going to come into play. It's just not. It's not. It's so far up to the northern side. I guess I take it back. Polar Ace, you can stay in Severny.
Yeah, Party in Severny, it's kind of the center of the zone, to be honest. Of course, half of the zone is water on that northern side, so it will pull away at some point. But we talk about these wild zones when it comes to the grand finals. This is, I don't think we've seen a zone like this even once yet throughout the entirety of the league stage. And here we are in the finals for the first time, North as can be.
Oh my goodness, and look at this. Everybody's just ascending upon this with vehicles. It actually looks like Polar Ace did, in fact, try to kind of leave their position in Severny, probably hoping to grab some of those compounds that now Boring Protocol 19 Esports has already taken, but it's already too late. They're stuck in Severny for this game so far, it seems, because 19 Esports, Boring Protocol, those are two really strong compounds, I'm going to have to say, and they're going to be able to see a lot of stuff from those positions and probably participate in a lot of fights that are going to take place. But oh my goodness, wait a second. Members of Vamp and BTOWN crashing into the western side of Severny? Polar Ace needs to get ready for this. Only two of them over there on the western side. Like, they're going to have to at least go ahead and get rid of this Brar player or kind of condense. Actually, BTOWN leaving? What is happening here?
Hold on, Nova and XSET. Nova and XSET in the kill feed, though. That's the first and second place team, and XSET is getting the better of Nova right now. Boring Protocol, third partying from distance, getting the finish onto Nova. Nova is eliminated. Did any of XSET go down? I don't think so. Sam L. Carnage now knocked by TC. There's so much crazy action happening. Our camera crew can't even keep up right now. I'm just reading what's happening in the kill feed. Will TC push upon Boring Protocol, though? Because Boring Protocol, that is 2 knocks. It looks like they managed to get the revive on Sam L, and Carnage will also get revives. So TC not deciding to take that risk. And in the heat of it all, XSET lost 1 member, but they picked up 3 points.
Maybe a worth it trade. Now they're kind of in an interesting spot. I mean, that's definitely a playable location down there, but as the 3-man, gonna have to continue to at least be a little bit wary. I don't know. That was an interesting, just all at once, a ton of action just popped off, and that's what happens, I guess, in zones like these, right? Because everybody's just trying to go on ahead and just shove their way into the position that they specifically want, and that just creates a couple of small fights. And unfortunately, it does look like Nova won't be able to go on ahead and try and close that gap that our analysts were talking about before this match started, because they're out of here. XSET can continue to just climb up that ladder, right? Just continue to increase those points.
I think at this point we could say XSET has qualified. They're sitting at 165 before we add these points in. 5th place is at 95. They have a 70-point lead.
Wow.
70. That is 4 chicken dinners plus 10 points difference between 1st and 5th place. So they could honestly not play tomorrow and still be top 5. And next circle, once again, shifting towards that northern side, XSET, they're going to be in the heat of things. They definitely should probably maybe group up into a 3-man team rather than a 2-1 now.
Yeah, it actually looks like one of them went on ahead and drove up towards the northern side, maybe taking that gas station right on the edge of that road up there, potentially. That would give them a nice central location once again, kind of safe as well, because that gas station is pretty hard to crash onto. Dope, though, they're fighting all the way down on the southern side, like, with an entire different team, 4 bros. They haven't even touched this next zone. Looks like they're just deciding to leave the rest of them alone, though, and getting out of here, while absolute chaos happens inside of this next one. Lazarus, Mezexis, this is what I was talking about. Right when these horrible zones happen, everybody just goes and wants the same compounds, and that's what creates these little fights here. Lazarus with the nades. Let's see if they'll be able to get another one, because Remix was able to kind of get a knock onto them, and Purge goes down as well. Mezexis' utility is just insane right now. All of Mezexis' stuff right here are currently still up, while Lazarus definitely not on the same page. Fears Joey, the last 2 alive. Joey even on the opposite side of the road. Will he be able to kind of help out his team here? I don't think they're even going to be able to get these reses up. Oh, and XSET, wait, out of nowhere, XSET is eliminated.
So, hold on. I'll recap what was happening in the kill feed while you were busy watching this fight. As soon as this fight is over, though, Lazarus still has 3. It's a 3v4 situation. Mezexis on the push, on the aggression. Can they clean out this fight, though? It's going to be a tough one. This grenade's going to be huge. Oh, he cancels the grenade. He's not aware of that position right behind the wall. Fear's got a grenade in his own hand. Inactive, nades, utility, flying back and forth, and there is still multiple fights happening elsewhere with multiple teams getting eliminated. It is all out mayhem. So XSET took out BTOWN and then got third-partied by 19 Esports, and 19 Esports then took out that team. So that's what happened to XSET.
Wow. Wow, I mean, I'm not surprised. This zone is a really difficult one. There's still fight happening everywhere on side of this map here. Looks like Peralta will finally get that confirmed onto Fears. So Joey, Kaseki are officially the last 2 alive for Lazarus. Kaseki even getting knocked. Remix being able to spot that out with the ump. Joey's not the last one alive, and it looks like Remix has spotted him out as well. Mezexis now know exactly where the last member of Lazarus is, and that's why they are all currently pushing. I mean, right when they get that information, they're going to go ahead and push off of it, which is exactly what they need to do. They need to get rid of this threat so they can go ahead and focus on the rest of the game. But Joey putting up a pretty good fight, gets a knock onto Peralta. Of course, there's just too many of Mezexis, so they're going to be able to stay alive after getting those eliminations. Of course, a couple other teams fall as well. We're down to 11 teams at this point. That all happened really quickly, Zute.
Man, this is a huge game for Mezexis. They are sitting in 4th place, and we talked about it. Even if you're in the top 5, 5th and 4th place, the point division is so slim. So for them to be able to pick up those eliminations and make it this far into this match, it's going to be very good for them coming into the last and final day tomorrow. We'll see if they could do more, though. They do have 4 up. 19E not realizing those 2 teams that were there already has mutually destroyed each other, because there's nobody there now. There were like, I don't even know which 2 teams. There was so much action happening, but yeah, there's 2 teams fighting each other right there. Now it's just a barren wasteland of just crates and boxes.
Oh, man. And, I mean, there's going to be even more, Zute. I mean, do you see this next zone shift? There's, like, barely anybody in the center of this next zone, and there's so many people in the outskirts, especially in Severny, like Adobe's QA, Boring Protocol. They're all going to have to make their way in just a little bit more. Even, actually, WallStreetBets somehow surviving on, like, the beach up there. There's still just not that many places to actually realistically play in this one, I'll say. Like, there are a couple of bowls, a couple of small places to play in this terrain, but not really. So that's why I think Dope HQA probably taking this fight just for a little bit longer, because otherwise there's nowhere else for them to go.
Yeah, there's a few obscure spots, but it's hard to know if it's open or not. Like I mentioned, 19 Esports, just south of them, there were 2 teams fighting for a spot right there, and it's just, they're gone. They like ended up just fighting each other to the death. And HQA, I don't know if they want to make that rotation. You know, that's a bit of a far ways. Dope is going to go ahead and make their first rotation in, so it gives HQA a little room to work with now. Maybe they can find their own spot. And Drago, WallStreetBets firing off some shots. Oh, there's a 4-man team of WallStreetBets still left in this match too. Man, there is so much going on, and there's still so much more to happen.
Yeah, and they're just playing up on the beach there. I mean, there's like a decline there, so they were completely safe from anybody inside of the Severny City from spotting them out and doing damage. But now WallStreetBets, it seems like they're invigorated, right? They're all in their vehicles. They're just like, they're basically playing just like a derby at this point, making sure to take out all the dope members by running them over. Casper is now the last one alive. He's hiding inside of the smoke, but WallStreetBets are continuing to patrol, and HQA, actually, they seem to be taking shots at them once again. They're just down to the southern side. Oh, the solo from BTOWN. I was keeping my eye on him too. It looks like he's able to get a knock on Estevo, trying to get that flush as well. Oh man, we've seen solos be able to absolutely rip up a team, and it looks like Brar, he's trying to do that right now to WallStreetBets.
Brar is an absolute menace. This man is the type of person you cannot leave unattended, because he will wreak havoc and cause trouble. I mean, we saw the start of this game. He panned someone for the sake of panning them. And now he's just sneaking up and just taking players out one by one. And he eliminates Dope too. Picks up a member of WallStreetBets and then takes out the last player of Dope. Brar is on a mission right now, and that's to make his name known.
Oh, for sure. And he's still hanging on. He could do so much stuff from his position, actually. The only thing is now he has to go ahead and make that big cross across the road into WallStreetBets into this next zone. I was going to say he could potentially play on this northern side for a while longer, but the next zone has to field itself. HQA full-on fight with WallStreetBets even. It looks like HQA as of right now on the top side. I mean, only 2 of WallStreetBet members are left, and it actually looks like they're taking a cover in the vehicle. Drago, Nemesis, I guess they're realizing that we're going to continue to try and play here, but they need to try and get a spot onto at least one of the HQ members, and Carnage. Boring Protocol is even extending from their position. You love to see it. They've been kind of on the edge of the zone this entire time, and they're realizing they're not getting in as many altercations as they need to be getting for those points, so they're extending. Carnage is kind of hurting HQA and WallStreetBets from taking this fight with each other.
Yeah, Carnage doing a great solo man third party, puts himself in a key position to just not be at risk of any real harm while managing to lay some damage, and he did pick up a member of HQA there. So that's another point over. Salty with the M24. Can Brar be stopped? And oh, Salty peeks away just as Brar might peek out here. We'll see what Brar could do. Like I said, this man is an absolute menace, but he might just meet his end. WallStreetBets going to a little dip location. One of their players will go down. Drago does get the smokes out, but smokes are not hard cover. He could still get sprayed through potentially.
Definitely, especially because I assume that 19 Esports member is very aware of where he is. Yeah, right when we switched to him prepping a nade, actually. That's going to go ahead and start landing inside of that smoke. We'll see if it hits. Not quite. He's going to try again even. And he has the time to do so because there's so many people around the outskirts of this zone taking their own fights that, you know, Rad, he's fine for right now. He doesn't have to really worry about anything. His teammate is coming up now from the gas station. This is a little bowl that you were talking about that, like, if the players, of course, obviously know the terrain, there's a couple of these hidden spots. So just to the bottom side of that gas station is a beautiful bowl that 19 Esports are using.
It is a nice little dip right there. The Knight's still in the game. There's still 9 teams left alive in a zone like this. So this hillside, there's no cover, but it is all sloping, like 360 degrees all around. It slopes downwards and around, so it kind of creates cover from one another just through the way it curves. So we could see a lot of teams still up left in the game, such as 8 teams and 18 alive, even though it looks like they're all right next to each other with no real cover.
Yeah, no real cover whatsoever. And the next zone's going to go ahead and reveal itself. They kept pulling back towards Boring Protocol. They are one of 2 teams that still actually have hard cover inside of this. Boring Protocol and the Chosen, quite happy about their positions inside of this zone. Otherwise, everybody else, they're just very broken up and rocks in this field all the way up on this northern side. You can see them hunkering down, kind of just waiting for their opening to try and make any sort of movement again inside of this next one here. Honestly, the Chosen, Boring Protocol, this is looking really good for them.
Yeah, what's worse for all these other teams is that the 2 teams that are 4-man teams, they're the ones in the best positions with the hard cover. So there's probably no chance for any of these teams to really fight and take over that spot, especially when the most people have is just a 2-man team. And do they even have vehicles, like working vehicles, maybe like a buggy right here for the Mezexis team as they take out the four bros. Four bros no longer in this match. And the Knights, two-man squad, what are they going to do? They're going to go for the big play and just full send it. Chico gets an opening knock on the drive-by. 2v3. We know what Xenox could do in a 1v4. Chico goes down. That's all fine, though, as Xenox gets one. 1v2. Xenox, he could do it. Oh, he gets caught on the buggy hopping out the window, and that's going to throw him off. And the Knights will go down. That was a 2v4 situation. But, oh, man, it started looking a little bit shaky for TC. And Boring Protocol, they're spreading out. They're trying to see if they can maybe third party in on this, but it looks like they're going to play it safe and hang back for now.
I was actually holding my breath. I was like, is this the 4K that you were talking about that Tense is going to eventually get in some of these games? But not quite. You're right, getting caught there. The Chosen continuing to hold on to at least they're building for now, getting these rests up as well. First Frost is still knocked, but I like the multitasking for the rest of the team, right? I mean, they know that there's a lot of people that while they're taking that fight are getting closer. Getting an Akate here is the first start of clearing that out slowly. Boring Protocol taking that as their opportunity to get closer to the Chosen, though. They're going to have to be a little bit careful. Carnage, Azor, I mean, they want to make sure that they're close enough that right when the Chosen need to start coming out, they're going to be ready and spotting them out. Boring Protocol also getting some knocks into the 19 Esports. There's only one more of them left up to the northern side that they have to spot out. Otherwise, it's going to be down to the last fight, and it's going to be down to the Chosen and Boring Protocol, each of them with 4 up. Actually, Gachi getting knocked. Azor being this close to them. This is huge for Boring Protocol as they eliminate 19 Esports. That's going to kind of like warm up this fight. They're going to damage the Chosen so that they can go ahead and just full-on push and just mow them down.
Ooh, Gajia down to 1 HP. Does manage to get tapped for that revive. It's going to come down to this 4v4. Salty, if no one takes care of Salty, though, Salty will be a big problem for whoever he sets his eyes on. But for now, there's 9 left alive, and I think both teams realize it's a 4v4 with 1 solo left somewhere out on the field, because Boring Protocol and TC have been neighbors the entirety of this match, these two compounds facing each other. So I think they're very well aware, just through the sheer audio cues alone that's been happening for the past 5 to 10 minutes, that, yeah, TC probably has 4 up, and Boring Protocol probably has 4. And, oh, TC making a quick play here with a 3-man in the car. I wonder where this is going to lead to.
Oh. Okay, I like the Salty is continuing to play this really quietly and aggressively, though. He's going to go ahead and take those knocks when he can. Huge knock on a God fan. I mean, that was all that Team Chosen had of holding that side of the zone from the rest of Boring Protocol, and now it's gone. The rest of the Chosen, they're trying to go ahead and fight the other side of Boring Protocol with these nades, but I honestly don't know if they're going to be able to get close enough. You can see them trying to use these smokes as cover, trying to use their vehicle for the movement, but it's just going to end up them proning it out and trying to get close enough. But Boring Protocol, they're in entire control, especially now as 19 Esports is eliminated. They know it's just down to a couple members of the Chosen left.
Yeah, they got that opening, and I thought they were going to use the car. Oh, another opening. Okay, I guess they don't need to use the car. They're just going to use the smoke wall and press on in. 3v3 situation, but they're all lining up in the smoke. Missed shots connecting on the player right behind them, and Carnage with the grenade. Down to 1 HP, no meds, but he's got the grenades. That's all he needs, and another huge one, and gets the finish. Gotcha, goes down, gets knocked, and it's all up to Opa. 1v3, it is all said and done. Boring Protocol will secure the last match of the day, and just like that, Boring Protocol, they're back in it, baby. They're back in that top 5, and they're back in prime position to make it to the finals of the Americas, as long as they secure the top 5 at the very end tomorrow.
Yeah, they started off today in that 6th place position, but clearly, I mean, they're doing themselves, I mean, 9th place position, sorry, but today they've been on fire. I think yesterday they kind of realized, hey, we're not playing the way that we need to be playing. And today we saw them have a ton of huge games that's now bringing them all the way up into that 6th place spot, probably even higher now. And Carnage and Spec almost taking down this entire round report here. Carnage with the most elims, highest damage, and nades, and Spec with longest elimination. I mean, they played that perfectly, being able to grab that compound pretty early on, just continuing to protect it the entire time.
Good old Grandpa Carnage, as many in the scene like to call him. Definitely one of the more veteran players. Good to see him up here, and of course Spec is up here too. I think this Boring Protocol team, they're finally kind of starting to dial things up together as a team. No longer is it just the Spec show. Of course, I mean, Spec is still putting out outstanding numbers, but at the end, in this grand finals, it's going to be a team effort, and Boring Protocol is finally starting to show that they got that team synergy to be a top 5 team.
Team game. And I mean, you have to go ahead and be a team to definitely get to this point. I think that's definitely what we identified being their issue until getting to finals. So it is nice seeing them playing how they are now. Of course, our analysts are going to be breaking that down more after this break.
PUBG Mobile is a comprehensive game with many different mechanics and unique aspects of gameplay. The different training modes are perfect to focus on each individual aspect and sharpen your skills. The most popular gameplay modes are Arena Training and TDM that pits players in a 4 vs 4 gunfight on a small map. These modes serve as a close-range training to sharpen your gun skills and build your reflexes. To improve on-point ADSing and recoil control, players can try out the War mode, which launches you in a fairly large space on Erangel map against 19 other enemies. Here, you can improve your AR and SMG sprays as well as train yourself for bolt action mastery. Sniper training under the arcade section is also a must-try. Your sniping skills are put to test here, when both you and your opponent are trying to one-tap each other. You can also try quick matches in arcade mode, which basically is a mini battle royale. Everything that you have learned, you can put to the test in its 8-minute matches. PUBG Mobile is not all about grinding and competition, but also about enjoying and having fun and exploring the game. No matter if you're a heavy grinder or a casual explorer, there's a place for everyone in PUBG Mobile. Tell us which mode is your favorite and why in the comments below.
And Papa Carnage reigns supreme. The legend has returned. That's what I'm talking about right there. Speaking of legends, of course, I got to give a big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here. What did I tell you guys? You know, the team that I chose? First chicken dinner? Last chicken dinner. Carnelito himself, dude, the true bandolero. That's how you do it there, Seven. That's how you do it.
It really was. That man just like, leave retirement out of my name. Pa! Walking around just going, pa! Don't you dare say it. 24 points.
Dang.
Boring Protocol. What a way to finish. And not just that, the Chosen, 19 points. And we've been talking about them.
Yes.
19 Esports. I mean, this is exactly what I think it might happen tomorrow. They're just going to be playing such a spoiler role that it's going to actually be interesting. It's going to probably end up making us talk about them a lot, even though they're more than likely in last place still. 19 Esports with 19 points right there, keeping it within the brand. Mezexis Esports NA being able to bring it back after some bit of disappointing performances with 13 points. And this is another big one too, Glitter. Helping Quit Addiction as well, bouncing it back with those 11 points. You love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, technically that was a 4th place finish, so it's something that they definitely needed. And you can see even before we scored down, XSET was up there with, I believe, 6 elims. No place with points, but just decided to drive around and just pop off on everybody. And then a couple points here and there for Dope, Panthers, Polar Ace. Nothing too massive to know other than the fact that Nova is down there at the bottom with 0, which isn't bad for Nova, but it's good for the teams below them. So we'll have to keep paying attention to that and see what happens with that overall.
I'm just waiting for it at this point. I'm so stoked, right? Let's go ahead and take a look at the daily winners that we've had here today so you can see who has popped off, and we can just see right here. I'm just looking at that front, that back. Nova as well, putting up a couple chicken dinners as well, Glitter.
We got 2. You know what? Is that the trend? We had 2 chickens from 2 teams yesterday. Now we've got 2 chickens from 2 teams today. So we better see this again tomorrow. I don't know which teams are going to step up to the plate. However, XSET's got another one today. And Nova's leading with all of the categories except the elims, which go the way of Dope. So you know what? Shout out to Dope for at least having one solid performance here today because they needed those points desperately. But I am probably most impressed with the consistency for Boring Protocol, honestly. Like that was something they needed today in order to set themselves up well for tomorrow.
It really was. I think it's that Hot Jukes pick. Okay, Hot Jukes, you blessed them, bro. You blessed
What
them.
it is. And when I pick Boring Protocol, Carnage rises, bro. Rises from the ashes like Icarus, dude. That's how you'd get it done. All right, now it is time to predict who the MVP
Oh, boy.
of today is going to be. Carnage.
QZ?
Imagine.
It's gonna be Remix.
Okay.
Mezexis. Let's go. 7.
This is why I don't go to Vegas, ladies and gentlemen. 3,200 damage, 19 elims. If I was actually going to be real, I thought it was going to be Coops because he also had an amazing performance. But wow, we were wondering what was up with Mezexis. Yes, it was a collective thing. But even when we showed the stats earlier, we saw how Remix was tracking. I mean, this man, I think a lot has to be owned to that kind of performance. I mean, 19 elims out of him. That equals 19 points, Glitter. What an impressive performance, honestly. And what an impressive performance to allow his team, hopefully, for tomorrow to fight for those top 5.
Yeah, what a time to step up. I mean, this was literally, if you were ever going to pop off day 2 of finals when your team needs the points desperately, is the perfect time to do so. It just gives them a little bit more room tomorrow, less points that they have to make up for. And we'll keep saying it, Chad. Don't forget, it's those top 5 spots. Those are the teams that qualify through to Americas, and that's what everybody's gunning for.
Absolutely. Prize pool is all great, but I tell you what, these prize pools just get thicker and thicker as we move up here in the different stages. Now, how thick is that lead at the top? That is my question that I have here. It's time. Everybody, let's take a look at the overall leaderboards to see where everybody is standing after day 2 in the finals. Woo!
Ooh.
It's thick. It's
Wow.
Glitter. Wow.
Okay, XSET still has a massive lead. They've definitely increased that throughout the day. Nova holding on to second. Mezexis, though, is now in third. Knights are in fourth. They're holding strong. They're only 2 above Boring Protocol, though. Boring Protocol is now in the top 5. I repeat, after those booked chicken dinners, Boring Protocol is in top 5. WallStreetBets has fallen out of it. And Chosen is like 1 point behind them. And they're both only 7 and 8 points behind Boring Protocol, who's only 2 behind Knights. I mean, you said it before, 7. 4th through literally 8th is a scary place to be.
It really is. And I mean, even their teams helping quit addiction, I feel like they might even have a chance, right? It might not be of the likes of what we saw in the first page. They might not have a gap of just 7 or 9 or 10 points. The gap is a little bit bigger for them, but anything can happen. I mean, we just saw what Mezexis was able to do in just one day. And if any of those teams at the top decide to sleep a little bit, boy, they're gonna be in a trouble, in hurting big time. But then we also have Dope Esports. I mean, another good performance out of them there as well. 69 points to finish off the day. The Panthers 61 points. And guess what? I mentioned it. 19 Esports. Yes, you had a great last match, but you're still gonna be in last place. And that's why I think tomorrow, even though 19 Esports is in 16th place, this is a team. You know what? I'm gonna call it. From 14th place all the way down to 16th place, I think a lot of those teams are going to decide to try and just be party poopers for a lot of the teams that are currently fighting for that top 5. And you know what? If you're currently there, might as well do it. You got nothing to lose. At least do something so we can end up talking about you guys, because we're not definitely going to talk. We're not going to be talking about you if you're just fighting for 16th place. This is not the Super Weekend anymore. This is finals. Top 5, move on, baby.
This is the place where champions are made. The best of the best in North America, battling it out. I don't want to see y'all give up. Put in that work, just like Seven said. Make a name for yourself. Now's the time. I'm Hot Jukes. Thank you guys so much for watching. Again, make sure you use that hashtag PMPL. Follow all the socials. Big thank you again, Seven and Glitter, for this wonderful thing. Any final thoughts, Seven?
Tomorrow, tune in. If you got anything, cancel it. Listen, my boy won a state championship, and I didn't go because I didn't want to miss the PMPL. So you better not be missing the PMPL. Shout out to my son. He won a state champion.
Dang right. Thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful day, and we will see you tomorrow. Let's go. Woo!
freaks and hotties. Everybody gotta get